Mayday, mayday! I think we might be in a very problematic situation right now. Hello everyone and welcome to Stranded Alien Dawn. Crashing onto Surprise right now, a planet. And this is where we just, landed. Not that smoothly. Who is we anyway? That's Amber, Jack, Quinn and Rita. 4-story souls that survived a spaceship crash at this very moment. And they're not having a good time. There's still debris coming down right now, so they might actually also just die right away. And there is another debris landing. There's another debris landing. Quinn is having a meltdown. Rita is in a state of shock. And Jack is trying to calm everyone down in a very composed manner. Now we are here on this planet. The moon Chaos is looking down on us. A beautiful big lake in our surrounding area as well. So the starting location is not so bad. We're still having burning debris everywhere here. Also my landing pod here. Of course, with that, we probably will not be able to go back to space. We might salvage it actually for something useful. Also lots of debris and stuff that we can use still in our surrounding area. So we probably should start by having a little storage area where we can store these goods. And let's just get started with that right away. Somewhere here with 6 tiles. Let's make it 6 tiles for now. A little storage area really where we can start storing and stockpiling things. I would also like to work on my first sleeping bag spots and also shelter with a roof on our head for the following nights. And for this we actually need some sticks and hay. Let's have a look at that. The giant grass here gives me hay, so let's actually just cut this down. And we also have some bushes here that would give me then some sticks. Both of them are going to be very useful. Alright, with a task at hand, people actually fix their composure again and go back to working, focusing on what's important. And that is surviving. It's a beautiful day, at least. It is spring right now, year 1. 9 degrees only. It's not that warm, but hopefully it's getting warmer on this planet. 10 o'clock in the morning, so we have the whole day to work on some basic sleeping spots. I hope we can actually manage to do this. In our surrounding area, lots of very strange things are happening. We do have these twisted plants. We have no idea what they're all about. We have over here a flathead animal. Might be rather aggressive or also not. I have no idea yet. Very strange pointy red plants. And also very clumsy looking fat animals. No idea what these are all about. I guess we'll have to find out. Construction in the base continues. Jack is cutting down some additional sticks, and with that we might actually have now the ability to build us the first shelters. There it is. Some place to sleep in at least. This should be my first goal. So let's just check it out here real quick. And I'm probably going to build me some 2 shelters right away. In those shelters we can also have the sleeping pods for our first survivors. Sleeping together, keeping yourself warm and in company. Of course, they will not like it so much after a couple of days, but for now, this is the best option we have. And boy, do we have a nice view over the lake. All of these survivors have different traits, so let's just also have a look at that. Jack, for example, is really good with fighting. He's, however, more interested in crafting. He's not very good at that yet. Of course, we can change this, and this means also he likes it, and he gains experience points on that really quickly, so we should heed that. Also, we got Amber here. She's not really good at crafting and also doesn't care about it. She's good with combat. She's not really interested in anything, unfortunately. A bit of intellect, so this could help out. Quinn, he's interested in intellect stuff. He's not interested in combat, however. He will be a good researcher probably down the road and anything that is doing something with crafting and construction. And then we got Rita here. She's very much interested in cooking. She's not very good at that though yet. So her meals in the beginning might not be tasty. However, she can learn on that. Also, she's interested in farming and already very good at that. So for fields, this might just work. Now, the sleeping spots have been finished. So with the shelter, so in this case here we can also activate the roof, and we can see that for now we have a safe space actually to sleep in. Next in, I would like to work on a campfire right away. We can use a bit of a scrap metal that we have in the surrounding area to start cooking on that. For that I would like to work on a bit more roof, because with that we can really keep everyone then in. And let's just continue with the expansion of my base right over here. And the cool thing is we can add a second row of shelters, and the game will then adjust itself to make this one a bigger room as well. In here we can then have a nice campfire, something where we can cook stuff and also provide some light to the surrounding area. With the sticks that we have and the hay, we can continue quickly building all these shelters. I probably will need to get rid of a few more bushes right over here to get those materials in. We can also start exploring some of the surrounding area that we can use for some harvesting and fielding, right? So food, of course, will also be a problem really quickly beside the sleeping. We could hunt down animals. So I can see there is a dead animal here. Sometimes they just die and we can butcher it. So let's go ahead and butcher this animal here. There is also another animal here. They probably died because those debris fell on them or close to them so that they got killed by the shockwave. So that's at least 2 dead animals. And as we can see, Ember is already on her way doing the deed. We also get the message here, we have only 4 days left with the food supplies that we currently have. We can always look around if we want to find more animals that we can butcher. That would help us out as well. I should also work on getting a few logs in, and for this we have those trees over there. So let's start cutting down some trees as well. Though not the closest ones, I do like to have some shade. You don't know how warm summer gets on this planet. Jack is not really happy right now. He had to eat while being on foot. So we probably should also change this in the future. He's now cutting down some trees though. Meanwhile, the next shelters are getting finished and wrapped up. We have a nice sleeping area now. We're going to have a nice cooking area here. And for this we should then also work on some table. For this, however, we will need logs. Rita is still in a state of shock, it seems. She's watching the flames and smoke. We might also give her something to do. That's, however, not very easy because she's apparently not very good at most things, really. However, cooking and farming will be something for the future. It's nighttime now, so 18 o'clock in the evening. At least we have some place to sleep. Nothing to cook yet, though. And I think Ember, she has gotten the butchering done, and she's now delivering meat back to the base. Quinn, in the meantime, is finishing that campfire, and with that we have some light in the base. And we also have a place to cook. And here I do have now some quick recipes. Since we get some meat in, we can now order someone to cook meat soup until we have, let's say, 4. But I don't want to cook too much because meat soups spoil rather quickly. The raw meat actually is a bit more sustainable in the background, right? So we can prolong the life of that food by using the maximum duration of the meat, and then once again also of the veggies of the meat soup then here. Until we have that. Now we need to decide who actually cooks this stuff, and of course Rita is going to be the right lady for that job. So let's have a look at my activities there real quick, and we can see in the priorities we have Rita over there, and she's going to be a great cook, so she's going to be priority 1 for cooking. Whenever there's something to cook, she's going to do the job, and no one else, please, right? So I'm going to disable it for anyone else. She's also going to work on harvesting stuff, and she's going to work on, ranching, that's a bit later, but on planting stuff as well. So whenever those things are required, she's doing it. Meanwhile, we got some logs in as well, so I think it might be a good time now to work on a table. A large table to really house for 4 people might be the safest one, and we could have that table pretty close to the fire most likely. Go ahead and build us a table together with 2 chairs. Let's make it 4 chairs actually, and we're going of course with the basic chairs that we have, a wooden one for 3 logs only. 4 of them sitting by the fire should be nice. Rita, meanwhile, starts the cooking. Perfect. Does it make her happy already? Yes, interested in cooking, and because she can do stuff that she's interested in, she gains happiness. She's not really happy because she ate on foot, was annoyed by Quinn, and also is still in a little pain from the crash. Meanwhile, the chopping continues, and yeah, we're getting back all the logs from the trees. To also then construct some large tables. I would also like to work on other things right away. We do need some storage under the roof, so a shelf is most likely the one. It will consume some logs, and yeah, we can have some shelves here, for example here in the back. So this is where we can then store valuable resources. Also, I would like to start on working on some additional production tables, and that's a workbench that we can have. Probably should then also be really close here to my storages, right? Because we are going to need those raw materials, a workbench, and I might also start with some researching with a research bench. And the good thing about those is that it's under a roof, so they can work even during rainy days. Rita continues with the cooking. Right now though, the food is in the open, right? So if you look at that, it actually spoils outside within 2 days. If it's under a roof, it will actually already live for 4 days. And if it's refrigerated, 8 days, and frozen, indefinite. And everything counts here. Also with the meat, it should not stay outside really. Under a roof, it will last way more. Alright, we continue with the tables. And the chairs. So now finally we have a place to sit on. And the next soup is ready too. It's time to sleep though. It's really late in the evening. I mean, they were all pretty excited from the crash, obviously. Day 1 is over. Jack is, I think... No, he just delivered the logs. He's also now going to sleep. And with that, the first day is over. Not so bad, all things considered. It's the next day. The sun is coming up. Everybody's going to get a meat soup. Perfect. And going to eat on the table. Amber continues with the construction of my first shelf. Very important that one is. There you go. And with this, we can now finally start storing resources. So I would like to use the shelf for raw food, cooked meals. We're going to disable though anything else on it. The medicine we can also keep, right? And on the storage stockpiles outside, I'm going to disable now the raw food and the cooked food. So this is no longer allowed here. So my people will now get this to the shelf, and also medicine is no longer allowed in here. And with that, food lasts just a bit longer. Perfect. We put together a camp as quick as we could, considering the circumstances. We're not sleeping in the dirt, we have a roof over our heads and a fire to illuminate the dark, uncertain nights. And the most important, we have survived. To us, this feels like an achievement worth honoring. We can gather around the campfire and celebrate being alive at 19 tonight. Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do this. So there's going to be a celebration. Also, we have finished now the research desk and the wooden workshop. We can now start crafting things in here, like bandages, animal fats, and slop. And in the research, we can start with that. And I would like to start with this very extensive tech tree. And of course, as always, it's important the way we go for. Let's start with the lightning rods. If there's a thunderstorm, lightning goes down. We don't want to hit my settlers with that, or we don't want to get hit with lightning on the shelters. That would lead to a fire and a lot of destruction. Next up, probably weaponsmithing right away. I'm expecting the first animal attacks soon, so they will become more aggressive out there. And then probably also some metal refinement. Who is doing it? Quinn is doing it. He loves it. He's interested in intellect, and I love doing this, researching that is. He's also really good at that. So once again, the next activity we can set in, that's Quinn, and that's for researching number priority 1. He's going to do this to get really good at that stuff. It might also be worth it now, scavenging that landing pot here. Amber will be able to do this, and perhaps we find some good stuff in there, right? Metal at least. And let's just have a look at her skills for combat healing. She's good with physical stuff, so that is scavenging. And in that case, she can do the job now. All of them also, by the way, have equipment. right now some basic stuff, spaceship jackets here that give them also temperature tolerances towards heat and cold temperature, and of course also to defense. So we should make sure that for winter we have appropriate gear then as well. We don't have any weapons save the laser pistol, so we really need to start also then with some weaponsmithing. There it is, the research of the lightning rod has been finished, and with that we can go ahead and build us that lightning rod, probably somewhere here in the center to get in as much of the area that we want to build in as possible. And there's also Jack coming back home with 144 logs. With that wood, we should probably also work on our defense right away. And with that, I would like to start with a smaller wooden fence that we can have. And let's just see how we can get this cracking. And then we probably go around that all the way here, around the spaceship, because that's a lot of space that we can use. All the way around here, and then also all the way around or behind my camp to the other side again. This is going to take a while, and it's going to consume a lot of logs, but it's going to be worth it. Here we actually need to do it like that because there's a hill going up, right? So I cannot build a fence on the hill, of course. For this we will need more logs, so let's just have a look at those trees close by. And I would probably also cut down those trees here. We should also look out for any animals that died again that we can butcher without hunting, because hunting is risky. They might fight back actually, and this could lead to sickness and injuries. There is another one, let's butcher it. No other animals here though, I think. I think on the other side we might also be finding us some animals there. But none of them is dead, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Amber continues with the construction of the fence. We also have some insufficient storage, especially for building materials, so I would like to increase my storage there a bit with those stockpiles. Do another one right away. And the next day is over. Day 2, it is 19 o'clock, so they are now gathering for a quick celebration. Jack, however, still transporting some sticks. We're all waiting for Jack. Now they're celebrating though. I like Jack. He's the most straightforward out of them. It's raining a bit. Lucky us, we have enough roofs. And also, my lightning rod has been finished. Celebrating and building is exhausting, so this night we're going into bed way earlier than the last day. Another day is dawning. Quinn and Rita are going to do her passions, that is cooking and researching, and they like this right away. Jack and Amber are going to eat because they will need to have a busy physical day ahead of them. Lots of fence construction, scavenging and chopping of trees. Also, we have finished the weaponsmithing and we have scavenged already one leather boot out of the rack. Perfect. Weaponsmithing though, that's the important thing. So we can now start crafting weapons. We do have, resources for the spear. For bow, unfortunately, we would need fabrics, that is synthetics, leather or cloth. Unfortunately, we don't have any of that yet. Animals haven't really given us leather, unfortunately. So the spear it is, some basic crude weapon. Let's actually produce it 2 times to have at least 2 more weapons or 2 more settlers with weapons in hand. And for crafting, we can actually do the activity once again based on their interest. And I think Jack was the one, right? So he can now have a high interest in crafting. And this should be his highest priority. Unfortunately, in the middle of the construction of the fence, we get the first 33 aggressive animals. They are right beside our camp, really. They're going to gather here now and preparing their attack. However, they will attack us now on site then. So we need to really continue with the preparation of the fence. This will not be finished for today. So this will be quite the battle, unfortunately. Jack is crafting the first weapon. Some very basic stuff. But he's happy about that. And hopefully we can finish it before those animals attack. It would help us a great deal. And lo and behold, just as the animals attack, we finish that spear. It's a partial fail, so it's not a good weapon there, unfortunately. Ember, please get over here. We will now have to draft them. Jack is going to equip the laser pistol. He's the best with the combat skill. There is the weapon. Ember picks up the spear. She's the second best with the combat skill. And Quinn and Rita, yeah, well, they will stick behind and fight with their fists. Ember is ready. We can also put her in draft mode. The same goes with Jack. Unfortunately, we don't have any defenses at this point as those beetles start to attack. Jack is good with the pistol there. Let's actually get him back. Ember will fight. Jack will continue with the shooting. Unfortunately, they target Jack quite a bit. So he's got no chance of really fighting there as well. Looks good though. 9 more remain. The spear is doing a good job there. 4 more animals. Where are they? They are coming in right now. And Jack takes care of them. There it is. The first attack was not that bad. Unfortunately, all of them are wounded in some way. Rita will do the treating though, because she is not really severely wounded, right? And superficial bite, right? I think Quinn is bleeding right now, so he is the highest priority. We do have, fortunately, 10 first aid kits out of the crash. So we do have some basic material available right now to quickly heal wounds. And Rita, yeah, she's actually not that bad with healing, level 2, so she can do this. I think Ember also is not so bad, and she's already healing Jack. That also leaves the matter of all these slaughtered beetles. We can butcher them for some meat. And with that, Amber already reached healing level 4. Seems like she's rather passionate about that. And she's going to be a good doctor for the camp. Yeah, the wounds for Jack look a bit more severe. But he's been treated now, and now it's on to Rita. Alright, everybody goes to eat. It's pretty late now, so I think they will then also go to sleep rather quickly. We're low on food supplies. I will not wonder about that, or I'm not worried about that, because we got lots of meat now that we can then use in our soup. Quinn continues with the construction of the fence. That's more important than ever. The next attack will probably be not so easy anymore on us. We have also finished the metal refinement, so once again I can now decide on some new things that we can research. There's going to be quite a few more important ones now. For that, tailoring is pretty important, that we can start producing cloth for us. Also pretty important, the chitin synthetics, and with that we can make fiber out of, or synthetics out of, insect meat. And this is definitely something I would like to have. In fact, I would like to research this first, and then we're going with the tailoring. So, Rita? What are you doing here, Rita? You have no business doing researching. You're level 3 on the intellect. It's not bad. Not great either. So she's going to be a researcher 3. Jack is 0. And Ember is 0. So only when Quinn has nothing else to do, Rita can actually do some researching. That's fine. The next day is dawning already. Jack and Rita haven't slept. I guess all that fighting made them quite nervous, and he doesn't even need rest, right? So he's pretty pumped from the fighting still, and that means he can work through the night. Also, metal refinement has been researched. That's also a very important one. For this, we, however, need a bit of stone to get this one working. Let's have a look at some stone deposits that we might have close by. There is a mountain, and yep, there is some rocks that we can then mine. Let's go ahead and mine 2 of them. It's going to take a while anyway. Day 4 it is. For this day, the most important task is, of course, finishing this very big fence. It's a really big construction. Doing some more researching and starting then with the processing of metal. And of course, we should also have a look at the local flora and fauna and observing the first plants that we can use then for some farming. So far, so good. We have survived so far. The first attack reality that we're probably going to stay here for quite some time. Amber right now is finishing the construction of the fence over there, right? So this side here is now completed as well. It's not looking so bad, a bit of space there. And in this case here, we have then the beautiful lake as well that we can use later on. And in this case here, I'm going to keep those bushes just because it keeps me warm, having a bit of stuff here. We should probably, though, really get rid of these bushes there, because aliens that attack then through this corridor, yeah, well, they can hide in that. And we definitely should not allow that to happen. Now, meanwhile, Rita is really trying to do everything. Rita is crafting right now. Does Rita even like crafting though? And she's not really good at that as well. So we're going to once again also go with Rita here right away. Crafting, no can do please. You are not in for the job, right? It's Jack, and that's Jack only for now that is going to do the crafting. He likes it too, and off he goes again with it. Hopefully gaining more points with that. Rita and Amber continue with the fence. It's still my biggest project at the moment that we need to finish before anything else. We don't have a lot of metal there as well. Oh, Jack reached crafting too. That's great. The higher the crafting skill, the more things he can actually craft, the faster and the better, of course. Yeah, and he's going to eat once again. Now, we still have 2 unarmed civilians. I think we have another, spear now ready, so we can actually arm then the 3rd one. Probably Quinn out of them. And in this case, it's night again. Day 4 is over almost. We are researching now the synthetics as well that we can then have. This is actually something we prepare for winter, getting synthetics out and crafting with it. Now, I would also like to have a look at my food again. We have lots of meat in right now. The raw insect meat, actually, I don't want to use for cooking anymore. So I'm also going to say now here, we're going to use the meat soup there, right? And do not use, please, raw insects on that. Oops, sorry, wait a second. It's this one here, right? Do not use my raw insect meat. We want to use this only now then for the synthetics. It actually, I think, has a nice durability. It is, under the roof 8 days, so this will be fine. It's 8 of them, so by then we actually will have this ready and crafting. Now, next up on the list is some observations. So we're still scavenging this. Yes, we are. Some observations, we want to get started with that. So we got a few plants that are really useful, that are going to be really useful, like the tall leafy plant there for us. I'm going to observe this. This will hopefully make us something because it looks like grain. We're coming from Earth, and on Earth it looks like that, and I would like to have a look at that. Another thing we probably want to do is getting some vegetables on the way at some point. And for that we need to have a close look here at the map itself, and probably there is something, right? There's actually 2 things here. These berries there, looks like berries to me, peculiar bush. And then we have this one here, looks like pumpkins, right? And pumpkins are juicy, so let's also start observing those pumpkins there. This is once again going to take a while, right, before all of this is going to work then. Another thing I would like to do is these peculiar bushes there. This is looking like a cotton plant, right? Like we might have some cloth on this one. Let's also start observing the bright leaf plant. So this is now 3 observations we're doing. Anyone with the intellect available can do this, right? And we can also, once again, assign someone to this for observing. And let's just have a look. Ember is not bad at this. And also Quinn is not bad at this. Rita can also do it if she's got no cooking and no planting and no harvesting. So then she can also go for this one as well. And Jack is not going to do this at all. He really has to focus on other things. Aren't they looking cute? My babies, all 4 of them sleeping happily right now. Day 5 it is. And a new day is dawning. It's just nice how the sun is shining onto the beds right away. There it is. That's a nice view when waking up, right? Waking up with the sun. Rita's going to cook again. We still have 2 soups available. And then we still have 34 meat available as well. That is still spoiling already. So it might be nice to really just get us some more dead animals out there. So let's just check it out. This looks dead. Very good. Looks like a duck or a swan or something like that. An alien swan. And then we might actually find us something over here. Oh, this is also looking really ripe and juicy. Squash-like plant there once more. But we are already observing that. There is another bloated insect. Wonder why it's bloated. I don't want to know. So let's not get too close to this. I think though that's it for now. Perfect. And as we can see, Rita is now observing. And I think Quinn is going to continue researching. Perfect. Amber is also observing now the tall leafy plants. Looks like corn actually. And the butchering was successful. As we can see, Jack is bringing home some more meat. Let's bring it in. 43 on the wood. Do we still chop down some trees? Yes, we are. Jack is continuing with the butchering. And then I would also like to continue now with harvesting some more trees. Or yeah, chopping them down. There it is. Those evergreen trees will not be evergreen anymore. Also, we have rain right now. People don't like it when they're in the rain. Sometimes you just have to go with it. It's warm at least, 19 degrees. So no danger of getting sick. And there it is. Amber made a breakthrough and she discovered grain cob. This is something we can use to harvest grain, small hard dry seeds used for cooking or in the production of medicines, oils and other items. Fail to chance is actually pretty high by 30% at farming 0. However, we have Rita for the task, and we can also fertilize this one here. It is having a pretty high temperature tolerance, -2 to 50 degrees, so we can definitely use it during heat waves, and we can even use it all the way into autumn. And this is then my first plant that we can actually work with. Now, we just need to have a proper first location for that farming area, and I think there is a lot of space here, and I'm probably also not going to expand in this area. There is also option here. Here is the advantage that we have a lot of space that we don't need to cut down like here, right? So let's actually go for this one as my first farming area. And we can start with the grain crop then. And as we can see, soil is also for 100% growth in this area. Same goes like this one here. So that's a very good area for the first farming. And let's just make us some flat field here. Actually, let's make it a bit bigger. Something like that. You cannot endlessly make it big, right? This would be the max size. Now let's go a bit smaller so that we can have another one then right next to this one here. There you go. This is looking fantastic. And Rita, as we know, she has this activity. So Rita, harvesting, you're number 1 with that. Ranching, you're number 1. Planting, ranching, cutting. No, that's fine. So she should actually be going for it once she's done. And there she is done with the next plant that we have, and that's the cloth blossom. The cloth blossom, yeah, well, this one is actually something that we can use. It has 20% growth rating during rain, and it is harvestable and yields me then cloth. And yeah, let's go ahead and do this with that. We can harvest it. We're only going to take the cloth. We're not cutting down the whole plant then. Oh, the yellow one is also a cloth blossom. I wonder what's the difference between the yellow and the white one. I think the white one is generally the good one. Oh, the yellow one is the withering one, losing health. So this is actually something that's going down right now. Alright, do we have any more animals? There's lots of debris here, lots of broken trees. That's it though for the moment. Alright, it is day 5 and there seems to be another survivor. My name is Ken Lau. I believe we met on the ship. My escape pod crashed badly and everyone else died. I fended on my own as best as I could, but my rations ran out quickly and I started losing hope. I walked in the wild for days after seeing smoke from this direction. Please let me stay with you. Of course, Ken. I do know you. Yeah, I guess I do know you. Welcome to the camp. And with that, we have survivor number 5. He's very interested in combat, so that's actually something. He's also interested in crafting. This will be helpful for us. The rest is rather mediocre. And do you have equipment? He's got 1 synthetic legging, right? So this is probably the best equipment you can have for a while. And the rest is just normal spaceship jacket and spaceship boots and stuff like that. Alright, he will definitely also need a sleeping spot. It's not so bad finding a survivor on day 5, just coming to us. We can also find them via expeditions and missions. So that was actually a nice surprise getting another survivor in so early. But of course, it doesn't necessarily make the game easier, because we do have another mouth to feed and we do need to provide more space overall. So I will probably also... we can still stay with the 4 there, because it's unlikely that everybody eats at the same time, and we can always have then more being cooked. Where's Rita? She's harvesting. Perfect. That's her speciality. It looks like she's destroying the bushes though. Rita? Rita, what are you doing? She's destroying the bushes, isn't she? Yes. I didn't say cut it down. It's all gone. I thought it would only be harvested. Alright. Problem. Because these are rather finite, right? So we don't have a lot of them. 100 cloth it is though. Amber continues with the squash-like plant. Perfect. And Queen continues with the researching. Ken is now going to cut, because Ken is also good with physical stuff. And Jack is sleeping. Yeah, he deserves it. Alright, for Ken actually, let's go in and just say, I know he's good at shooting and stuff like that, but he should also be a crafter because he's interested in that. It's going to be his number 1 priority for this. I really just wanna get him there up to speed with crafting. Having 2 crafters is actually going to be quite nice. Yeah, as we can see, we don't have a lot of pastime yet. Rita is taking a walk, and this actually makes her happy for now. Had a pleasant walk, but it's not going to last for that much longer. So we do need to also work on leisure activities. I only have 1 for now, the shooting target. This is used for relaxation, and the good thing is it also grants combat experience. So we probably should have this rather sooner. And yeah, let's have it a bit further away from everything. Probably over here by the crash. There we have a bit of space, and they can then target and practice shooting from here. They can do it in the open, from above the ground or below the ground, and from the bushes, right? So I think this is a good testing ground for this activity. Alright, by the looks of it, by now we have actually finished the fence. Very good. So we have now a rather strange looking defense all around us. Yeah, according to the terrain, right? We cannot build it on the hills, so that's okay. And a little corridor where the animals and aliens can then attack. We have also discovered the buttermelon now. This local vine plant gives large edible fruits which have tough peel. It reminds me of pumpkins and melons, so we'll call it buttermelon. Ripe buttermelons can be harvested and cooked. They might have some other good uses too. Perfect. And Rita actually already started working on that field. Not very efficiently so yet. She planted one plant there. And then she's going off again. I don't know what I think about Rita so far. She's good cooking, I guess. I mean, people eat it, right? She's not really high on cooking yet. Level 2. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. And once again, we have some very strange sleeping cycles here right now. So a lot of people are staying through the night, while others are going to sleep during daytime. And yeah. Alright. Jack continues with the scavenging. Super important. We need more metal, and this is the only source of metal we can have right now. And very good, there it is. Jack actually looted 49 metal, raw or scrap metal that is. We can use this right away to build traps. They need the scrap metal, and traps stun and hurt animals that go through here that are hostile, right? So we definitely should start with that. Let's go with a row of 3 for 36 scrap metal. And actually, since we have it, we could go ahead with another 2 rows up there. Once again, this is going to take a while. Alright, we have the cloth now, right? Didn't? Yeah, we have cloth. That means we can also start now with making a bow. Very important, another ranged weapon. Let's make it 2 times. And there's Ken with more wood again, that we are also going to need, of course. Alright, Jack continues with crafting a bow, very important, to get also more experience points with that. We need it then for the higher items later on. And Ember builds now the shooting target. It's no surprise that she's doing it, she loves to shoot. Unfortunately, only Jack can use this at the moment since he's the only one with a ranged weapon. But we're working on bows already. Alright, the fields are growing with more grain. I would actually like to work on something else, and that's the cloth blossom. We're actually going to need a bit of that later on the road for beds and stuff like that. We don't need a huge amount of it, right? But still, I should get me some on the way. Let's go ahead and just have another field then up there. How many slots do we actually have? This one. So there it is. And then we can have another one, and that is the buttermelon that we can also now go with. And this is actually requiring 2 fields every time, right? So we can actually still go ahead with that. Oh, an unknown parasite is causing me fatigue and drowsiness. For now, there is no cure, but a skilled healer may be able to think of something. Alright, doesn't sound good. Jack has a sleep parasite. Can we see this already? He's in a mild pain, and there's a sleep parasite, and it causes him to have negative 10% rest from a full sleeping cycle. So he gets a weaker and weaker, more or less, so sleepier and sleepier the longer this actually lasts. Let's also go in with a buttermelon field. Traps are coming along, so this will make our life a lot easier with the next attack. I hope Jack also has the first bow then finished. Quinn is still researching the chitin synthetics that we are going to need. How much more for the raw insect meat? 80%, so it still will last us quite some time there. And there it is, a new bow, and Jack reached crafting level 3. Thus he becomes faster and better with it. He's immediately continuing with the next bow. Perfect. And we have another ranged weapon, and Ember is going to be that gal. She's actually scavenging right now, and at 99% she abandoned it for going to sleep. Let's equip the bow there, please. She now has a spear and a bow then, so you can have 2 weapons. So she's ready to take on anything. And day 6 is coming to an end. Another day is dawning. We have now several sleep parasites, unfortunately. So Ember also has it, Quinn has it, Rita has it. Not really ideal. So we definitely will need to work on a cure. I think also there was an animal bleeding. Yep. This big horde animal is getting attacked by the ducks. And it's probably dying because of that. It's fleeing. We'll just see how long it lasts. It's bleeding now, so this might be my next food running around here. There is another dead one though. Now we actually also scavenged some more cloth, so I don't need to, well, harvest those plants all the time. And another thing I would like to do is, can we actually harvest the grain there? No, unfortunately not. Only some of it, right? Not all of it has is fully grown. These here are, and we can get some grain out of that. So we don't really rely that much on butchering anymore as before, because we can also just live with grain and buttermelons and stuff like that. Or spring and summer, right, where it's growing. In winter, that's a different thing entirely. Since we get the grain in then, can I already go ahead with? No, not yet. Alright, also some more medicine, perfect. And I think Quinn is about to finish now also chitin synthetics. That's going to be another very nice breakthrough. And he also reached level 5 with it. Tailoring another 12 hours. And then we can actually get started with that as well right away. And there it is, synthetics out of insect meat. And let's do this until we have, yeah, 200 fabrics or 200 synthetics actually out of this. There's also the grain crop coming in now from Rita. So now we can actually go in and also make grain porridge. With a bit of chocolate, this might be delicious. And we are going to do this until we have 3 of that. Right, so I just want to have the grain. That's the cool thing about it, is super durable, right? So under a roof, it will last a full year. So if we start stockpiling grain now, it will actually already bring us through winter because it will just last this long. But of course, we need quite the amount of it. Alright, there's also some alloys coming in. By the way, we also have now the stone that I wanted. And with that, we can now start with the furnaces. And this will make sure that we can turn scrap metal into metal alloys. And we're going to need them too at some point later. So let's just have them, yeah, somewhere here. A bit further away, perhaps. Let's make 2 of them for now, so we can do this quickly. And everybody is now at work once more. Meanwhile, Jack has also finished the first synthetic textiles. Very good. We're going to need quite a bit of that. This is also a good way of training the crafting skill. Do we have another bow? Yeah, we have another bow. Ken, you can equip it. Where's Ken? Ah, he's actually already tending to the furnace. So that we are now starting to produce metal alloys out of that. It's going to take quite some time here, right? The smelting process. Equip the spear, Ken, and you should also equip the bow and the spear. There you go, because he's a good fighter. He's got 2 weapons now as well. Now we have some grain porridge as well, very important, because food variety adds to happiness, and we want to keep those people happy, right? We don't want to have them too low on the mood, otherwise they will have a meltdown, or even a breakdown. And this will lead to lasting psychological disadvantages. For my next attack, we might actually look into wooden fortifications that we can use then against the incoming alien attacks. I think also antibiotics. We still have lots of medicine, 21, so it's not super urgent at this point. Let's work on the fortifications after the tailoring. Also, I should probably look into my fence here and give me some fence doors so my people can also exit. So let's have another fence door here. Right, and let's have another fence door on the other side as well. So that people can actually exit from both of these sides there. And don't have to go all around it all the time. Tailoring has been researched, so with this we have another workbench available, the tailor bench. Let's go ahead and give this in there as well right away. Jack has once again scavenged, and this time he found something new, and that is fuel. Fuel is pretty good because we can use it in a generator for electricity. We can also use it for flamethrowers and flame turrets as a defense purpose, for defense purposes. But this is something that we will definitely be able to use then long-term wise. Might be a way to actually produce it ourselves as well, but we'll find out later. Everybody's busy right now. Also constructing some fence doors. And yeah, since we're pretty low on stone, let's also continue cutting down some stone whenever someone has the time for it. Stone is not that far away. I think, yeah, Jack is already going for the mining. Off he goes. Rita is idling. She's not so bad with observing, so we can continue with observing. There is wide-leaf plants. Looks like you might be able to smoke these. Let's have a look at them and observe. It's not that far anyway. Amber meanwhile continues to scavenge. This is the last time we can scavenge the landing pod for now. So after that we will need to research before we can dig deeper. And there it is. Once again some metal. And yeah, oh, Quinn has a risk of meltdown. He's crushingly unhappy because he's super hungry. And yeah, well, you just need to eat something. But with all that researching, he forgets to eat. He was also angered by Ken, so unfortunately those two, I don't think, come along that much, that well. So that should make him a bit happier again. There you go. Also intellect. Yeah, there it is. And happiness grows again. Amber's idling right now. She's done with the scavenging. We can have a look at the other debris. So we have one spaceship debris here and one actually super close. Let's scavenge this one here. This is actually 2. No, it's 1. This is 1 huge debris that we can also start scavenging. Jack brings in the stone. The fields are growing. It's day 8. A good season is upon us with lots of harvests. We should though prepare for the winter by soon starting building a house. And where's that next alien attack coming in? We'll find out in the next episode of Stranded Alien Dawn. The mysteries of a surprise are still not totally clear to us yet, and Rita is trying to solve it step by step. Hello everyone and welcome back to Stranded Alien Dawn. It is day 8 right now after our crash on this alien planet, and right now we are not so bad off. The defenses are set up. We're researching some better defenses right now. Queen is going to make sure of that. We're also having enough food in the storage right now, and we even have the first fields. So of course this is still going to take quite some time, but at least there is food growing for us, and we can just take it a bit relaxed right now. Jack is preparing more weapons, another spear here so that we have plenty of melee weapons available. I think we do have another spear available there. Perfect. Ken, what is going on with you? He's already fully armed. Jack is lacking that spear, so Jack can also equip it right away. And now he continues with the next one as well. There is some cloth outside. I think if it's not under a roof, it will actually spoil. And as we can see, a year it takes for it, right? If it's under a roof, it is actually lasting infinite or indefinite. And that actually counts for most of these building materials. So we should also make sure that we can actually store them under a roof, right? And we can do this right away actually by building us a nice shelter that goes all the way to the end here, right? So it's one big shelter that has the storages in it, and with that we have no problem anymore getting all of this done. Actually, let's just switch it around to this layout so that we have it open in both directions, and with that the storage can then continue, and we could also then add another piece of shelter here or here and add more storage if required, but I don't think that's required for now. It is still spring, though spring is surely and slowly coming to an end, and with that we should then also start preparing for winter finally after the big settling in phase that we are still kind of like being in, but not for that much longer. We also have found some fuel. Right now the wooden fortifications are still going to take a bit of time, but they're finished soon, and then we could actually look to something new. And clothes and weapons lose their integrity over time. We still have the old spaceship debris, of course. Yeah, the tailor table has been finished, and with that we can start with making us a bit of cloth there. I would actually like to go ahead and make us some boots, right, for the summer there especially. It doesn't cost me that much, especially if I use just a bit of cloth. And it makes sure that we are not overheating. And I think the shoes are the first equipment actually that is going to wear out. There it is, right? Losing the most integrity of them. And that means we should probably have a few of them available. Also, training, of course, Jack and Ken while doing that. Let's have a bunch of sneakers there. And let's just craft me some 2 of them as well. And we're not going to use my synthetic textiles on that because we want to save them for something better. Meanwhile, more aggressive animals spawn. However, as we can see, we also got these flightless birds, and boy, they're not so easy to take down. So they're fighting out there right now, just in front of my camp really, which is great for us because it reduces the amount of beetles that will attack potentially. However, it's also not that great because the dead beetles are then scattered all around here. As we can see, they actually prevailed. This one's fleeing now, flightless bird, and now they're waiting here, probably to attack us then as well. Also, we have discovered the smoke leaf. And the white leaves of this planet are remarkably similar to a rare and expensive type of tobacco. Anyway, if I'm correct, these smoke leaf plants contain several alkaloid stimulants. And we can do 2 things with that. We can dry them to make pipes out of it. And we can also boil them for tea. The next day it is once more a bit of rain today. That's fine. Most of my people can work under a shelter, under a roof. I still want to make sure that today we actually finish then our stick shelters here with the sticks and the hay that we have. I mean, the building material is right here, so it's really quick to build, quick and easy. And this will increase now the duration of these here quite a lot. Wooden fortifications has been finished, perfect. With that we have a new area of defense now. That's the tower. Does cost me quite a bit of wood, but it's going to be worth it because with the tower we can shoot from above, and that's definitely something that I would like to prepare. Let's go for the next area of defense. Yes, the flamethrower, there it is. I've been waiting for it, honestly. It's going to make my life a lot easier for any kind of attack. And that's that. Also, we can have a look at the long distance travel. This will unlock us then the expeditions. Very important that we go for this. And I might also have a look at antibiotic production. With that, we have the fermentation up. Now, the animals are attacking. Didn't take them so long. Off they go. And yeah, being the first test for my new defenses here. Let's take my colonists right away. They're all in here actually. Jack also found some more medicine. How very nice. And let's just get them over. Right now still no wooden defense. If they had a tower they could shoot from way further away, right? That's still fine. And as we can see with a few more bows, we are totally prepared for this. Queen and Rita don't have anything yet, so they are sticking behind a bit. I probably should keep Jack though at the front because he has the best weapon. And as we can see, those traps are doing an amazing job at keeping those beetles at bay. They're getting stuck in there, bleeding to death, or getting shot to death as well. So this attack also was no problem for us. Better defense, and of course those beetles already got decimated by the birds as well quite a bit. So that was also a bit lucky there for us. Still 2 of them on their way. There they are. And there's the last one. There you go. And let's also make sure that we can butcher those insects, because they are going to give me once again insect meat, and I can make some synthetics out of that. Super important. The shelters have been finished once more, so now we have good storage here, and the hay, especially the sticks and the cloth, will last now forever. We have no pressure really of using them. Really busy in the camp. Everybody is hard at work, butchering, sleeping. Ken, he has been working through the night actually, so he deserves it. Rita once again is crafting though. I'm not super happy with that. She's not good at that, right? Nor will she get any additional skills out of it, so we probably should say no for Rita to crafting. Actually, it is already deactivated. Tailoring it is though, and this is something we're also going to put down. Jack is actually also interested in tailoring, so he's going to have a higher priority of this. He also reached level 4 on crafting. Very good. This is going to be super important for us in the future. Also, Ken is interested. Very interesting. Ken and Jack are the ones interested in tailoring. So Ken, you're also going to be on level 2 for this. Now I will still need more rocks and stone. Over here we got some nice deposits there that we can mine. Perfect. I will need a lot of this for the foundation of our first house. And also we have the flamethrower. So this is another piece of equipment, another piece of a defense that I want to have. It requires 20 metal alloys, and lucky us, we have already some of them now thanks to our furnace, right? So we can go ahead and let's actually start with that. Let's make sure that we have a nice cone here where the flamethrower is looking in, right? So I would like to have one here, and we can have a second one then on the other side, perhaps a bit further away from each other, so that we get a good area of overlap there for any kind of animal that would like to join then into my to my camp. This also gives me then room to have a tower on both sides. So we're going to have then one tower here and one tower on the other side for defensive purposes. And of course, with all of that construction, we need a few more logs. So let's cut down some trees over there. They're regrowing again out of these bushes, so in that case we should have plenty of trees close by, and we have huge forest over there, but that's a bit further away, of course. Not something I can do right now. It would take too much time. Things are going well. I think we've also, yeah, we got the smoke leaf now that we would be able to also use then. We also have these smoke leaf bushes though that I can also then just always harvest if I want to. Also next up, we can also prepare already the next construction site, which is this area then. So let's cut down a lot of these bushes there. And we might also then harvest these smoke leaves at some point now. Makes people happy to smoke a bit. Also, there it is, a dartboard, a new piece of equipment for leisure activities. It needs to be equipped on a wall, so I can have it anywhere here. Yeah, probably just on this shelter that we have there, right? Be possible? Is it not possible? On the side? Might be possible on the side. There it is. Just something so my people can actually have some fun time there as well. We have finished the long distance travel. This actually leads to a new tech. That's the synthetic armor. That's super important. And this is the most important armor that we can have for quite a few years actually. And yeah, let's go ahead and get the synthetic armor going. This is a long-term project there as well, right? Even after researching it, it's going to take a long time before we can really have a sizable amount of this armor here. Antibiotics, then the synthetics. We might also have a look at spaceship deconstruction. We don't really need yet. Oil extraction, insects, fat that we can have. No, emergency rations. That's a quick one though. Distillation to make some beer out of the grain that we find. Also coffee makes people happy, so this is also something that I can go with. Let's also work a bit on happiness. And then the emergency rations as well. So quite a lot to research. For Quinn, most likely. The next day is dawning. It's day 10. It's probably the last day of spring or the second last day. Either one. And let's have a look at that. A thick column of smoke is rising from a nearby area. This unlocks the thick smoke expedition. Speaking about expeditions, we have the long distance travel. There it is. And yeah, we can with that build now a hot air balloon. It's a really big building and also it's an expensive building, right? So 50 cloth it takes me. Also 10 alloys and 20 sticks. Let's actually have it somewhere over there. Easy to see and easy to, or actually also over here. So this could be a farming area at some point. Decisions. We'll also have it over there, just by the lake, and we are not going to need that area for a long time, right? So there you go. Get the balloon close by. Lots of things to construct, really. The flamethrowers are on right now. We have lots of metal too. Might need to make more alloys then. There's the next tower, or the first tower actually, and there's a flamethrower now. Ready for action? It will then require fuel, so it starts with 10 right away. But of course we will need to find ways of getting more fuel in then. Also construction, level 4 for Ember, that's great. She's now more efficient and building stuff. 2 flamethrowers ready for action, this is going to be fun. Just need a few more logs now for the towers then as well. I was looking with my alloy production, the limit has been reached. We are doing it times right now. This is of course is not ideal. We want to make it until we have a certain amount of storage, and that is about 200. The same goes with my other one. The 200 should be my minimum storage right now, and whenever we are below that, they will just continue smelting again. Food-wise, yeah, we are getting really low there now on the food side. So I might just have a look at my squashes that we have, right? So we have already found them and observed them, so I can harvest them now. Rita should do the job, and with that we get plenty of food that we can then cook into veggie soups. Also, of course, finding some dead animals might be nice as well. This is all temporary until we have the first harvest in, right? And there's lots of grain coming out here. And Rita is going for some farming. This makes her happy, even though she's soaking wet. And And there it is, antibiotics production, and also we have we have lost the first harvest. No, not really. We have also harvested the first buttermelons. Lost harvest it is because Rita can only carry up to 200 of that. The rest is just being left behind, but of course we can always get it then as well. And with that, there's a bit of food coming in as well. And with that, we also have a new recipe then here, and that's the veggie soup now that I can have as well. All the way up to 3 we have then. I will probably not use meat soups anymore. I mean, we still have a bit of meat, but it's going to spoil now soon. So I'm actually going to say no to meat soups, and we're going in with grain porridge whenever we have grain, and veggie soup whenever we have some vegetables stocked in. Queen has reached level 6 on the intellect. Another nice boost here also to my researching. And we have now finished the antibiotics production, and with that we can now start with the fermentation barrels. These are going to be super important for us because not only can we make antibiotics out of grain with that, we can also make pickled vegetables out of vegetables. And pickled vegetables are super durable food for winter time that we can then cook once more. So I definitely want to start with that, and probably having a little fermentation farm somewhere where we can have a lot of these barrels going. And I think over here, right beside my shelters, is a good spot for it. We could also have it on that side here, where we don't really have a lot of things being worked on right now. But I think this area we can keep off limits for the moment. So here is a good spot for it. Also, we can always just easily move buildings around. And yeah, we can go crazy on the amount of fermentation barrels here, right? So we can get full 2 rows down here. That's more than I will ever need, honestly. Let's start with 5 right now, and then I can have more down the road, whatever I wish. It's going to take a lot of logs already just to construct these, and for that I will probably need to cut down some more trees again over here as well. Alright, what's going on here? We do have all the building materials in with the balloon, so this really should get cracking here. New resource, the veggie soup now. Right, and with that, a lot of food is coming in again. How long do the buttermelons last under a shelf and under a roof? 36 days, so that's actually pretty good already, right? If we freeze it, it would then be indefinite, but freezing is not possible at the moment. But that's already a nice amount, and with that we can, we can harvest more and just have a happy summer, really. Everybody's sleeping right now. Day 11 it is. It is still spring. Alright, I'll take it. Next day, it's really beautifully warm right now. 20 degrees, it's perfect. It is summer now at last. And also here, the next tower has been finished. So the defense is looking now fantastic with 2 flamethrowers and 2 towers. And also here now, the hot air balloon is coming finally along. Jack is on its way transporting more logs in. Can reach construction too. Ken, are you actually anything to do? Yeah, he's not really interested in that. He's interested in combat and crafting primarily, but that doesn't mean that he's not getting good at some construction. More first aid kits. We have really a lot of them now, 47. That's going to last us for quite some time. And there is also my hot air balloon, and with that we can start expeditions finally. And I think if I'm looking closely, one of my guys is pretty good at that, and I think it was Quinn, if I'm not totally mistaken. Wasn't he the guy? There it is. Explorer loves going on expeditions. Expeditions take less time. That's the one. And with that, Quinn could go on. He's researching right now, but that's okay. We don't need to research all the time. Wasn't there a... Yep, there's the thick smoke over there. Oh, we need to still supply the hot air balloon with fuel. 30 it takes us. That's a lot. So we should also have a look now at fuel production. And for that, I do actually need manure, right? And out of manure, we can make food, fuel. So where there are animals, there must be also then some manure. So let's just have a look at that. Really? No manure here? We do have lots of animals on that side. There is lots of here. There is manure, right? So there it is. And we can observe it. And out of manure, we might actually do some interesting stuff then. You'd be surprised. I think Rita probably can do it, or Amber. She's going to observe the manure now. Off she goes. Yeah, hot air balloon now has all the resources in, so we can do the thick smoke expedition. Quinn is going to do this, and he's going to be pretty happy about that. To also see the world now, finally. It's also risky, of course. He might never return. Please don't finish researching first though. There it is, on an expedition. Take some medicine with him, and off he goes. Amber, meanwhile, starts observing the manure. That's actually a quick task. Ken continues with the mining for our foundation that we're going to need. And goodbye, Queen. I hope you come back in one piece. Next up, we have discovered manure now. Extensive observations of the object, I concluded that this is indeed the byproduct of common metabolic systems known on many worlds as manure. However, this one seems to be secreting small amounts of flammable liquid that could be collected and used as fuel. And with that, we get the crafting liquid fuel on a workbench. The more manure I collect now, the more fuel we can make. Let's actually go in and also get me the liquid fuel. And yeah, we do need to actually collect manure now. The thing with manure is there is not a lot, usually, most of the time, and it's spoiling rather quickly. So we really need to be fast about it. And I think over there we have, no, this is the only one here. And we just need to be lucky finding more. Wherever there's animals usually. There's 150 manure over here. Plenty of that. Let's collect it. I think Rita will be doing that job. Oh, also, Rita is getting the first harvest done. And that's the grain. Very nice. For all of this, we probably will need a bit more shelter, right? So for the harvests, I will not have enough space there anymore. So let's actually increase the size of our basic shelter that we have there. And with that, we'll be able to, yeah, store a lot more resources in the background than here on these shelves. Ready for cooking then. So I want to keep the food, of course, as close as possible to the cooking area. This will have priority for the next day. And a bit later, the expedition was complete. I am too late. A mangled body lies twisted on the ground not far from the crash site. It looks like they got attacked by something. I won't be able to scavenge everything in one go, but I'll mark the spot. It will be possible to return later. Get out there before you get attacked and do some scavenging now. Ooh, that's a risky decision here that we can do. Bury the poor soul and do some scavenging now. Nah, I'm not going to risk Quinn here. Honestly, I'm not. He has to return immediately. He is one of my most valuable ones as he's so good with researching. I can't risk that. Alright, Jack, and that's a problem, he is actually on his way to eat some buttermelons. That's a raw material really, and we should prohibit that. So I'm also going in now and say allow consumables, not of raw food, right? No one should be allowed to consume raw food from now on. We do have a cook who's getting better at this, hopefully. Yeah, level 3 already. And getting more tasty by the hour. Or by the day at least. Yeah, the darts already is there as well. And this should make people then a bit happier. We still have the survivor's determination on my survivors right now. That's giving me a 40 boost on happiness. This is actually going to end in 1 day and 7 hours. The problem is we have the sleep parasite making people very unhappy. It's dark, drowsy, and few fun things to do. So this is something I'm actually going to tackle, right, with probably a few more musical instruments soon. Also, we probably will need some proper beds as well at some point now, and with that I will need more cloth. I think we have the first harvester coming in of cloth then as well. Getting some proper beds, and also getting some more things to do. Also, we should look for more lights that we have then out here. So we have the wall torch, right? And with that we can illuminate the area a bit. So we can have a wall torch here. We can have one here. We should not have one in the sleeping area, obviously. Not good. I definitely would like to have one here. And probably also want to have one on the outer side here somewhere. There you go. To increase the area with light. This makes people happy too. Alright, a new day is dawning. Day 12. Quinn should return now from the expedition, hopefully. We're going to need him again. Chaos still looms. It's beautiful right now though, very cozy. And of course, we should now soon start preparing then that first house of ours. Because winter is approaching. Stay tuned. Oh yeah, it's that new day dawning again. Another day to work. Let's get to eat, let's get to harvest, let's get to research. And with that, day 12 is dawning upon us. Hello everyone and welcome back to Stranded Alien Dawn. Our little survival series. My colony is coming along fantastically so far. But of course the big threats are looming on the horizon. That is more alien attacks. For that we have prepared with the defense and winter. Now in these shelters we will not survive winter. That's a fact, right? My people will freeze to death. So we do need three things to prepare us for this. A house, a proper clothing, and also electricity. And in this case here, we are preparing right now the next step, and that is the house. For that, I can actually start harvesting those smoke leaves. Not that I can really do anything with that yet, but we will still be able to smoke them at some point, right? That would be it. I would also like to continue now. We need to unfortunately expand that fence here a bit for my construction. So I will need to expand my wooden fence, a few tiles over, right? So that we can increase the size of that house that we have then here. Because in that house, we will need to make sure that we have a lot of things happening. That is, for example, also working, cooking, leisure activities, and also sleeping, right? Because there are times in winter when it's just so cold that you're stuck inside and people should not get crazy there. Let's deconstruct the inner fence. I could play it absolutely safe and wait for the construction of this fence here to be finished. However, it would take just way more logs, so I'm not doing this at the moment, right? So let's actually work on that. We just had an alien attack. I'm not expecting the next one so soon again. Alright, some manure that we collected rotted away already. Where's my manure, by the way? There it is, 60 we have in stock. So with that, I can also starting with the fuel production. And we're basically doing this forever. So whenever we have manure available, just go make fuel out of that. Because I can't think of any other thing why we should keep manure in my storages. Let's just also check it out again. We got some 20 manure over there. So this is very manual, right? And there is 80 manure here again lying around. So whenever someone has time for it, go for it. Rita is harvesting the smoke leaves there already. And we're also about to finish now that layer here of construction. I guess, wait a second, who's actually doing something? Oh, yeah, they're already working on that fence. Very good. Amber and Ken, both of them are very good at construction in general, so they can do this. We got some 240 stone, so that's already plenty of stone that we have there stocked for my foundation. I'm really looking forward to this. And a house takes a long time, honestly. We have so many steps to prepare for that house. That summer is probably, summer is going to last quite some time, right? Then it's going into autumn, and by mid-autumn we should have it ready. So we don't actually have that much time anyway. Queen can continue with the research. Ken and Amber are probably going to be the two that are doing the most for this house here, right? And I think we have the space available just beside that beautiful lake here. So this is going to be a nice lake lodge. And let's go in. For this, we need to do one more research, right? Synthetic armor it is. Then we have the coffee. Let's actually get rid of coffee and emergency rations and go into construction basics. And once we have researched that, we can actually get started with construction and that house. So everything here is prepared for this as well. Perfect. About weapons, by the way, let's actually get the shelters in again. We have another bow because I think we still have someone that does not have a bow. Quinn does not have a bow. Quinn, are you good with fighting there? No, not really, and he also doesn't care. Rita is actually way better. So let's have Rita equip then the bow. She's actually bringing back a lot of grain right now. And by the way, we have finished that inner area. So let's continue with another wooden shelf here. And another shelf here. So this is a lot of storage here now for food and medicine in general that we can then have. Tag also starts with the fuel already. Perfect. And there's also the shelf coming up. Quick and easy. Doesn't really take a lot. Risk of meltdown on Jack. What's going on? He's hungry. Alright, then eat something please. He's doing that now. He's got a few fun things to do. He's got the sleep parasites like everybody else. This is actually something that increases in danger the longer it holds, right? So this will make people increasingly unhappy. He was also annoyed by Quinn, so he's not coming along that much with Quinn, unfortunately. What can you do about that? I really should also work on musical instruments. We do have the problem that, and bench presses, that my people get increasingly unhappy. Music can change that. Let's also put this in the queue there. So Queen, you have a lot of things to do right now. Now, a bit of scavenging there again on the metal side. That's okay. With that we can get more alloys out. And I will still need a lot more logs as well. So unfortunately, yep. Over here we have now that forest. Let's also start cutting this down. It's going to take a while. But we're going to need a lot of that. The last meat I think has rotted away. There we have the shelters then now. And these shelters here, they're only going to store now raw food and also medicine. There's the smoke leaf. How long does it last? Under a roof a full year. So there's no rush for this one. Amber has a very interesting shooting technique. There must be a hole in that shelter here, and she's shooting through that hole to get to that shooting target over there. This makes her happy at least, so I'm happy too. We also have the torches up, and with that some light. This should reduce the penalty for living in the dark. More stone is coming in. There's manure coming in. People are really hauling everything in they can. We actually have a bit of a pressure there right now on the time. I think the fence though, the fence has been finished. What we can do here still is also giving me a fence door once again to get to that farm. And there also is the synthetic armor. Now with the synthetics that I'm trying to stockpile now, we can then start also making us some of those. So let's get rid of the sneakers there. And instead we're now going in with, yeah, let's say actually the tops first, right? Synthetic vest. We have 5 people. Ken at least has a synthetic armor, so we'll need at least 4. So that's going to be super expensive, right? So let's make 3 for that. Let's start small. We're probably going to need the whole set there really for all of them. And I would also like to go for some helmets because no one of them has a helmet right now. And this is giving me definitely the biggest boost as well there. So 3 times on that. And then also some boots, synthetic boots, also 3 times for now. This is going to cost me a lot of alloys and a lot of synthetics then. So at this point I really hope that there's another alien attack coming in soon. Because this basically gives me then synthetics as well. Right, we're working on construction right now. The musical instruments is next, and then we can actually go into 2 more important things. That's the pickling, and with that we can start the processing of conserved food, right? Super important. And also over here now is then as well the chemical cloth synthesis. This is super important because we can make then also synthetics or synthetic fiber out of fuel. And fuel is actually something we can easily produce out of manure, for example. So let's also go in with that. We need lots of this in general. There's also the fuel fermentation. But however, as you can see, we do need the insect meat already for synthetic. So this doesn't make a lot of sense to me right now. Other than that, I think we have a good queue right now. There might be then also electricity that we can unlock. However, we still have a bit of time for that. Now, Jack is going to cut down that forest over there. Yeah, that's going to be a busy day indeed for everybody. Rita continues with the harvesting. The harvest should then already be stored here. Perfect, there you can see it. And there's the grain then, lots of it. And under a roof it lasts a full year. So this will already last until next summer. So for this winter, as much grain as possible already brings us through that. We also have the fermentation barrels now ready, as we can see. And with that I can start the fermentation process of antibiotics. We don't need that much of it. So let's actually just do until we have, let's say, 50 antibiotics in store. Right, so we're going to use it for this, and we're also going to use it for this. 50 might actually be way too much already. I don't know. 2 of them, that's fine. The other 3 we're going to preserve then for the pickling. Now the spaceship still gives me 2 more scavengers. That's okay, so we can keep it. There's no more expeditions at the moment. Another 20 manure rotted away. This is not good. I mean, no, that's the message actually for manure that we marked on the map, right? And yeah. It's rotting away very quickly. There's just some wood. There's no manure anywhere right now. Some 60 over here. Let's take this. It's a very manual process that we just need to keep going. Amber and Jack are both now cutting down. Perfect. We're going to need lots of that. Insufficient storage area for logs. Alright. We could have our own stockpile area just for building materials, the heavy ones. I still, however, have this area here under a roof, right? So this is still roofed. Is it? No, actually it's not. Nah, it's not. It's just a shadow here. I thought it was, but it's not. Doesn't matter. We can still have a stockpile area just for heavy materials that can just last as long outside, right? Like stone, for example. Jack has a meltdown, unfortunately. That's probably because of his sleeping parasite. Yeah. Sleeping parasite is increasing. He's also in a little pain because of that. He's food binging out of that now, right? So he wants to eat as much as possible. That's okay. We have plenty of food. Also, at the same time, we have a heat wave. Outside temperatures are 8 degrees higher than usual during this disaster. Crops grow more slowly and start to losing health. So we can also check this out. It's got 32 degrees right now. This will climb. For now, though, buttermelon is fine. And also the cloth blossom is still fine. This is lasting us until what kind of temperature? Doesn't state that here. I thought it would be here. You have enough healthy plants though. At the moment there's no problem. There it is. Up to 50 degrees the tolerance for that is. And for the cloth blossom as well, right? So there's no problem here with that heat wave for the moment. We picked the right crops. Alright, that stockpile is coming along. This is a stockpile only for the heavy stuff, construction material. Everything else is off for this one. And with that we have enough for the wood. Alright, we got the stone, we got the wood. We still need to have the construction finished. Quinn is sleeping though, that's okay. We have no more food, so what is going on with Rita? There she is. She's going to cook now. Hurry up, please. We probably will still need to have a bit more food in stock. So grain porridge until we have 5 and veggie soup until we have 5. No one should eat raw materials here, nor can they anyway. Alright, in the middle of the night, Quinn finished the research. We have the antibiotics, the construction basics, and also we have the first antibiotics finished out of the wood fermentation barrel, right? This is super important. Antibiotics we're going to need for quite a lot of sicknesses down the road, and it makes sure that we don't have any deadly diseases, quick and yeah, infections as well. It will probably not help with the sleep parasite, right? So increase the need for sleep, rest from full cycle, 10% now also, and yeah, this is just keep going. There's nothing we can do for that right now. There's no cure yet. There is a cure though, but that's for later. Construction basics, with that we finally have the housing available, a whole bunch of new stuff, and this is exciting because with that we can now start with the foundation, and of course we want to have a stone foundation. It's super sturdy, strong support, and yeah, with that we have also enough stone available. So let's get started on our first house. We can expand this, right, whenever we want to, and yeah, we definitely should have a proper house for everything available. Though we should also not make it too large, right? If we make it too large, we risk that we are not finishing the construction on time, right? So I definitely do not want to have the biggest house yet. We're probably going to make sure, yeah, all the way up here. And let's start with that. We will also need stairs that we can then have. Oh, and there's also a rescue pod. A rescue pod fell in the distance. This is super important actually. Let's go ahead and make this one first. And that is the crashed rescue pod. Quinn, go for it. There might be a survivor in this, right? After he finishes the sleeping there. I would like to have another stone construction here. All the way, there you go, so that we can have a central entrance point here, right? So this is going to be our foundation, and we can then expand. We can add wings to it if we want to, right? A wing over here for perhaps, or something like that, just to make it also look proper then. But as a basic stuff, it needs to be basic, it needs to be easy to set up, and easy then also to separate into different areas. So we can have then, for example, here some sleeping rooms, right? I would definitely like to have a couple of them. We have then a cooking area, and we have a crafting area, something like that. Everything for winter basically. The foundation is only the first step. Next would be then the walls, the floor, the roof, windows and doors, rooms, and then the equipment last. So this is going to take quite some time. So we really need to keep it basic. Alright, logs, we have lots of it now. We have also enough stone. I might actually just out of safety reasons cut me some more stone here. Right, so whenever we have it. It is, yeah, a third of the summer is almost over then soon. Day 14 it is right now. Ah, very good. Aggressive animals. Only 14 though. This is not going to be very dangerous for us. Quinn is on his way now on that expedition. Perhaps he finds me a survivor. That would help us greatly. Alright, I really do have that problem with unhappiness though, so we need to provide more things. Musical instruments is now up next, that's good. I would probably also look into coffee right away. This is a good stimulant, it also helps a bit. Tea boiling, actually, if we boil the raw leaves, get rid of toxin, it would make a refreshing tea beverage. Let's go with this, and let's actually queue it up first. Because we have the smoke leaf, right, and we can use this. Alright, expedition complete. I found a survivor! Daniel joins. Welcome them to our camp. And of course I'm doing this. Though I have no idea how good Daniel is. He's old, I can see this. He's incapable of combat. Now that's not a great help. He's good with intellect though. He's very interested in healing. That's not the best trait, honestly. A bit of crafting, a bit of construction. Yeah, Daniel is not a good addition to this camp. Also he's got some jackets there. Cold tolerance is also only -2. Not ideal, absolutely not. I will need another bed though. Another sleeping spot for now. We're going to wait on the beds then until we have that house completed, right? So yeah, Ember starts now with the foundation. And there's also the animal attack now. 14 of them. They might actually just perish also in the flamethrowers. I might have Jack. Oh, Jack is out there right now. Where's Ember? Ember is here. I don't need all of them. Ken also has a bow, so let's take those two. And oh, they're attacking actually Jack. Oh, this is not cool. Yeah, he's getting hurt now. Oh, this is not good. We need to send someone over there. We need someone to help Jack. Oh, that is a bad timing on this. Not ideal. And yeah, also a lot of logs are left behind. Ember can hurry up. Those are my fighters, so they're good with that. Jack is already taking a lot of damage. He also has some bite wounds now. Bitten of flesh. He will need bandages too. Let's actually also have some bandages made. I don't have that yet. Oh no. Oh, look at that, we've missed. Alright, let's fight a bit. They can shoot while we actually kind of like, yeah, kite them around. Still, this is a bad situation overall. We were surprised, and I was really surprised that they went right away for Jack in the forests. There's one more. Over there. Done. Phew. Alright, yeah. Awaiting treatment. Jack will definitely need some treatment there soon. Let's butcher those animals as well. Rita will be able to do this. She's, by the way, harvesting right now. That's great stuff. The buttermelons. Can I already go ahead and make the pickled? Do we have that now? No, we still haven't finished that one yet. Ken? Daniel, I think, wasn't so bad with crafting, right? Yeah, let's have Daniel make some bandages there real quick. And after that, he will treat Jack right away. Come on, Daniel. You have to pay the bills. There we have the bandages. Jack is still bleeding. And now he's healing Jack. And he's actually passionate about healing, right? So he's my doctor, obviously. We also have the tea boiling. That's super important. And with that, we can make tea. Let's actually make it until we have some 5 tea also in stock. So that's something for Rita then. Daniel, there it is. And healing it is for him. Highest priority. And crafting you can also do on a higher priority since you're good at that. There it is. He's already leveling up out of that. He's that passionate about healing. Jack is no longer bleeding at least. Jack is probably my most important member right now. He's just doing so many things. Ken is also still... Where's Ken? Oh, Ken is on his feet again. Target practice. Ken, you by the way should continue with the liquid fuel. That manure is spoiling really quickly. Right, and I don't want to get it wasted there. We need the fuel. Cure sleep parasite. I found a cure for the sleep parasite. I will heal all of its victims at once to get rid of their fatigue and drowsiness. This is actually very lucky. The last time I played this game with the sleep parasite, it lasted for a full year. And this one here, actually, we are able to cure it right away. And that is Jack. He probably had a fever dream or something. And he has been cured of that and he's treating the other ones. That's great stuff, especially also for happiness, right? Because in this case here, we will no longer have this penalty that is growing or nagging on everyone. Perfect. Alright, Daniel is officially the manure trader now. He's also the doctor, of course. And someone should butcher really those insects there, please. A new day is dawning. And the construction of the foundation continues now with greater speed. Hopefully. This is still only the first step. We are going to lack a lot of stone as well, so this is where Daniel also comes in as an additional worker that can do this. Some beautiful 24 degrees right now, even though we have the heat wave. I think no one really comes along or gets along with Ken. They're arguing right now, so it's not really like anyone is not annoyed by Ken. No idea what's going on there. Out of stone, unfortunately, so for the rest of the foundation we're going to need more stone. This is something we already have marked over there then as well. Whenever someone has time, do it please. However, there's a lot to do right now. Also more fuel comes in. Super. And I think also here the first antibiotics. However, they should not really stick outside, because if they're outside, they're actually spoiled within 24 days. If they're under a roof, they're lasting 2 years. So of course, on this shelf here, right, actually there is... It's 2 stockpiles, look at that. Right, I'm also going to deselect everything here except the construction materials. And there it is, also musical instruments finally. So we finally have something new, the handpan and the didgeridoo. Now in this case here, we probably should have also once again a roofed area for this. Unfortunately, I'm lacking a bit of space right now. I can't have it here because that's beside the sleeping spot, so it would definitely disturb my people. So let's actually, yeah, have it in here in the storage area. You can have now some music. Or you know what, let's actually just build a shelter real quick. It's not like it costs me a lot, right? So this just only cost me a bunch of sticks. And we can have a nice music area. Probably here, looking towards the lake there at the moment. We could also have it here. I think I like this idea. Having a bit of a music area there. It's outside of the fences though, so this is not something I should have. So, or over here, overlooking the lake. Not a good area too. That's the problem when being a romantic. We always want to find the right place for something. And yeah, music should look towards the lake here. We have that beautiful lake. So let's have it here for the moment. It's not really in a good location there, but it is actually then providing, yeah, we will have a house then anyway, right? And in here, we're now having then a didgeridoo. And also a handpan, so they can actually play music together, right? While looking over the lake. Alright, also the foundation is coming along, all the materials are in now. And with that, the first very important step towards winter has been finished. Also the pickling is in, so we can now start on preserving vegetables. And yeah, next up is then probably the walls. And we're doing this in the next episode of Stranded Alien Dawn. Stay tuned! Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Stranded Alien Dawn once more, to a little colony that is growing right now, up to 6 people we have in the first year. And right now it is day 16, we are closing in on the middle of summer at this point, so perfect, really. Everything is perfect, the beautiful temperatures, right? The death is not really on our doorsteps right now. I mean, death is getting closer, but for that we're preparing our beautiful house, our first version, our first house over here. This is the foundation, and here we can now continue onwards right away. Another important milestone is Jack has started with the tailoring of synthetic vests. This is a super important milestone because that is some advanced clothing that we can start with that here now as well. Next up, we have lots of buttermelons stocked up, and I would like to continue now making pickled vegetables out of that. So we can take one wooden formation barrel here, and pickled vegetables it is until we have a stockpile of, let's say, 500, right? Let's start with that. I can pick the other 2 here, and I can say mirror this one, right? And now they're also doing this all the way up to 500. So I do need to do it for everyone that's itself. Now this should work. Yeah. Ken is already handling it and getting that buttermelon over, and with that we can start also then preparing food for the winter then, besides grain of course, but we definitely should keep some variety there. So the grain of course is for, you know, antibiotics, is for the grain porridge, and is also for coffee, and then we have the buttermelon here for pickled vegetables and the veggie soups. Alright, that's that. Researching, we continue onwards with the chemical cloth synthesis. So out of fuel I can make then also synthetic fiber, super important, so that we can continue also with that production. It's taking a while though, right? So 4 days in tops, that's a lot of time. For further researching, I might, we might look at coffee then next up after this. Why not? There's nothing super important right now. Power is not super important yet. Bench presses, of course, to also have another leisure activity is nice, but that's it. Nothing severe at the moment. So that gives me time now to prepare that next construction step with the walls. Now we have a bunch of walls available. The worst is the metal, because there's awful thermal insulation. It gives the cold right inside, right? It transports the cold right inside. Sticks are not that much better too. Wood is actually the best one early on, and we can make a nice plank house out of that. We have a lot of wood at the moment. So let's just make sure that, yeah, it's looking to the right direction there as well. And we're just going to make this wall here all around it now. Once again, this is going to cost me quite a bit, but it's going to be worth it. Then we are also going to need, of course, a door. And the door needs, actually, yeah, a plank door, I think it is as well. Let's just make sure that we have it here. There you go. Ah, look at that, they're actually playing music. We just stopped at that. This makes them very happy, that's fine. Another cool thing is no one has the sleep parasite anymore. So Jack found it in his fever dream when he had the meltdown and was attacked by a lot of insects that actually had a lasting effect on him, and he defeated the sleep parasites, right? So that's a nice step towards prosperity there as well for us, because I was already a bit bothered by that, or worried by that, let's say it like that. Alright, actually we don't have any tea yet in stock, right? I did already order it. So where's Rita? You are the one. After you sleep finished, let's please make me some tea. That makes people happy a lot. And there it is, Jack was really working through the night. He also leveled up his crafting skill. Oh, and also we got the first synthetic helm there as well. So my set is growing, and this is something we can then use for winter, especially because they got a very nice thermal insulation. Also, it's very good for defensive purposes against aliens. Pickling, that's that. Jack reached crafting 2, crafting 6 actually, and day 17 is dawning. We're now in the middle of summer. And I'm glad that I did not cut down those trees. It's a nice shade area here, shady area where people can just sit in there and enjoy the time and meditate. Eating together is so important. People do this a lot. Perfect. And also more antibiotics coming in. So we're really nicely stockpiled on this. So 58 first aid kits, 50 antibiotics, and a few bandages as well. Meanwhile, the construction of the wall continues. Daniel is a good helper for that. He's not that great with construction, right? I mean, he's level 3. That's okay. He can do quite a bit. And this is consuming now a lot of wood as well. And there it is. The first walls start to appear. This is also a nice step forward. Also, there it is. Tea. Some 5 tea. How long is tea lasting? Oh, and also another... Where's tea? Where's my tea? I think it's still stocked in here right now. Can't see it in my shelves at least. What is Rita doing there? They actually should be cooking. We got Toxic Ash, the next bad event really. Being in the open during this disaster causes uncomfortable shortness of breath and reduces movement speed. Prolonged exposure could cause blood poisoning. Also, solar panels produce less power and plants grow slower. We have another batch coming up, right? So we will definitely have one more harvest, perhaps 2 harvests out of the grain. That would be great. Stockpile as much of that as possible. Yeah, unfortunately they will get sick now a bit. And they will also have some minor pain. Yeah, moderate pain it is already. We don't have a roof here yet. It's important to stay under the shelter there. There's the tea now as well. Just really want to see. Under a roof it lasts 1 year and 24 days, so that's very nice too. And gives me a nice happiness boost. Meanwhile, we're about to finish the wall, so we can actually work on the next step for the house right away, which is the roof. The roof is also going to take a long time again. We can decide between a plank roof and a normal wood roof. I think for this we might actually just go for a normal one, right? That is then all around here. And look at that. This will cost me 700. I would like to have a bit of a balcony there too, so this will cost me even more. But it's going to be worth it. So this is 1,000. Yeah, that's a lot. Right, there you go. That's 1,000. 1,100 on the roof. This is going to take a long time. It's the biggest step probably now that we have for this house, right? All right. So we will need to cut down more forests again. This one here. So this is my house that I see here. Let's just. There's already 80 wood again, and the evergreen trees. We can continue cutting them down. Not easy right now because of the ashes, unfortunately. So this is reducing health, but we do have enough medicine as well. And they can take the happiness boost. Plus, we need to do it anyway, right? We have no choice. We need to finish that house. We will not be able to support or to survive winter otherwise. 4 people are working on the wood now. That's great stuff. There's just something very satisfying of so many people coming in with wood. A small flickering light can be seen in the distance, breaking the monotony of the darkness. It could be a campfire. Maybe there's another survivor out there. Unlocks the campfire expedition. Yeah, we have 6 survivors already. We should not strain it too much. Alright, too many survivors could also lead to bad things happening again. Also, we need to be careful about food. Winter can last quite some time. I think we also have the first pickled vegetables coming in soon. Yep. I will actually need more. I will still need more logs. It's crazy, but yeah, we need that. Production-wise, let's go for more fermentation barrels. Yeah. Another 5 here, right? So we still need 700 wood in total for everything. And Rita is sick. She's got blood poisoning, probably because of the toxic ash, but we have enough antibiotics to actually tend it. Daniel, you're the one actually, right? You should be able to do this. So treat, heal Rita. He can do this. And he likes it too, right? So he's actually a passionate doctor. Daniel is not that useless after all. And Daniel, please stop eating raw food. He still has this habit. Amber likes to drink some tea, and with that also gain some happiness out of that. Enjoy the beverage. Plus 15. It's quite a lot. Alright, construction of the house continues. Aggressive animals, 35. Very close to us, so we need to be careful there. And there's also some large beetles now, right? So small ones, medium ones, and large ones. These are the most dangerous ones. I don't have that much scrap metals, so I will not be able to repair that many traps. How's the scavenging looking? Yeah, we have also finished the scavenging of this one. There's not going to be any more scavenging for now. We really need to push the house. And I really need that roof here being finished. Still going to take a long time. Also, we need more wood for the barrels. That's something I cannot do right now. And food-wise, lots of buttermelon. That's okay. It's not great though, right? Because buttermelon will rot away in 36 days. We are out of grain, so I still need more of that. Yeah, there will be 2 more harvests coming in at least. Severe heat wave it is now. We are now moving towards 40 degrees. This could be a problem for some of my survivors. It will probably also be a problem, yeah. Now we are actually losing some temperature on the fields. Toxic ash plus the severe heat wave. And I thought summer would be comfortable. Cozy. It's not. Let's just make sure that no survivor really is in this area when they attack, right? So Ken is there. That right now that might be a bit risky. Jack is going to sleep right now, alright. Coming home from the forests. And they're attacking. Where's Ember? She's sleeping. Together with Ken. They can actually do some fighting there. Jack is also on his way. Let's get over there. Ken, go up on the tower. The same goes with Ember. Daniel, you're going to get a spear. Oh, he's incapable of combat, right? There was something about that. Rita, you can fight. Rita has something? No, she needs a bow still. Oh, they're coming in quickly. Look at that. Jack, get over there. Look at that. This is a pretty massive attack. The flamethrowers are doing a nice job there. Killing as many as possible. Jack is still too far away. Oh, come on, Rita. Equip that bow. This is not looking good. They're attacking now also my flamethrower. There's Jack. There's also Quinn and Rita now. Yeah, we lost the flamethrower there. That was needless, right? That wasn't really necessary. But those large beetles were really aggressive. Let's undraft. Let's also butcher as much as possible here. And then we need to repair. Unfortunately, metal alloys it will take. We'll also need to consume more fuel of that again, but it's fine. Yeah, Jack has a bit of a pain there. Not a great day for him. Going to bed again. When you have musical instruments, you have music, and music is everything that one needs to make a party. Let's gather and dance at 19. Okay. Strange that this comes actually from Ken. Because he seems the least liked person in this camp. Oh. Jack has another meltdown, I wonder why. He's got another food binge, that's okay. He's just going to eat as much food as he can. He's got a burnout. It's always to do this and do that. I must relax, I must do something. Alright, this brings us to the next thing. Leisure activity. I actually forgot about this on the schedule. And we don't have that yet, right? So we need relax time. And I would like to add 2 hours of relax time now for all of them, right? So they're going to have time together here before they go to bed. They can relax a bit. Rita failed trying to calm him down. Daniel continues with the construction. That's very good. Still so much wood missing. Holy cow. We also need to butcher some insects there again. At least Quinn will be finished with the chemical cloth synthesis soon. This is a pretty important tag. And there's also more insect meat again that we can then also make into synthetics. And then we also have it for the first time, the new resource, the pickled vegetables. They're coming out now of my barrels. Now, very important once again that we actually assign everyone to not eat that, right? Big meal, the raw, I think it's in the, yeah, it's under raw food anyway, pickled vegetables. No one should eat this at all costs because it's a very durable product that we are using then for winter to cook us some meals. I was looking, by the way, there with my grain. Oh yeah, coming along, so the next grain harvest will be coming in soon. And can also reach crafting 4, that's nice. And there it is, music night, it's time. And they gather for celebration now here. I think someone is missing. Ah yeah, Daniel. They're just waiting for it now. Now they're playing, they're having a party there, that's great. But I think Jack doesn't like it so much. He's anxious. Trying to play along. The next important research, chemical cloth synthesis, perfect. So as long as we have enough fuel for my flamethrowers and for my balloon, we can actually also go in and say, make me some synthetics out of the fuel, please. Yeah, and I'm going to manually do this. Right now we have 60 fuel, so let's make 3 times synthetics out of that. There's the pickled vegetables now, also being stocked here. As we can see under the roof, it will last me a full 2 years. And if we freeze it, it will last me indefinitely. Alright, how's it looking here? Yeah. Still miss 600 wood. But at least they continue there. We got also a lot of wood there stored. Yeah, 90, 95. And Daniel has been really diligent with that. Right, even working through the night, so he sees actually the danger of not having this finished on time. But I think at this point we're coming along just fine. Yep, the next harvest for grain is coming in. That's also important, because the sooner we harvest that, the sooner we can start with the next farm. And I would definitely like to have it once more until winter, right? So that's a lot of grain coming in now that we can also then use. And by the way, here I could also say instead of antibiotics, we have 54 anyway. Let's actually go in and make me some pickled vegetables there as well until, yeah, 500 or so. Using all the buttermelon that we still have in stock. The real coffee, the next one has been researched. Nothing for now. That's actually something we could also use, right? So Quinn is now available for other tasks, and boy, there's a lot to do right now. first aid kits, there they are, bandages and antibiotics, but we have enough of them, so it's not important right now. We also don't need to tame animals at the moment. So I think I'm rather fine with how it is. We could go for toolsmithing. With that we can make some tools. Right, earplugs for example help a lot with sleeping, so let's do this. And then electricity. And we're also having now synthetic boots, so look at that. This is coming up nicely here. My cloth storage, and it's still summer, so I think it's schedule. Ceiling is being constructed now. Don't forget, it's the ceiling and then the roof. Right, so there's 2 steps involved here actually. And Daniel is doing this. I still will also need a bit more metal for the metal alloys. We still have these spaceship debris over there. Yeah, that's okay. There's also some manure coming in again. Who's actually chopping wood though? We need more. Probably Daniel then, once he's finished here with the construction. Another day over, it happens so quickly. And by now we are starting to see autumn coming up soon. Toolsmithing, there it is. There we have the tools now, so we can actually go in with a harvesting tool. This makes harvesting, cutting and mining way faster for the wearer for 30 metal alloys. And we also got the earplug. So let's go in with the harvesting tool. Let's actually make 2 of that for now. And then I would also like to craft me the earplugs. It requires some cloth, but we have plenty of that. Until we have, 10 earplugs available. Right, and my people can then use it. Have a bit more undisturbed sleep, because right now this is not optimal of course, but we just simply don't have the time to make bad rooms right now. This is what this house is then for. Jack has now the cutting, perfect, we need more. By the way, how's it looking? Yeah, we have cut now almost all the trees. There is more trees here that we can cut. Oh, and there is another spaceship debris coming down. No idea what actually went wrong there in space for all of this to happen. The house continues, just fine. And Quinn is working on electricity now. That's also something that's important then. But for that we'll need more metal alloys, I think. Also, and we are really unlucky there, we haven't found a single electronics yet as far as I can see. This is something we also will need to work on soon. I think also, yep, we have finished the ceiling. And with that we have the room, because we get the cave dweller penalty here. And that basically means that they're in a dark room. Right, so there is no more opening there. Annoyed by Quinn, let's just have a look. Yeah, it's disappearing so quickly again. But yeah, we have finished with that, the ceiling at least, right? So they're working on the roof now. But this is coming along as we can see. Perfect. Alright, Jack reached crafting 7, perfect, he's getting better at this and with that also faster. We get, another attack right by the fields, 28 of them. Only small beetles so as far as I can see, so nothing too dangerous. No cute research, that's okay, we don't really need to research anything at the moment. Quinn can help out with construction. And the electrical grid, there we have it now, right? But for that we'll need a few more metal alloys and also then electronics. There's power pole we have, and now we can work on power production. Right, that was the next one then here. The solar panels and the wind turbines, but we need to find electronics for that. I'm a bit unlucky on that side. If we're super unlucky, we'll need to build the diesel generator and consume fuel. That is hopefully not happening though. And the ceiling is finished. We're now working on the roof. And we haven't even started with the interior yet. Yeah. And a new day is dawning. The earplugs are about to be finished. There they are. Also, we have the first harvesting tools in. So Rita, of course, is going to equip this once she's finished with cooking. We can then equip harvesting tools. That's going to help her out with the harvesting of the fields. Security signal. The site of a recent crash started emitting an automated high-frequency security signal. The codes are characteristic to the military modules. The signal is either coming from a ship's defense system or from an onboard reconnaissance vessel. A new expedition has been unlocked with that. Not that we really have much time, right? So, constructing the roof, perfect. 500 more logs still. We still need to wait for this attack also to be over before I feel comfortable again going on expedition. Earplugs we have, so this will help. The first 5. They're consumed though rather quickly. There she has it now. Where is that? Harvesting tools up here, right? So it doesn't replace weapons or something like that. So rather up here. And with that, she's now 20% faster with mining, harvesting, and cutting. So yeah, Jack probably or Quinn should also have this. They're now on their way now to cut down the logs. Not super comfortable with Ember leaving camp right now, but that's okay. We still have Ken and Jack, and we have the flamethrowers too. Does a pulse rifle. Oh my goodness, this is actually pretty big. Pulse rifles are super powerful weapons. Just with my laser pistol, we are in for a treat here, and he's bringing it home like the holy grail or something like that on his way. Now, Ken continues with his scavenging. He thought that that weapon is so good there must be more, right? Let's just have a look at that as well. However, I still need also almost 400 logs to satisfy my productions and my constructions, and Ken and Ember are doing this right now, and Quinn is also helping out over there. Of course, we need to be careful though, because those hungry pests he will attack on site soon. Who actually should equip it? I think it might be Ken. He's my best combat guy right now. Ember is also good, and Jack, of course, he's the best actually, but Ken is interested in combat, so he should probably have it, as he's getting the best skills out of that. Daniel is no fighter at all, right? He's just a medic. But that's also important, of course. Now there's the logs coming along. Very important. With that, we'll have it soon. That's another important milestone, because holy cow, that's a lot of work, of course. Especially transporting all of this always back to camp is a long distance there, really. And yeah, that's over soon then. Daniel still goes out there with the scavenging. Let's actually get Daniel though back in. Let's stop with the scavenging for now. Those animals will attack now anytime, and I really don't want to risk having anyone over there and once again being trapped then by them, right? So that's not something. Yeah, Ember and Quinn are still out there. Jack is coming back home. Who's actually in here? Ken, he's there, right? After he's finished with the sleeping, you can equip the pulse rifle. That's important. Rita is also unarmed. Now she's got the bow, perfect. And she's also going to equip a spear. She is not that incapable of combat, right? She does have the skill for it. I'm super vulnerable right now with those guys in the forests. But Jack is now coming back in, so this should be fine. Yeah, they're not attacking yet. Alright, Ken is idling a bit. Where's Ken? There's Ken. No idea why you're idling. Yeah, we're not scavenging right now. This is important actually. Do I have research right now? I also don't have any research. We could go in and get me the spaceship deconstruction, and with that we can start the next phase of scavenging. Right, because we're going to do a lot of scavenging soon, once this house here has been finished. Also, no more logs are missing. We have all the remaining logs that we need for that roof. And then we can start on the interior, which of course will take time again and construction materials. But that's okay. Okay, where's that attack coming? They're taking their time here, right? And Ken, you have the weapon? Ken has the weapon loaded. Advanced short-ranged weapon emits pulse waves which slow down or stun all hostiles on their way. And you actually need a good combat skill for this to be effective. And oh, look at that. They're migrating away. Yeah, they're fleeing. They're not even attacking. This is not so good. I was hoping for an attack, because that would bring insect meat that we can use for fiber. Yeah, alright. I guess it wasn't worth it for them attacking. There were only small beetles. At the same time though, we have the first insect meat nest over here. And these are pretty dangerous, right? First of all, we have these advanced creatures on them, the spike-tailed insect. So they are going to actually shoot from afar as well. These are ranged fighters. And also there's more and more of them spawning and then always attacking us. So we can of course order them to attack this. However, we are not equipped for this yet. It's on the other side of the lake. So if they attack, we have some time to react. That's at least something. But it's not a good sign. Will not make winter any easier. We have finished chopping down all the trees here. And the next forests are far away. So unfortunately, I mean, over there we still have a forest that I can chop down. There it is. I don't need that. It's a bit closer. Rita reached cooking level 5, so her food probably is not tasting that bad anymore. Also, what we are going to say here is, please, Rita, yeah, she's cooking the pickled vegetables right now. So this is another thing we need to do. In the veggie soup, don't pick up the pickled vegetables for now. Right? Super important. We want to conserve as much of that as possible from now on. The next harvest is coming in soon anyway. We might also go out there and harvest some of those buttermelons ourselves to maximize the yield for pickled vegetables. So there we have still buttermelons. We would also have those bushes. I could observe them. There's lots of grown berries over there. Let's observe. Any other buttermelons anywhere? Oh, lots of manure. Let's harvest that. There's more buttermelons that we can also harvest. Manure. Buttermelons. No, actually, this is not it. Ah, now we got more aggressive animals again. They have returned, this time with medium-sized beetles. It's going to take a while though before they attack. And Quinn has also researched the spaceship deconstruction, and with that we can continue now the landing pod and can continue salvaging this, and this is right around the corner. The same goes with this one here, and that gives me a lot more again in scavenging. Ken is getting the logs over here. Also, we gotta just say, this is a beautiful planet. Look at the sight from up here into that valley, to our base, and to that beautiful lake. Alright, there it is. The animals are attacking. Jack is in town, that's great. Quinn is also in town. And Rita is also in town. Daniel and Ken are far away though. The same goes with Ember. Once again, not ideal. Quinn, do we have a weapon here? Yes, equip a short bow, please. You can help out there too. They're attacking. The large beetles once again are the bad ones though. Not having the full force here is not going to help us. And Quinn just got his first point in fighting. Yeah, it's especially those large beetles that are hurting us the most because they can rush in like that. And they're destroying now the wooden tower. There it's destroyed, so Jack will have to fight now. And now they're also attacking Rita over there, but Rita is still safe a bit. Jack, are you trapped? No. Perfect, and that's it. Wasn't so bad. And the wound tower is getting repaired then again, of course, as well. Yeah, we are lacking now lots of alloys there as well. And I will really need more scrap metal. So we need to do the scavenging. But then again, we need to also finish that house. So let's just keep this going for a while. The nights are getting colder already now, right? Dropping again. Then we have those wounds, but Rita is already tending to them. Daniel is rather constructing the roof. We should have plenty of medicine, really. First aid kits and antibiotics for everyone. Oh no, Jack has an illness. It's an infection though, only, so we can treat it with the antibiotics that we have. And Rita also reached level 4 on the healing. Makes it easier for her to heal in the future. And we also discovered the fruit bush, finally. I think it was Ember, right? Yep. Over here. And this is then some berries that we can also use then for pickled vegetables. So let's go in and harvest them as well. While we can, right? Because it's summer. And right now we can do this. This is going to take a lot of time though again, once more. But with Rita on this, I think we'll be fine. We could also, let's just see, harvest. Rita's doing it, who is also good. She's the only one. She's the only one good with harvesting stuff. And also the only one interested in doing it. For cutting it's a bit different. We got Jack here, we got Ken. Yeah, still. It's all about Rita. She's got the tools though, for the job. She's quick about it too. Also, we're in the last steps of the roof. This is a great moment. Daniel, no, you are actually going to finish this and then you're going to eat. We're going to really push it now. And with that, we will have now our first house finished. Yeah, not the most beautiful sight out of planks and wood, but it gets the job done. Of course, we're lacking windows now and doors, but with that, this inner room is now finally finished, right? And we can now finally start to work on the interiors. Alright, we can also now start on working on salvaging again, the landing pod. And also the spaceship debris over there, because we definitely want to get those electronics. This is my next goal now. Butchering insects, of course, is just another one. And then we also have the next barrel, the back fermentation barrels ready. And of course, pickled vegetables it is, once again, until we just have a really whole bunch of them available. And yeah, the rest are just going to mirror this, basically. Well, I'm looking at that, there is this tiny weakness that we have, that the large insects are moving through the trap field right away to the tower. This is something we should not allow anymore, so I'm going to make another fence here. Just this area here to the flamethrower, right? And we're doing this on the other side as well. I just want to block this off a bit further, so they don't rush towards that, and they need to go via the flamethrowers next time. Next day, and it is fall. Yeah, temperatures are dropping now actually rather quickly, 3 degrees only. It's just the beginning of fall. No problem yet, so this next harvest is already coming in, right? Lots of buttermelon there once more. So we're really stuffed with that. Also the pickled vegetables and more to come. Ember is close to a meltdown. Oh, also, why is Rita, who's also a cook, by the way. Only Rita is not doing that much good anymore, especially when she's busy with the harvest. We might, oh, Jack got other things to do right now. Rita, go for cooking me some veggie soups, please. Or actually, grain porridge. He's on the harvest right now, but, you know, the harvest can still take a bit time there. No props. Alright, also, we need to start now working on the interior there as well. Especially a sleeping area is super important now. That people can live inside and sleep inside. That's the important thing. Let's go ahead and start with a wooden wall, right? Once more. And we can have, of course, a sleeping room for all of them. so that we have that here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 sleeping rooms I can have here. We can also make it like 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, 6, right? That's something actually we can do as well. So let's just see that we can get this one in the center. This is 1. So there you go. With that, we would have now 6 sleeping chambers, right? And a corridor in the center. And then we still have room here and here for cooking and leisure time and crafting and stuff like that. Of course, with that, we also will need some doors. And we definitely will also need some windows. Otherwise we get the cave dweller penalty, and that once again would then be bad. We can decide between a tall window and a small window. I think for now the small window is the best one. Provides lighting while open and conserves heat while closed. We have the metal bars. We don't have glass yet, unfortunately, right? So we either open it or we close it. If we close it, of course, then you don't see outside. So that's the problem. But it's a sleeping room anyway. Let's start with a small wooden one once again. And yeah, let's have them at a bit of a distance each other. There you go. And the same goes with the other side. Here, here. And then we could also have a bigger window at the end of this room. Here. So the next construction phase has started with that. Brain parasites. For some time now, I have been experiencing slight muscle tremors, headaches, confusion, and decreased attention span. I ruled out all other treatable causes, but brain parasites. I could mix and inject a poison to try and kill the parasite, but there's a slight chance of me getting permanent brain damage. Do it. We have 5 medicine. And illness. He's got the possible brain parasites now. We should do this because it could affect others then as well at some point. Yeah, Rita, you really need to cook more. We have 800 cloth, so I'm going to stop the harvest of the cloth field now. This is a time waste. The buttermelons are way more important. Autumn is going to be very short, by the way. Right, it's 12 degrees right now, so it's nice and cozy once more. In the sun especially, but winter is now coming really close. And construction of the wall continues. What we're also going to need in here then, of course, is shelves for the kitchen area. So we're going to make a nice kitchen area then here somewhere. This is then for the cooking utensils. I mean, we have it outside, so it could also work. The cooked food, though, needs to be stored somewhere here, right? Let's have the shelves there, just for the cooked food for now. And I'm also going to move then now my table then in. We're not going to build all of that again, of course. And instead of a campfire, though, we need a cooking stove. And yeah, unfortunately, I will need either metal alloys or metal, right? And we need the scrap metal for this. So please continue also with scavenging. Yeah, not looking so bad. The interior has been finished. Now we can work on some furniture, and now we can finally work on beds. And we do have everything available for them, also the cloth. So let's go ahead and make us some nice, cozy fabric beds. And this is going to be a nice booster to happiness, because they all got now their own little insulated room. It's not heated yet, but it's better than staying outside, definitely. And also, it's going to make a nice happiness boost, as I said. Now, cooking, Rita, you really focus on that. Jack is continuing with the scavenging. Some metal, that's great stuff. With that, we can at least get us a cooking stove now inside here, where we can then make some food out of it, right? So the cooking stove will be here by the shelf, so we can have a nice little kitchen here forming up now. Ken is starving. Yeah, come on, eat something. We have plenty of food. And there's the bats coming up now. And as you can see, we got now a bedroom here, a small bedroom. And also a cooking stove. This is going to make cooking also way more efficient. There it is. We're salvaging now 2. That's super important. Why is she planting again? Come on, stop with that. A thunderstorm. This is lightning. So lucky us, we have the most important things under the lightning rod. And it's also now raining. And we have found electronics. Holy cow, that's late to the party, but at least it's happening. And with that, we're able now to build the solar panels and the wind turbines. Both of them are going to be necessary. I can also start researching the refrigerator. And after that, the freezer. So this is also going to be super important for us, because with that, we'll be able to store food for a very long time. 8 electronics actually that we got out of the first batch. Also a shooting star. A meteor with a long trail blazed in the sky and fell not too far from the camp. It could be a small piece of debris or a genuine meteorite. Oh yeah, it's getting a bit nasty out there now. We are now in full autumn. Getting colder. Jack is already enjoying his little bed. Right. And slept in a small bedroom. There we have it. Giving him a nice bonus there to this. Yeah, however, also gets the cave dweller. That's because we don't have a lot of ornaments yet in that room. It's like a little carpet or something like that would do wonders. Having some metal again. Where's my alloys? We should also start with that. Oh, and the next wave of animals attacking again. Up here on the hill. They're pretty far away though, so we should have plenty of time to react to this. And as we can see, that small bedroom bonus is now every night active. As everybody's now sleeping in their own comfortable beds and no longer in the sleeping bags outside. So this is a major step forward. The next one is now to get my cooking and eating area inside. And then probably also a bit of a leisure activity area or crafting area, whatever comes next. Stormy outside right now. It's fall, day 26. It's getting really cold now, so we're getting closer to the frost level there as well. Dirty outside. Well, at least for now, cozy inside, right? In here, it's rather quiet, of course. We should probably close the windows, otherwise it's going to be just as cold as outside, so this would be something that I need to fix. Heating wise, we're also not really just there yet, so I'm also hopefully being able to solve that electricity problem that will be able then to heat that house as well properly. Of course, we could also heat it with a fuel generator, and we could probably even heat it as well with just a fireplace. But I really do like my electric heating, so we are going with that. However, of course, a fire space might actually also be just fine, right? Somewhere here that we have it then to also just some coziness that we can have then in between. All right, so for now, let's actually just keep it. We're still in fall, right? So even if it gets a bit dirty outside there, look at that. This bloated insect sabotaged me. It has triggered all these traps here. I have no idea why. This is not something that usually gets close to your base. We don't have enough metal anymore. This could be nasty for the next day now. I hope they're not attacking now, but this will be nasty because we don't have a lot of traps now that are protecting us. There was a light coming in, and now, of course, they're attacking. Let's mobilize all of my forces. Sorry, you have to wake up. Leaving your comfy bed, that's unfortunately something. They're not going to be super happy about that. But this is not about happiness. Let's get Jack up there. Let's get Ken with the special weapon up there. Alright, so he's got the pulse rifle. Yeah, Daniel, you're going to treat people. That's all you can do. And there they are. And it's too dark right now. It's also a higher chance for them to miss, right? Yeah, that's really bad right now. We need to work on some light there as well for this area. And look at that. They're not rushing around that anymore so quickly. The big beetles though, they're still dangerous. Yeah, they're exploding also. That is a bit dangerous actually. Look at that, I'm not able to hit it. Come on, do something here, hit it. There, thank you very much. Yeah, that bloated insect, that was super bad timing. The damage would have been way less if they just all would have suffered in that trap. There's just one attacking now, where is it? Oh, over there, and it's dead, perfect. Let's get back to work. Some of you are probably going to sleep again. Let's butcher the rest. And with that, this was actually rather successful. And in that case, you have really deserved yourself a good meal there now. Everybody's going to eat. Do we really have that much food? Yeah, we have. Some of them need to stand while eating. This is not good. So since we're having 6 people, we probably will need a bigger table for the future. And they're also now starting to complain about food variety, which is just another thing that we at some point will need to tackle. Alright, so far so good. Yep, Ken, you're going for another vest, that is perfect. And since we do have, I mean look at that also, we have lots of pickled vegetables now. I cannot unfortunately get the... unfortunately I cannot get the berries in here, right? So it's only really for the buttermelons. So we have now 310 for winter. It should last us, honestly, right? There's not going to be any more buttermelons, unfortunately. Perhaps I can still, first of all, I can still get some manure. Solar panels, perfect. We still have some buttermelons there. Let's also try to get them while the temperature is still above the 0. Yeah, that's going to be too late. They're withering already, right? So the health should be dropping soon. They can sustain up to -2. So with -2, they will then start to really suffer. Buttermelons, there's more, but they're already dead. No buttermelons here. Food-wise, it's not the best. It's not the best spot we're in right now. Winter came a bit too quickly for me, to be honest. And we'll just see how it turns out. I mean, beautiful, right? What a beautiful game. Autumn is the best. Where are my buttermelons? There is another insect nest. And that is also super close. It's super close to this buttermelon there, unfortunately, so I will not be able to get it. Yeah, that's about it. There is one that we can still harvest. And the wind turbines have also been researched. And with that, we actually have the electronics capability now. Let's keep that tree here, I like it. It's actually still a bush, but it's definitely going into a tree then soon. And with that, there we have it, solar panels and wind turbines. A bit of more alloy we need, so we need to actually also continue with the scavenging, right? And also of this one here. But we can already plan it out, right? So we do have the wind turbines. We're going with a mix here, because the solar panels produce a bit more, I think, but they're producing it only during daytime, whereas the wind turbine produces around day. But of course there are catastrophes that disable both of them, or either one of them, so I need to have a mix. So I probably would like to go with, let's start with two solar panels, right? And then we're also going to have 2 wind turbines. Let's actually have them on the other side here. We will need to connect them as well, so we have the power poles then. Let's make them of wood for now. Yeah, this will do, right? This one here will already connect the wind turbines plus the house, so this is already fine. Right, the butchering is important, and also, constructing solar panel. You can do this. Nah, we don't have the materials for that yet. It's at least a bit warm again, 9 degrees today. This is great because any kind of temperature that is above 0 is helping my grain to grow, right? With that, we might actually get another grain harvest out. Even though theoretically we don't really need to, I would rather stay on the safe side. Buttermelons is definitely gone now. There is no way anymore we can grow this completed. But the grain, I'm hoping for another harvest there. So 1 or 2 more warm days should do the trick. Let's hope for this. Yeah, very good. Daniel gets more buttermelon in. This is super important. We can make some pickled vegetables out of that. And Quinn is on the refrigerator now. Finishing that soon. And there's also lots of that insect meat that we're going to need still. And there it is, refrigerator. We're not building a refrigerator, we're going to build a freezer. This is the one that we actually want to get. And with this, once again, metal alloys we need. And then we have the energy storage. This is also super important to have a buffer of electricity, right? So whenever we have a shortage or something, we actually still have room to maneuver. Alright, please, someone has to scavenge. We need metal. Who could do it? I think Daniel is good with physics. Was it? No. Ken. Yeah, Ken is the good one here. He's already doing something. He's crafting. Let's actually salvage. Come on. We want metal. And then we got Jack. And Jack is probably the most important guy in the camp right now. And that means that I want to have him properly equipped, right? So Jack is definitely going to get him a synthetic helm. He right now has a cold tolerance to -5. With that helm it will increase. -13, so even then he can stay outside. He's got some good boots already. And yeah, a vest. So he's already pretty well equipped for everything, and -13 is fine. The other one is Ken. He's also really good. And we should definitely give him a vest then. And this will then also raise his cold tolerance with the helmet, so that we have a bunch of guys that can actually operate outside during winter as well, while not getting frosty or anything like that. Well, the rest will be able then to stay inside, right? So we haven't activated inside yet. Alright, we got a lot of watermelons there. Is no one handling them? Actually raise here the limit to 700 as much as possible. Yes! 86 metal scavenge. Perfect. We need that. And we can make some alloys out of it, and he's also transporting it to the panels. So we got the first 2 solar panels now ready. They can be activated. Animal migration. A large herd of animals has temporarily settled in the area. This wouldn't be so bad, right? Some of them are lying around. They definitely have a lot of manure with them over time, so we should check this out. I'm not intending to hunt them, really. Hunting is for me an emergency measure that we can do if we're running out of food. There's also this bloated insect there. Yeah. We got the first frost. -1 it is. And with that, we will soon start losing health here. So the growth is now completely down to 0 again. The next day is dawning. Hopefully it's getting a bit warmer again, above 0. With the sun, this should happen. And there we have it. Also, electricity finally has started for us. With that, we have now some room to maneuver, especially when it comes to food and also when it comes to heating and lights. That's really great. Let's just continue with the salvaging though. I'm feeling a bit secure right now with all of this. I might also go into some trousers, some pants that we can go here with. Synthetic. And let's make this 3 times. And also, there we have it, the freezer. This is actually pretty important, because with that we can store food and materials then in a freezer. I think for research, yep, energy storage it is now. Next up... Oh, CPU cores we also got. Very good for automated turrets at some point. To automatically kill anything in sight. I would also really like on some heat, on some lighting here, right? Because without that, we cannot really hit them that well. Unfortunately, I don't have a wall here. You can probably attach it to the tower. Or we use electricity for it. 7 degrees, very good. Another 10% of the growth, please, please work out. We're so close. I could have used some fertilizers in that to speed it up further. Unfortunately, I missed that. It's too late for it now. Alright, some more metal and alloys. Very nice. With that, we have now everything for the wind turbines as well. This is really a cozy place here, by the way, with the trees. I like that. Everybody's totally busy. We can continue now with moving things more inside, right? So we got the shelves here for the food that is ready for the taking, most likely. I would also now like to work on a... yeah, actually the freezer, right? We can do this. Let's get the freezer gone. It's 40 metal alloys though, so it's going to take a while. And in that we can then store also medicine, by the way, for some real proper storage, right? So I would like to have this on the other side then. So anything that can spoil, we can have then in here just fine. Also, we can work on some lights, the ceiling lights, probably. That's not really good, right? Blood lights. Yeah, I mean, it's tiny, right? So let's have one here and one here. And probably 2 here, all the way to the back. It's now also really getting cold, so we are closing the windows. My settlers will have to do this manually, but we want to keep some temperature inside. And I'm also going to work on then some heating. So I would like to have a mix. We're going with a heater, an electrical one. This is consuming 4 electricity per piece, so it's not that bad. Let's have one here. And then we'll probably go with 2 here in this area, right? So we can have one here by the entrance most likely, and another one here in this corner to heat this. And what we also need for that is then some air vents. So this actually creates an airflow that also stimulates the heat exchange. And of course we want to have this also here for the bedrooms. And with that, the house gets finally also some proper living to it, right? Some veins to live. Alright, some music again. We're going to move this inside soon. We have proper walls here, so people are not disturbed so easily by that. We still need a lot of alloys though, unfortunately also because of the lack of metal that I addressed too late. We do lack it a bit right now. It should be fine though. It should be fine. We're still scavenging too. I might also have another one dedicating to scavenging now soon. And people are going back to bed then. Closing the window is already helping out then a bit. It should stay a bit warmer inside then with that. And the next day is dawning. It's still fall, but in negative degrees now are more dominant. We get some more metal alloys. We also scavenged some of them. How's it looking here? Yeah, my grain is now losing health, right? We're at 90%. Please don't let this fail at 90%. One more warm day or 2, please. That's all I can ask for. We don't have hydroponics yet. Alright, how's Ken looking, by the way? He is having a good time there. Yeah, you can actually go for the vest after you're finished, and then also the helmet. Boosting his health tolerance there, his cold tolerance also quite a bit. And Rita, you can also take a helmet after you're done here. We scavenged what? A power cell. Okay, nice. Still totally out of metal alloys. By the way, wait a second. Yep, scavenging the pot once more. This one here. What is Jack doing? He's eating. Anything else you have to do then after this? Ah, he's going to scavenge. Perfect. He knows his priorities because I was going to send him there. 3 degrees. Oh my goodness. We're growing again a bit. Some more 6 cores. I'm going to stop salvaging now that landing pot. Of course, if we scavenge it once more, it will vanish. And I, for now at least, like to keep this one as a reminder, right? Kind of like as a trophy. This is where we came on, and this is where we survived. I would like to keep this for now. We don't need that space really anyway. Alright, next up, we're going to move now the tables. Wait a second, I still need to wait for the shelf. Wind turbines are active, so now we have a real power supply, power network. And the freezer is being built. Holy cow, yes. We have the metal alloys for this. It was costing me a lot. And this is a super, super nice area now, right? And this one here is now for my raw food and for my cooked meals. The only thing I'm not going to put in here is grain. We can keep grain outside, and the rest will actually get in here, especially also the pickled stuff, right? And the cooked meals, we might actually also have in there, honestly. So let's just use it like that. And we are going to say to these shelters here, do not store meat outside anymore, do not store vegetables outside anymore, no fruits, and also no cooked meals anymore, right? So we are moving all of this, and the medicine. The medicine will also be stored now in the freezer. Actually we can't do this. Antibiotics we can store in there, that's okay. Medics we can store here. And in this shelter here, don't store please raw fabrics, electronic components. crafting materials, apparel, weapons, apparel, tools, medicine you can store in there. I want to get those things inside a bit to the appropriate places there. That's fantastic. Risa, do you have the equipment you need? Yes, she has, and she can also go now to negative 13 degrees. This is also something that we really need to do there. Lots of metal now. Holy cow, perfect. Jack is stressed out. Why should you be stressed out? You're having a good life there, Jack. You also got your own place to sleep in. And we got some light in here now too. Already working. I think we have the battery ready too. Yes, that would be another 20 alloys that we can then store outside here. I'm going to wait on that until we have finished everything inside, right? This is more important right now, especially getting the heating activated. And actually, you know what? I've rethought something here. Let's actually get rid of that shelter there again and move the freezer over. The freezer should be fine for any kind of food-related stuff right now. And also, let's move the table and the chairs. Or, nah, the food is still here. Let's keep it there for now. 8 degrees. Holy cow, 94? This should work out. There, that was easy, right? So we have the freezer now over here by the kitchen. I think that's a bit better. And there we have the, the shit and the food stored. I think the manure we really don't need to have inside. Alright, next day. And it's snowing. Oh, shoot. Shoot. Doesn't mean the end yet for my field, but it's close. We have 400 grain and we have 700 vegetables, especially the pickled vegetables, and more still in the barrel. So this should be fine really for the winter, but we'll just see. Alright, they're transporting now the food inside. I'm actually going to also say now no more raw food and no more cooked food here, except for the grain. You can keep this. The same goes with this one here, right? Cooked food, gone. Medicine, gone. And for this one here, also no more raw food except for grain and no more cooked meals out here as well. This needs to get inside now. And as we can see, antibiotics is coming in, the pickled vegetables is coming in. Plenty of space in that really. I'm just going to say please no manure in here. We don't need to have it there. There you go. Alright. Also, we are ready now to really move the table inside here. So there we have a proper table for people to sit around and have some fun. We're just going to move this. This is a really quick process. Over here and one more here. Are the heaters online yet? No, they're not. The heaters require just a bit of metal alloy. Yeah, we are producing it. Taking a bit of time though. It's positive again on the temperature. It's growing again a bit. Perhaps the manure would have done any, would have actually helped there as well. And there's more alloys now. The table is inside. And also we're going to switch the cooking now over to the inside, right? And the cool thing is with the cook stove, yeah, we have some better tastes and better recipes. We got the chef recipes, though of course that is a bit out of our league. We got the tasty recipes with the buttermelon especially, that needs grain and buttermelon at the same time. We still have some buttermelon, so let's actually, yeah, cook this one until we have about 5 in our storage. And then we're going also with the quick recipes. And here I would actually like to start with consuming grain, and if we're running out of grain, we're then going with the pickled vegetables. I could also for variety say keep both of them active. Might actually also be something. Let's get the grain in, right, 5 times, and let's get the veggie soup in 5 times until we have a stock of 5. And we're using the pickled vegetables for this now. And then we have the hot drinks, of course. This is the... We still have smoke leaf? I think we don't have smoke leaf anymore. 15. Yeah, no, not really. Let's actually cook some coffee until 5 at least, right? It's consuming a lot of grain, so we need to be careful about this. Okay, 5 degrees. It's fine. It's fine. 95%. for the harvest. Can I already harvest some? No. We really need to wait until the 100%. This is not getting any better. Rita continues now the cooking. Perfect. We can now totally disable cooking out here in the campfire. I don't want that anymore. The campfire is just there to provide some light and heating, and that's basically it, right? The bush fruits here actually last for quite some time now because they're half frozen, half refrigerated. Depends on the temperature, right? So they can last there for quite some time. But of course, we should also move them inside like the rest. So I think that's, yeah, fruits. That is now coming here inside anyway. And we still have one more slot available then here as well. The buttermelon pie has been finished. And with that, a new type of food. More metal. So we have 200 metal again. No shortage of that. Why are you bringing the insect meat in? I don't want to have any insect meat in here. We have the beverages, raw smoke leaf, antibiotics. That's it. And there's the first heater. Activated now as well. Consuming a bit of electricity. And with that, heating the room. Though it's a pretty big building, right? We got 52 electricity connected. Consumption 19. So we still have around 29 ready for action right now. We will need to produce a few more heaters. We can also work on a fireplace. It's cozy, right? And it provides more heat. Having this somewhere, yeah, in a play area, probably here somewhere. Let's have it here for now, right? A nice cozy fireplace for people to enjoy. And we could then also have, for example, like the dart. Having that beside it so people can play here by the fire. And then we could also move the musical instruments inside. Playing a bit of music here. In front of the fireplace. I like this idea. And we still have some space here then. For the first house, not so bad. Not so bad. Lots of room we can improve this upon. Making a snowman. This is not good. This is... yeah. They're having some fun out there now. Making snowmans. And we continue onwards in the next episode with the big question. Can we rescue that harvest or not? Day 30 it is. Stay tuned for now. Beautiful sunrise there. And yeah, my people are waking up just now. Ready for a whole day of work. We're still about to finish now a few more constructions here. The heaters, the air vents. I think we have now all the resources in. Someone just needs to do it. And also here with more tailoring and more cooking. Getting grain and buttermelons. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem right now, right? So the grain and the buttermelons, it's pretty far away. So for now, we just have to live with that. I hope that we can get an additional storage in here then as well. Or a second freezer. That would actually solve all the problems that we have. One freezer consumes 12 electricity though. So with that, yeah, we do have the balance, but we should not strain it too much. Rita is going to cook us something delicious for this day there as well. Once more, the right outfit she got, right? Outside, it is now 0 degrees again. We are very close to still harvesting grain once more, but I don't know. We will just see. The question will be answered in this episode. We're at 97% on the progress there. I should have really fertilized it from the get-go. Unfortunately, that was not the case. A few more positive temperatures would help us already to get this finished. We continue with the scavenging because this yields a lot of metal for now. And we have also finished now everything in here. We have a little area to play music on, a little area to play darts. We have quite a lot of heaters, turning the temperature up to 6 degrees now. That's still not enough, right? The fireplace is burning. That's something we're consuming with that now, sticks and hay that we can put in there. We still need to look for more heating though. And that would be also a heating stove. And probably 2 of them should do the trick, right? So we can probably have another one then over here at the end of this corridor to provide enough heating. Or by the freezer. This is not active. Let's have one over here in the middle of that provides the heating for this whole area there as well. We don't have any more efficient heating at the moment, so this just has to do. But we have 11 degrees now inside. It's not that bad. We've also brewed the first coffee. That is now being stored and you can drink it. Amber is doing it. There you go. Perfect. It has 4 degrees outside right now. This leads to a bit more growth right now. And actually the first grain is harvestable. So we can actually work on that. Perhaps a bit more temperature and then it should be fine. Common cold. I've been feeling a bit sick lately. It's probably just a cold. Nothing to be done about it. But I hope it won't escalate into something nasty. Please don't try to sneeze into other people's faces. Medicine-wise, we're totally fine. 53 antibiotics. And yeah, we're still in fall though. And as we can see, that grain is now going up. This day is coming to an end though, so it's getting colder again. And let's just hope that the next day will bring us then the final harvest. Rita also leveled up once more for cooking, so she's getting better and better at this. Drinking some coffee is also a joy of life. So those people have it fine right now here. So far so good. My rations are also stashed. We have 700 pickled vegetables right now and 340 grain that is freezing outside. So this is okay. And the harvest is growing, right? So this is coming along perfect. And we'll actually also bring in the first harvest in already. Next up on the list, I would also like to have some batteries now. We can afford them. So having a bunch of them here, or just beside my house really, serves us, right? So let's have 2 of them for now. 40 alloys and some electronics, but we have plenty of them. And there's the harvest now coming along. We have started on that. Very good. Very, very good. Every single piece counts for more coffee and more food. Thunderstorm? And I also just love how the game handles actually the change of seasons, right? It's not like with one day you have winter, but it's rather fluctuating a lot between the seasons. Just like in real life. And as we can see, we have it really cozy inside with 16 degrees now and 17 degrees here. Well, it's pretty cold, -3 outside. So at least in the house we have it warm now. Alright, and look at that. We got a new type of aggressive animal. The aggressive bloated insects are now gathering. 15 of them. Look quite dangerous, honestly. And I hope that they're still adhering to the rule of my corridor here. The flamethrowers are ready. Fueled. That's also nice, both of them. And we have all our people here ready as well. Also with their more and more right equipment. So Jack here. Check him out. Yep, Jack can now equip the leggings. The same goes with... Ken actually has it. Ken goes with the vest and the helmet. And Amber, she will also equip a vest. And then also the leggings. And with that we have a cold tolerance towards 17 negative now. And also Amber here. So this is also the right equipment for all of them. To survive some more fighting. Alright, we have a bit of idling around, so let's continue with the salvaging here. I could also have some scavenging over there of these debris there. Quinn, about researching. Let's have a look at that too. And yeah, automated turrets, that's a nice one. Battery optimization, night goggles. That's a very quick one. With that we can shoot in the night. Bench presses, that's going to be very good for physical increase and also happiness. And other than that, advanced research task. Actually, let's put this to the front. And then we will also have some brewing, but that's a lot of grain that this one needs, so we need more storage then, of course. And also Daniel has the common cold now. Should be fine though. Really the end of fall. Every single bit of plus temperatures helps us and we get more grain out of this. And Rita is using this like yes. Yeah, and we also see that more of my settlers are idling or more often. That's just part of winter. I don't have anything to do all the time. The Animals attack. Let's take all of my colonists and get them to the camp right away. Rita especially here, she's pretty close to those. I mean, they're pretty slow. It's going to take them some time. Jack, you move up. And I think Ken, you can also move up. There you go. The rest will stay down here. And Daniel, you're just going to watch. Who's got a good weapon there? Rita, you've got a good weapon. That's it. I actually need more melee weapons now that I think about it. At least it's daytime, so we don't need light. There they're coming. And we are so ready for the bloated. Oh, and it seems like they're going to ignore my traps. Ken is super enthusiastic about combat. It makes him happy. And then we also have... Yeah, the thing is they have AoE damage, right? So they can do damage to several buildings around them by bloating. Like this guy there. Once again, successfully avoided, but as you can see, they're getting a bit more dangerous now. And let's butcher those here. Let's see what they actually have. Might have some meat, then we can cook it too. Yeah, fighting is hungry, makes hungry, and everybody has to eat now something. We continue with a large burning object. Most definitely a chunk of spaceship was seen crashing in the distance. If it left as it is, anything salvageable will perish in the following days. Yeah, Quinn, we could be ready for this. So let's do another expedition. Spaceship chunk. Quinn on its way. We don't really need him here at the moment. He just finished the advanced research task. This is actually something we can build in the meantime if we have a few more electronic components. We're looking at one right now. We have finished the battery. So this is now storing energy for us, right, at a charging rate of 18 in the night, by the way. In the day it's of course more, and with that it's almost full. So if there is an emergency or something like that, we will have then also some buffer. The house will not be dark right away. And lots of insect meat. This is just great for more fiber. There are some debris here, but I didn't see anything particularly interesting. The crash site is still burning and dangerous to work with, so I'll make note of the location for future visits. Alright. Not super successful there, unfortunately. Let's get rid of this shelter here that we still have there. Instruments are now inside. And it actually was enough for us to have the full harvest now, right? So it's almost all of it that we can now salvage. Let's just go and do this. And this will be a lot more grain. Very nice. Food will definitely not be a problem. Amber. Oh, several have pneumonia. That's because they're feeling too cold. It's actually, cold tolerance is 9 degrees negative. So that should be fine. Extremely contagious, requires, yeah, antibiotics. You have them. And Rita is doing it and healing them already. And there's more grain coming in. Perfect, perfect. We have most of the harvest here. Another 230 grain are waiting. Oh, look who actually managed to get trapped here. This big horned animal. I think we have to kill it. Who can do the job? Amber, she's out there right now. She actually got some metal alloys. That's also great. It's bleeding to death right now, so it's actually in a state of pain. And we probably should give it a quick end. So Ken. They're sleeping right now. I mean, he will survive. Let's kill that animal. He likes combat anyway, right? So he's immediately relieved again once he finds out what type of stuff he needs to do. And he's missing quite a bit. It's dark, unfortunately. There you go. And observe death gives him another 18 boost. Oh, Ken. I wonder why no one likes you. Alright, so also the last harvest is in. With that, yeah, there's no more reason here to worry about my farms. As we can see, the lighting is changing a bit. It's definitely winter now, negative 3 degrees we have. In the building itself, yeah, we're looking at a comfortable 13 degrees here, and in the bedrooms 12 degrees. That is okay. People can live like that for a while. Rita continues with the cooking, while the rest of my crew is, yeah, tending to better clothing. Now, in this case here, of course, it gets a bit more problematic now when they're outside during the deep winter, right? So he's got a temperature tolerance to 17. If we actually drop below that, we'll have to keep everyone in the house itself. But for now, I think it's fine. Jack, how's actually your equipment? I think, yeah, he still has only a t-shirt. He's got the rest though, right? So he's got the full synthetic set. So there's not that much more I can do when it comes to the temperature tolerance. Except perhaps giving him a t-shirt or something like that. A good t-shirt, not something like that, right? But something that actually gives him more. But I don't have anything there yet, I think at least. Alright, so far so good. Handling the torches, everybody's doing his business. We got lots of alloys, we got the electricity flowing. And we have the bench press now. With the alloys, yep, perfect. And this exercise equipment used for relaxation grants physical experience on use. And of course, we should have this somewhere. Yeah, let's have this somewhere here for the moment, where it's not too busy yet, right? And I mean, I wanted to get my crafting in here, but we just don't have the right size here. And that is actually pretty important for winter too. We scavenged also some CPU cores there, and also synthetic pants there once again. Very nice. And why, Jack, do you suffer a breakdown soon? Probably because you're hungry. Yes, he is hungry. He's just working without actually looking for his needs. But he's very close to finishing, so he really wants to finish that now and be done with it. Researching wise, we should have now also the ability then to build me the advanced research desk. This will consume some. Still not. We still need some electronics. Really hoping that we find them. Important, really. As with them, we can actually go for some higher tech there as well. Jack has reached crafting 8, perfect. And yeah, I think we could go for oil extraction or insect fats. The oil extraction gives me oil, and we actually do need oil for cooking, right? So in here we got the tasty recipes, and some of them require then oil, like the meat stew, for example. Let's continue onwards with the oil extraction. It will then consume grain. We have plenty of grain, so we'll be able then to have enough of that. We have also enough for 143 meals at the moment. Yeah, that sounds better than it is, most likely. Because it doesn't really sound like much, right? There it is, also finished quickly. Daniel is already on it. I think Daniel, was he a physical guy? No, not really. Still likes it though. Another thing that we can do is, making a bit of room here. So I'm moving my darts over there. So this is kind of like my leisure activity now. And what I can also do is something like an armchair for relaxation. This improves also the mood. And we do have everything for that, right? So we can have them here, a little place by the fire to sit around and also enjoy. So I might then have me, some chairs here, right? And then something ornamental there in the corner. Unfortunately, I don't have anything yet like plants or something like that. That would be just nice right now. Oil extraction has been researched. This is pretty important. With that, we have the oil press now. and we can have a bunch of them outside. Yeah, let's start with 2 for now. Just by my barrels there as well. And yeah, no cute research. What else have we unlocked right now? The first 8 kits we can do, right? But we have a lot of that already. So let's actually go for some... it's 100 grain. We are not really that full on grain yet. Next year we're going to fully start with that. Until then I probably will not do this. And we might then actually go for just preparation, right? We could go for the animal taming. Brick rooms as an upgrade then for my wooden walls. We can do this easily. Fuel fermentation, battery optimization, sleep training. Survivors need less sleep time to fully rest. This is actually also really good. Let's go ahead with this. And there's my wooden oil press that's coming along. Both of them, and let's just have the vegetable oil here now until we have... I mean, don't forget it's consuming 20 grain, right? So I really don't want to push it too much. How much do we produce? 10 we produce per batch, right? Yeah, I think 10. And in this case here, until we have 20, I guess. And the same applies for this one. There it is, and we got the first vegetable oil now. Liquid oil extracted from grain and used for cooking or in the production of other materials such as fuel. Very important. The oil comes back right here, and with that we have now some tasty recipes unlocked, and that is the meat stew and the veggie stew, right? And this one requires then some oil. It has a huge happiness effect. Also, we have bread now unlocked, by the way, so this is also really nice. And with that, since it doesn't really require that many resources, we can get rid now of the basic stuff, so the grain porridge here, and the veggie soup, and the meat soup, right? The buttermelon pie, let's get also rid of it for now, right? And let's just really go into tasty recipes, a bit of bread here until we have, let's say, 5 bread. And then we have the veggie stew, meat stew. Do we have a lot of meat? Ah, not really. The veggie stew until we also have 5 of that, right? So this is going to be super nice food now. And it does require the right cooking skill as well, and that is 3. And no failure at 5. And Rita is now at cooking... Where is she? Where's Rita? There it is, cooking 6. So perfectly fine, really. No problem there anymore. Animal taming. With that, we can now treat most animals that can be tamed. And tamed animals would require food, medicine, maybe even a place to sleep. Some may have babies, and others would be ideal for camp protection. So this is also something coming into effect. More CPU cores again, so we have plenty of that. And this ruin is gone now. Right, there's just these CPU cores not lying around. I wonder what kind of company it is. The latest Ryzen CPUs that we can use. And up here, let's continue with this ruin there and this ruin. And this one here. Want to get as much as possible. They really have nice yields there. We continue with the sleep training. This is going to take a long time. And our little sitting corner here has also been finished, right? So you can sit here by the fire. You can also just play some music and listen to the music. It's a nice area overall. Makes people happy. It makes them relaxed. And yeah, we also have the first bread in store. And Rita is going to cook more bread now. Alright, we get more aggressive animals again. It's mixed now, 2 bloated and 47 insects. Some of them are also pretty wild. Yeah, this is something where we have it. I might actually, since we have everything for it, I might consider getting me another flamethrower that looks then towards them, right? So somewhere here. And we should also work on some lighting. So how's my balance looking right now? We still have a surplus of 30, and that's even in the night. So that should be fine. And with that, we could have a floodlight, right? That we have then over here. And this is providing the light so we can actually see them when they come in, right? We also will need, of course, power poles delivering then the electricity over. We have that here. And here is a connection. Very good. So that we have power going through that. Super important for now. And hopefully we can also finish this then by tomorrow. It should still take them some time to arrive. Do I have any more weapons? I think we'll also need to start working on more on battle weapons then. I'm still having the short bow here, right? So we have reached the limit. I will get some 2 more bows that we are going to need and some 2 more spears. That's all we have to... we have the crossbow. Yeah, let's actually go with the crossbow instead of the bow, because it's a more powerful one. The spear though, we can actually go in. Earplugs, we don't need more of them for now. Everybody has his own room now, so there's actually no real use for that. Next day it is. Crafting a bit more oil, we're always going to need that, right? And constructing the flamethrower, that's the next important. How much fuel do we have? 134, we are looking really fine on that. Also some animal migration over here. New animals that moved to this map. Beautiful sight there once more. And there they are attacking. Ooh, that was quick. In this case, it's daytime at least, so we don't need the floodlight. Where are they exactly? Over there, alright. It's going to take them a while before they get here, right? So we will be able to finish that flamethrower there. There's the floodlight now. And there's the flamethrower. Perfect. So we have 3 of them now. And then we can actually get my soldiers up here now, right? So let's actually get all of them in. Ken, this is very dangerous. And Jack, you go up here. And Ken, you're going to stay here. Daniel, he's just the doctor. And there the fighting starts. This time though we have all the traps, right? So no animal that actually dropped it. Look at that. When they explode, they actually damage their own kind as well. This is super helpful. And with that, they're dying like flies. Also, there is another one that explodes. I think then also we have the bloated ones. They still take some time, right? Yeah, they're here in the forest right now. Very good. Flamethrowers, no problem really. And with that, it's over already again. This was very successful. So of course, as you can see, those groups are getting a bit more dangerous now. More diverse, right? Lots to butcher again with all the insect meat that we can make some fiber out of this thing. And everybody's going for animals around. What we can do is, though, in winter, focus on the things that we usually don't do during summertime. In summer, we do construction and stuff like that. And in wintertime, we basically collect, right? So we have already a nice house here. And I would like to start working towards a second house that we can use then for crafting and researching and stuff like that. And with that, we do need more stone, as always. So let's get over here. There we have some area, right, that we can actually mine rock chunks. Let's actually not get too much in here. So we are going to, we're going to mine a bit for the next foundation then that we have for the next house, right? So we can go ahead with that. We are also scavenging right now then these spaceship debris. Super important. We need still some more electronics. We're a bit low on that. And we need some more electronics for advanced research desks and things like that. Also, another thing we can do actually is also observing stuff for that we usually don't have time during summer. So like the broadleaf bush, I have never really observed this. I know it gives me sticks, but there might also be other mysteries behind it. So let's observe this one. We can also go ahead and observe the pointy red plant and see what it actually gives me. There's an interesting rock over there. We have no idea what this is all about, so let's also do some observation of that one. And then we might also observe some animals, because we might actually also tame them, like this big horned animal there. Let's observe it, just for the heck of it. Right, we have time for it. The days are long in winter, and winter is going to last us for quite some time. It's almost as long as summer, and we should be prepared for this though. We have still lots of food. Right, the fruits and the bush fruits that are sticking outside here, they're frozen right now, so they're really lasting a long time. So I don't need to worry about that too. And with that, We can also go some expeditions, honestly, right? Quinn is researching a bit right now. There's a shooting star once again, and there's also spaceship debris over there that we could scavenge. And an old crash site. We need to send someone over with a high physical skill. So it would be nice to see the physical skills right away. That's Ken, for example. Jack is pretty good with that, and Ember. Let's actually send Ember on this expedition to have a look at these spaceship debris over there. Definitely want to find me something useful, hopefully. Yeah, our house looks quite lively and lovely at this point. Right, so it's cozy in here. It's also warm in here, so people can actually enjoy a bit of time there as well together. Discovered the broadleaf bush, so this is the one, and we can also plant it now if you like to, and to produce more sticks, right? I didn't notice anything else of interest out of these bushes, just as I expected, but at least we have it now. There's also giant grass right next to us. Let's also observe this one here, right? We have the time for it. The broadleaf bushes we already have. There's berry plants right in front of us. Never seen them before. Let's also just observe them. Alright, I came across a couple of opened containers with scratches and tooth marks. I suspect they were recently opened by some curious animals who seem to have eaten what they could and left useless things like first aid kits, canisters, and grains. It's a lot to take in one trip, but I'm afraid that whatever gets left behind will not be salvageable later. Get the first aid kits, get the soup, get the grain. Yeah, let's get the grain. I would have loved some more advanced materials. That's fine too, though. We are also crafting our crossbows, perfect. Better weapons for sure, and we have already finished some? No, we haven't. That would be also really nice then to have some advanced weapons available. Pistols, of course, would be my go-to. Unfortunately, that's still far away right now. Alright, also we found some mech core with the latest scavenging. This gives me the light mechs. With the ability of mech cores, we're now able to create mechs. However, bringing a small self-sufficient operator-controlled mech to life would require a substantial amount of resources, such as metal alloys, 100 of them. Actually, we would have that. We also have then the combat mechs with that. That would be another nice step. Where can I actually build them? I have no idea where I could build mechs. This is something completely new that we can do now. However, of course, we will need more mech cores, and we will also need more metal alloys. By the way, also interesting, we are now having the tech here that lets us produce electronics, right? But we would need metal for this, so no idea where we have metal from yet. It might actually be this interesting rock over there. Ember, come on, why do you have that risk of breakdown? She really wants to finish, most likely here, that plant. She's actually, I don't know why she's crushing unhappy. She had a tasty meal, a good sleep, many fun things to do. Must be winter depression. Discovered the giant grass, and I decided to call it tall, dense grass giant's grass. Growing and harvesting it won't be too hard, and it could come in handy for simple construction. Very nice. This is done now as well. I think we could then give it into farming, right? So we have the fruit bush here, and there we have the giant grass and the big bushes. We can actually then have fields of them. Alright, I think we still have also one more expedition. Oh, we're out of fuel. Now we have enough fuel. We just need to refuel it. There's the spaceship debris over there. And we need to supply this one with fuel first. Ah, Daniel is already doing it. There you go, Daniel. Very nice. Daniel actually was able to loot electronics. Super important. Because with that we can also get the research desk now inside, which is something we probably should do. Not that we really have a lot of space here, right? But I'm sure we can still squeeze it in somewhere. Research desk, perhaps here, perfect, right behind the cooking stove, so that we can also start with some proper researching them, speeding that up as well. Don't forget, we can always easily move things around, super easy, and we can do this. For now, I want to really squeeze in as much as possible. Ember has a meltdown, but she's on an... Is she on an expedition? No, she's not. She's back from the expedition. Discovered the giant's grass. decided to call it Giant's Grass. That's okay. And do we have a new expedition? Spaceship Debris. We could do now. So good. It's 2 degrees outside. Snowing a bit perhaps. Nothing too serious right now, especially for fully equipped settlers. And we're now building that one here. Extreme cold snap. Outside temperatures are 20% lower than usual during this disaster. Ooh, this is bad. And with that, immediately we have negative 18 degrees. Oh, that changed quickly. Holy cow. So now you probably should not stay outside too long, right? And everybody that has not the right equipment should also not stay outside anymore. Let's just quickly check it out for Quinn. He's above 4 degrees only. So Quinn is someone that we probably should have equipped right away. Even though Quinn is my researcher, so once the desk has been finished, he will probably stay inside most of the time. So I'm not going to give it to him just yet. Jack, he's at negative 17, so he's fine. Daniel, he's only at negative 2. He's absolutely not fine. Ken, negative 17. Rita, negative 13. She would still get the trout or the pants. And Amber, she's someone that usually is outside quite a lot. Above 9 it is right now, so I would like to give something to Amber, like a helmet. There you go. Right, she goes with that. And Daniel also will need to have some stuff equipped. So he's going with the synthetic boots, synthetic leggings, and synthetic vest. And this raises his tolerance now, negative 7, negative 13. He's still missing though something, right? The helmet. Amber's equipping that, so we do need another helmet for sure. Amber is now at negative 17, so this is also fine. Alright, advanced research desk has been finished, so we can completely get rid now of the wooden research desk outside here. I'm actually going to dismantle it, because we really don't need it anymore. And research continues now here in the advanced research desk inside. And Quinn, yeah, you hopefully stay inside now permanently. And now everybody goes inside. Rita, I didn't check her properly there, but she's negative 13. This is also fine for now. We probably will need more equipment though. Better equipment at that. So I think we're going with 2 more helmets. This is outside though still. Let's move the tailor bench also inside. It's not going to look super pretty, but it's all together here, right? And with that we will have also the ability to have it then still continue with the production. Inside, yeah, it's also getting really cold now. Only 3 degrees we have. We could build another heater to just raise it again a bit. As long as it's above 0, it's fine, right? It should not really drop below that though. Let's build another heater. Let's build 2 more heaters. We can afford it. It's super cheap stuff. And also another one here. 2 more heaters. But yeah, that's winter. Basically all about surviving the cold. Food will be fine for a long time, especially since we got more grain again from the expedition. Yeah, Daniel is feeling a bit chilly. He's still missing a helmet, so I hope we can finish this then. We're also really full now, unfortunately, on the freezer. We have hides in here. This is totally not necessary. Let's get hides somewhere else. Probably outside here. Didn't we do this already? Hides, cooked meals, unfinished food. Let's put it also outside. Raw fabrics, that's hides. Let's put them outside. Daniel, yeah, hypothermia. You probably should not stay outside that much, Daniel, please. So go inside. Sit somewhere and relax. It's really cold right now. Negative 24 degrees. Yeah, that cold snap. I think we can thank Chaos for this, who is introducing us with those events. Right, Jack continues with some butchering, And Amber also has now hypothermia, but it's not life-threatening yet. She observes the plants that are, by the way, perishing right now. So they're at this cold, they're just disappearing. But we have at least the beef berries. Fragile-looking berry plant is surprisingly tough and manages to stay upright under the weight of its own heavy fruits. And I'll name them beef berries because they are somewhat similar to that vegetable that goes well on beef sandwiches, or at least so I've heard. And with that we have beef berries also that we can plant. I think they're pretty important for the pizza, right? If we would have a veggie pizza, we can go ahead with this. Yeah, really, nothing prepares you for that cold snap. Building a few more heaters. Daniel is already doing it. So that we get that temperature up somehow. It's also frosty inside, right? There's, yeah, it's really just too cold. I hope that the cold snap is gone soon again. Also, something else that we can do here is we still have the cave dweller trait here, right? But we have, yeah, not really a lot of logs. I would need to build some flooring for this. We have, though, enough cloth, so I could build me a carpet ground, a carpet flooring, at least, so the soft carpet. Perhaps for the living room, for the sleeping rooms, right? So we get rid of the cave dweller trait in that. There you go. And let's also build it, yeah, somewhere here, you know, where we have some music playing and stuff like that. A carpet it is that we could have here then. By the fireplace, that's probably not a good idea though. Could have it here though, by the living quarters basically, to make it more comfortable. We can always replace it then with logs, for example, if we need that down the road. We got another one of these, so the power cells, and hypothermia on Rita. Rita still needs some pants that she does not have at the moment. But we have the silicon leaf, and this is actually pretty important, because with that we can harvest silicon out of these red plants, and this is something we need for electronic production. Very good. And we have lots of them. Of course now in winter they're not really on it. Rita is now equipping the pants by herself. Smart girl. There you go, Rita. Would be fine now. -17 it is. It's also -17. This should reduce the hypothermia now. We have another crossbow. We have a lot of them now, by the way. We got 4 crossbows ready. Quinn, yeah, perfect. He stays inside. And it's actually 5 degrees now inside with those additional heaters. Recently, on quiet nights, the wind carries over weird shrieking noises. As unsettling as they are, their source may be even more unpleasant. Unlocks the shrieking noise expedition. Do we want to find out what happens there in the distance? Oh, the moon is glowing, by the way. Perhaps it's the moon. You never know. It's 2 o'clock in the night, -24 degrees, and Rita decides to observe the interesting rock over there. I mean, that's very brave of you, but why? Meanwhile, next day, Ken continues now, and oh, actually also Daniel, constructing those carpets. It's going to be very nice for sleeping then as well. And reducing the cave dweller. Also, it's just very comfortable overall. Of course, you should not be allergic. Then it might be a problem. It's only the first step though. We don't have enough logs. I would also like to get a wooden ground then up. And yeah. I mean, we also have stone paving, but that's not really something. And ceramic tiles. That would also be fun then for a washing area. And yeah, we have discovered the ore deposits. It's the interesting rock, holds some metal ore, which could be mined and smelted into alloys. We have now 2 very important resources, silicon and iron ore, right? And we can make metal alloys out of that, and ultimately then electrical components. Also, and that's super nice, we have finished sleep training. That means survivors need less sleep time to fully rest now. So in this case here, we could reduce the sleep time now at least for 1 hour, I think. So let's move it here. Alright, so they wake up a bit earlier. I mean, that's really early. Sorry, let's not do this. This is too early. Let's actually have the work here and then another relax here. Right, so we're just prolonging this one here. And I think we might even be fine with 3 hours of relaxation now. We'll just see. And there's also the carpets not coming on. Not looking really beautiful so far. Also, by the way, do we have more trees? We really don't have any trees close by. So getting logs is getting increasingly difficult. Especially with that cold. Nah, I'm not going to chop down trees now. It's too far away and they could have hypothermia. So I'm going to wait for the cold snap to pass. And then we could go in. Win, why are you outside? We also found the Ulfsens now, right? So we can tame them. And we can also build an Ulfen statue. This is also something that's really cool. With that, we can beautify the settlement. People like this too. With a bit of stone, that's it. And yeah, new creatures that we have now. Win, you really should not go outside. He's mining right now. Look at that. We need a new research for him. Win, go there, please. And what could you research for me right now? I mean, there's lots of still of things. The automated turrets, that's super nice. We would have everything for them, right? Yeah, let's go with automated turret. I like that. And battery optimization, flare shielding, solar flare, increase the power consumption of devices instead of disabling them. Also not so bad. Camp management, we could have another camp somewhere set up. Hydroponic racks to produce food during winter as well. That is something nice for next year though only. So nothing I need right now. But the automated turrets are nice and delivery drones are also nice. And we actually have everything for them too. So let's also go for delivery drones. Quinn, go for some researching again. And what do we need exactly for the electronic crafting? Find and produce silicon. Alright. Can we harvest it now? No, unfortunately not. Right, there's nothing right now silicon wise we can do. We need to wait until spring. Perhaps I cut one down. Perhaps we could do get some silicon out of that then. Nah, unfortunately not. Alright, it's fine. And Quinn leveled up once more. Intellect level 9, very nice. Finally, the cold snap is gone. We have rather normal temperatures again, so 0 degrees right now outside. And inside it's now 21 degrees, so it's getting really warm there. That's fine though. And we have the carpets now finished, which look absolutely horrible. But at least it reduces now the cave dwellers, so they should not have this anymore. And they don't. Right? Which further increases then happiness and comfort ratings. Now with that gone, let's continue with chopping down some trees. Whew. Quite the distance there. Yeah, not 36, please. But let's go ahead with 17 that we can cut down. It's going to take a while anyway. On the very next day, of course, it's nice to get outside again a bit further. And yeah, my 3 colonists, Daniel, Ken, and Amber, the ones that are good with physical stuff, are already cutting. Because we will need more logs soon then as well. And with those logs in, we can also now add some proper flooring here to the entrance area, and that's going to be a wooden parquet. I mean, even though in the cooking area we could have ceramic tiles with the stone that we have. I think this makes more sense over there, right? But that's then for the next day. So far so good. Day 42 is coming to an end. Chaos is looming over us, but we're fine so far. No cold snap, hopefully, for a longer time. And we continue onwards with Stranded Alien Dawn. On more construction, like building a parquet now, right in our entrance room, in our living room, you might say, right? And it's a beautiful one, so those people really know their business. And in this case, this will make the whole thing way more comfortable now. It should also then completely reduce or remove the cave dweller. And of course, the kitchen area gets a nice tile. Unfortunately, I cannot decide on I cannot choose any different colors on the tiles yet. I would have loved to go with, let's say, black ones, right? Or dark stone ones. That would have been way more preferred here. By the way, there we have also still the area here with the carpet. So let's also actually make a parquet in here all the way to the back. And look at what a difference it does, right? What a difference it makes. How very much more comfortable the whole thing looks. Perfect. We don't even have glass windows yet. I'm looking forward to them as well. Right now, it's really looking like a cave. Yeah, then we got the ceiling over there that I haven't also really used for anything. Can I actually have a flooring on the ceiling? Yes, we could do this, right? It's not insulated though. Yeah, that's the thing. But so far, so good, and things are looking fine. It's actually not that cold outside, 2 degrees. That's really fine. We found another CPU core that we can use then for our automated turrets that we are researching right now. Or Quinn is actually researching that right now, halfway there. And he's got a really cool advanced research desk there now, even with a computer. Look at that. Finally, we can also game around during winter. Makes the thing, of course, much easier on the brain. What could go wrong now? Daniel continues with the mining, just fine. He's actually also leveling up with that. And thanks to having proper equipment, we can really stay outside for quite some time now. We have observed everything that we wanted, right? So I think it might be time to continue with the observations of things that we have in our surrounding area. We got those animals here, the flat-headed animals, and also the bloated insects that I've never really researched yet. That is something. We have these purple plants, twisted plants. Let's just see what they do. Plants usually have something very interesting for you, right? So we got the silicon out of these here. No idea what these are doing. Perhaps also giving us then another crop that we can use. Yeah, also something as basic as trees we can observe. The big broadleaf tree, I have no idea really what it does other than giving me logs. So let's just also observe this one as well. So this is how you can spend those long winter days when there's nothing else to do outside. I think the hay, the blade grass, we already... No, we didn't. Let's also do this, of course. And the further we venture outside, the more interesting things also appear, like these strange things here. A tube plant. Super far away. Since we have time, let's actually also observe them. And there is the big broadleaf tree. I gathered some wood of the tree's peculiar nuts, which I believe can be planted and raised to fully grown trees. And with that, we can actually now also plant trees out of these nuts. Very, very good for us. Right, there it is. And grass and bushes, big bushes that grow then into trees. Oh no, wait a second, there's the trees. And there we have them. And we can make a whole farm of that now. And yeah, why not over here? Let's make a smaller tree farm. Alright, finally some action as well. Aggressive animals, 57. That's quite a lot of beetles this time around. Jack and Daniel are... they're both a bit further over there right now salvaging. So they should be careful of not getting too close there, of course. Observing the bloated insect, this is also something. These are aggressive, right? So they attack on sight. And I think Rita is about to find out. Rita, come on. Don't do this. Get back or something. Yeah, go for cooking. About these, we really need to be careful though. Alright, we also scavenged some more alloys and CPU cores. And let's just make sure that no one is really close to these guys there. So I'm going to stop the observation of this bloated insect there. It would always bring them back there. We're using grain for oil again. Now we are really using a lot of grain right now. We are more than halfway through winter, but we are running out of grain soon now, right? It's not the end of the world, because when we are out of grain, we will just then resort to making meals out of the pickled vegetables that we have. So we have lots of them, right? So the diversity is gone. No more coffee then, no more oil. With that, no more veggie soups that we have right now. So basically that's something, right? So it's getting a bit worse there, but it's fine. Veggie armor out of the skin bark. From a distance, the twisted shapes of the big purple plant resembled alien fossilized trees. Upon analyzing it further, I found out that its bark was tough and felt almost like a skin. I think that skin bark will be a fitting name. And we can harvest skin barks now that give me veggie leather, and out of that we can make veggie armor. Is veggie armor better than synthetic armor? I have my doubts. I think we need to research that first. I cannot craft it. There it is, veggie armor, right. Find and produce veggie leather first. That's easier now. Skin barks. Alright, there's the attack. Jack is still outside. He is on his way now back inside. Amber, unfortunately, is also far away. They attacked really quickly this time around. Okay, Jack is inside. Man, the tower there. There's Ken with the perfect weapon. He's going to stay very close here to the traps. And Daniel, oh, they're very fast. Holy cow. Ah, Daniel, he cannot fight. Right. We got Quinn there still. Quinn does not have a weapon. Quinn, you may want to equip a crossbow. I'm ill prepared for this. But look at that. The traps are doing an amazing job. And the flamethrowers are doing the rest. So even if we're ill prepared, it's still looking fine. Yeah, we're doing fine. Oh, we still have 41 hungry pests. Oh, a second insect swarm arrived. Alright. Ember, where are you? He's inside now, perfect. Yeah, Ember, you're going to equip for sure also a crossbow. We should have lots of them. Where are they? There they are. Right, and Ken, you have it. Jack, you have the pistol. Quinn, you are going also for crossbow. Oh, he already got it. I think everybody has done a right weapon. Ember. Rita, you can also still equip that crossbow. Jack is a bit wounded. He's awaiting treatment. The same goes with Ken, and Daniel is going to treat them. And observing the grass plant out there, let's stop with that. Right, I don't want that. The progress carries over anyway. So I do not want to give them any reason to venture outside there right now. Also the tube plant, yeah, that's on the other side. As long as we have those attacks coming in, I'm not doing this. Even though I really want to know what the tube plants give me. For now though, let's move back in camp. They're attacking already. I'm not even getting a message here. Are they? Super strange. No idea why they actually went in. They're not really attacking me, right? They're just very close to my camp now. What are they doing? Alright, Quinn, get over there. Rita, you have the weapon, and Ember too. They have the crossbows. Think, yep, Daniel is treating meanwhile the other two. That's super. Rita, you still have a normal bow. Ah, nothing I can do about that now. She's just not able to hit that beetle. It's just a lot of them, really. But we have the flamethrowers, yeah. And 19 still left. That's a lot of insect meat lying around here. Lucky us, it's winter also, so we can preserve them. We don't need to butcher all of them at once. Yeah. I think the rest actually the flamethrowers can do. Right, so I don't think that I need to keep them up here. Ember might stay a bit. But Quinn, you don't need to, and Rita, you also don't need to. I think Amber is fine, together with the flamethrowers. Right, Ken is also seriously sick. But with a bit of antibiotics, we should be fine. We have still lots of that. Common cold. And still 5 hungry pests. We might actually go out there and hunt them down. Or they're coming anyway. There you go. I think it's one more. Let's actually get... Oh, she fell asleep. Fainted. Daniel, can you bring her to the bed? Carry Ember Griffin to safety. Yeah, please do this. She fainted because she was out there too long. And yeah, I don't believe this, right? It's only 2 o'clock. But okay, let's get her back home. I think she's just being dramatic. Very good. There's still one of them somewhere out there. There it is. Ken. Where's Ken right now? He's crafting. You don't need to craft right now. Get over there and kill it. You're actually going to enjoy this anyway. There you go. There you go. And he likes that too. And with that, all of the beetles are gone. That was actually 2 waves of enemies. And after all this, of course, we need to celebrate a bit. And relax. And Ken is still in the mood, so he's shooting the target. Target practice, that is. And there it is, also the automated turret. This one automatically targets and shoots targets in range. It does cost me some CPU cores. And metal alloys, we have that. And we can decide what kind of type we want to go here with. The machine gun is the cheapest one, I think. The laser costs a bit more electricity, and the missile launcher shoots explosive targets. This could be dangerous if they're then inside the one. So I think we're going with a laser for now. We just would need to check how much electricity we actually still have. We only have a balance of 20. So I actually need to start having a bit more electricity production before we can do this. I do have still some CPU, let's go ahead with another windmill. We can do this. And probably also another solar panel then. Security signal. The site of a recent crash started emitting an automated high-frequency security signal. The codes are characteristic to the military modules. The signal is either coming from a ship's defense system or from an onboard reconnaissance vessel. And with that, we have a new expedition that we probably will go to as well. Let's just build us also another solar panel there. And wind turbine wise, there's no more room here. I could have them just on the other side of the fence. I don't think the aliens attack this really. I also don't want to risk it though, right? Because they're actually rather expensive. So you could also have some wind turbines on the other side of my base. Some over here and even here. I mean, there is the pole already, right? So having them here makes sense. Let's build another 2 here and have then also a power pole over here, connecting all of this together. And there it's already coming up. Need a bit more balance for all of this. Of course, with that we are going really down now on the electronics, I think. Oh, actually it needs a CPU core, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and build that laser. It has a really huge range. We probably will need to build a platform for it though first. And there they are, also now over here, producing electricity for us. With that we have a balance of 190 right now. So there might even be room for another battery. Because this one is fully charged now all the time. It's nice to have a bit of a surplus, right? And wind turbines especially, they don't really cost you anything while just working. So I like them a lot. More than the solar panels. Oh boy, it's not getting peaceful in winter. There's more insects now. Lucky they spawned with the just at the flat-headed animals. So first of all, they're fighting each other now. Also interesting to watch. And yeah, those beetles do not have an easy time here. Because those flat-headed animals, they have a lot of health. quite the battlefield out there. Must be interesting to watch. This one's, I think, fleeing now. Look at that, they're also attacking this small creature there. What is this? Small bird. Small flying lizard it is. Alright, I think they've killed them all, the flat-headed ones. But they've lost a lot of beetles there too. Now they're going to wait. And it's day 47 now. Definitely the latter half of winter. It's not that cold outside right now. And we are about to finish also delivery drones. There they are. Delivery drones are really nice because they can actually fly to distant places and collect things for us. Next up on the research, the flak cannon, force field barriers, the flare shielding. Actually, yeah, solar flares increase the power consumption of devices, but do not disable them. This is something I would like to go with. Oh, and I think we have the attack. Yeah, the beetles are attacking. How much longer does the laser pistol last, by the way? No, it's still at 63%, so this is not bad at all. Ember, you have the crossbow. Go upstairs there. Queen, you have a crossbow too. Daniel is just waiting, and those two are then also helping out. There's the attack coming. Could be easy, really. And there you go. All of them dead. Also butcher them. We have really a lot of insect meat right now, which then also means a lot of synthetic textiles that we can use. So busy it is, busy we keep, my people. Alright, 1 year ends, another one begins. We do not know what tomorrow will bring, but the turn of the time does give hope. We can gather and celebrate New Year's Eve at 23 today. Of course, go ahead. How do they know it's New Year's Eve though? Do they watch the stars or something like that? I mean, yeah, of course, we're closing in on the end of winter now. It's, yeah, 2 degrees outside, so it's really comfortable, right? That also, however, means that we are overheating the house right now. So it's having like 40 degrees inside, like 30 to 40 degrees inside. And we definitely should, yeah, turn down some or turn off some of those heaters that we have. This one and this one there. Unfortunately, we don't have any smart temperature meter right now, right? So we do need to do this manually ourselves there. I hope there Ember is doing it already. And with that, the temperature should be in a more manageable area again. 26 degrees, perfect. I'm also moving some of those barrels right now, over here now, close to my furnace stand, because we need that platform here for my turrets. And I would also like to get rid of this giant's grass. It's a bit irritating there, having this. And for the heck of it, I mean, we are out of sticks anyway. I could also cut down those broadleaf bushes, right? Aliens can actually hide in that, or attackers. That's not strategic, right? We should keep this area here open so that we can see the attackers. And we need the sticks anyway. We do need the sticks for cooking as well. We don't have an electric stove yet. What we have though again is lots of synthetic armor, especially since Jack is at level 9 now for the crafting. He's really fast with this, right? So he's closing in on level 10 now, which is the highest level then. Perfecting his craft. Daniel, he's also a crafter, right? Yeah, he's level 5, that's okay. And Quinn has finished flare shielding, so this is a nice upgrade there. Oh, we get a severe cold snap again. Alright, let's activate the heaters. And yeah, what else can we research here? Signal flares. Brick rooms, we're going to need that at some point. I might just then work on other attacks that we need in the future, right? So insect fat is actually something. Fuel mixing out of the oil then. Emergency rations and brewing. Just tech that we need down the road at some point. And yeah, it's getting really cold outside again. But I hope not up to -20 once more. Alright, people clear this area here. Also the bushes. And so it begins the celebration of New Year's Eve. A remarkable moment indeed. We have survived a full year on Nivarias. We gather around to celebrate. We have comfort, we have safety, we have a fortified base. Chaos is looming over us, but by now he's a friendly face. Winter is coming to an end, onwards to year 2. I hope you enjoyed this one. Stranded Alien Dawn. Onwards to new adventures. Stay tuned! Is spring as well. Temperatures increase right now, though we have a slight drop there once again because of that severe cold snap. So temperatures are 14 degrees lower than usual, and even with 14 degrees usual, we're sticking around -2, -3 degrees. So nothing too serious there right now because it's already that late into the winter, right? And yeah, we continue onwards right away. I would like to use this this warm, balmy weather right now with Quinn to do an expedition again. We haven't done one of those in a long time, and there's a peculiar crash site over there that I can send someone over. A sizable chunk of a spaceship fell in this area. There is something peculiar about its shape. So, I hope probably a new survivor. That would be great. Crash sites usually give you those, or some valuable resources. Could also be just a trap and goodbye, Quinn. I hope not, of course. Now, let's just send him on. He's still researching this. And Quinn? Stop this. I don't know why he's not stopping this now. He should. There it is. Perfect. Drafting him and undrafting him does the job, and off he goes. Now for this year we actually got a few goals, right? While the survival aspect itself is not that severe right now, also thanks to having some decent amount of food still at the end of winter. We still have 370 pickled vegetables. And yeah, soon we can start ramping this up again. I would like to continue here right away with something else, and that is another farm spot for grain, because with grain we can make so many more things than just food, right? We can make medicine, we can also make beer, we can also make coffee. So it's just lovely really to use this. Also, we've got the veggie ladder over there that I would like to use. We can also use this for farming, by the way, right? So it's a non-edible, the skin bark that we have, and with this we can then make a veggie ladder on a workbench. That's also something really nice to have. So let's go ahead and also get me a field going for this. We're getting a bit into the dry area there, so let's just be careful there. And these guys here we're probably going to cut into oblivion, or we just keep them as a decoration. I have no idea. Also, the trees are growing once more, right? So it's getting warmer now, and we get this constant supply of trees out of this. I would actually like to go ahead and make me a second field for this. Oh, wait a second. This is a bad area. Yeah, this is not, it's not the best area anymore. There is some spot, right? We could have it here as well, right? So it's kind of like a second field that is here with high fertility, that I would definitely like to get me going for some farming overall, right? And as you can see, Rita is starting with it. The farming season officially starts once more. Yeah, Quinn actually was at 94% brewing before he left off, so this is also something that we will have pretty soon. With that, we can have coffee and beer non-stop, so this is why we should have so much grain. Now, for the grain, I'm not entirely sure at the moment if aliens attack a grain storage if I have this, because I probably would like to have a bit more space for storage areas, right, where we can have just more stuff. So we could actually use this area here, getting rid of my sleeping bags. All of them, right? These were, I mean, it's kind of like historic at this point. So this is where we started, right? And we are, yeah, basically now getting rid of that because I want to get a grain storage on its way. We're going to make it here because it's close to the kitchen there as well in my house, right? So it just makes sense to me in general to do this. And what I also want to have here then is, yeah, I'm going to increase that shelter there a bit, make it into a second area like this one here. Even though this is closed off actually. So I need to cancel this one once more, and we're going to make it like so. Alright, so here, and I can make a nice bigger storage area for grain and whatnot, so that we have more for winter as well. Alright, that field is coming along in the meantime. And we've also researched brewing. There it is, right? Great stuff. Something new. And also we researched the emergency rations, but this. And the fuel mix. Oh, there was a lot now. We just finished. And with that, nothing is in the queue right now. Distillation, wine making. Oh yeah, I like that. But we need the berries. Once again, distillation uses grain then to make schnapps and other substances that we can have. What I like is the heat pumping. So some of you have been suggesting this already, and with that one we can actually have an air conditioning in summer and a heater in winter because it has a built-in thermostat. So let's go ahead and get me the heat pumping going. Oh, why does Jack have a meltdown? There's no reason for this. He's hungry, like he's always hungry. Food is in stock and he doesn't eat, right? He's hiding now. At least Jack is not really aggressive when he's having a meltdown, right? He either eats a lot of stuff or he's pretending to play games of various sorts. And he's also tired. And he's got some pain there. Why? Not like he... I don't know. Mild pain, that is. Can you... Oh, I cannot send him to sleep right now. Alright, Jack will just have to pretend play. The crash site. Doing so, I found the remains of a communications hub, and with some effort I was able to pull out an intact orbital radio core. With some research, it should be possible to use the core in the construction of orbital communication devices and contact any ships that pass near the planet. Sounds great. Also, this is coming along, and with that we can actually get the storage going, right? So this is then for basically grain. With under a roof lasts infinite. So let's go ahead and build me one giant storage in the back, right? And we can then also build a second level of storage just over here. Oh, wait a second. The pillars that we have there, I think this is the one. Nah. Ah, this is a tricky area here. Let's see, perhaps we can actually make this more efficient. Nah, this is fine as it is. This is going to provide a lot of shelter, and we still need room, of course, to pass through there as well to the area behind it. It's just this area here with that. I think that's not something I can actually fix so easily. We might have another shelter just here. Okay, Jack actually is back from the meltdown. He still has the pain, right? So please, Jack, are you going to sleep? Yes. And Rita, I'm going to wake you up. Rita usually is a good soul, right? She usually has high health amount. And we can then treat Jack with that, I guess. Or we can't. Seems like we cannot do this right now. Does he not need treatment? Oh, it's a liver damage. Untreatable chronic disease. I'm sorry, Jack. This is bad. So he will have the mild pain now forever, it seems. It could heal by itself, but yeah, it's untreatable and chronic. So it's unlikely that it's going to heal by itself. Poor Jack. I hope we are not losing him. Alright, new day, new disaster. Metal-containing meteors fall to the ground, dealing damage in the blast area. Sounds fun. Very cold, by the way, right now, for spring. -8 right now. having this cold snap is a problem. And it's also delaying my farming a bit. And why are we salvaging this one? I never ordered this. I want to keep that landing pod, obviously. Let's also just find us some other ones, right? Because we still, of course, have those debris. There is one. There is another one. And there is another one. Definitely want to continue scavenging those and yield some nice materials. Alright, also we need the turrets, of course. So I would like to have my first turrets somewhere here, right? With alloys we can do this, and another one on the other side. So I'm going to make a flooring here, so an elevated area, right? Let's also try to... Yeah, there is actually still some space, right? So, there you go. And this one actually we need to move a bit to the... not so close to the fence, because then aliens can actually attack it right away. So I'm actually going to make it a bit here. Much better. And on this we can then place a automated turret, right? So we can actually decide what we want to have here with missiles, a machine gun, and also a laser gun. And we do have the materials for all of this since it requires CPU cores, and we have 6 of them available right now. And the thing is, we can actually have a couple of them on either platform. So automated turret, I would like to have one machine gun here, right? And another machine gun then here, but we need to get rid of that electric pole there, because this is in the way a bit. I don't think we need it there anyway. Actually, we do need to have it, so let's actually move it a bit further in the back. Here, yeah, close to that. That works out. And then we can have a second machine gun here. And as you can see, they have a pretty huge firing range. The cool thing about that is that if the aliens come from that side, for example, as well, it can already fire long before that. However, what we will need to do is we need to get rid of these bushes there, right? Because they're actually hiding those aliens. I'm doing the same thing here already. We're just going to make a bit more room so that my turrets can fire from afar, and probably also this one there, right? So no place to hide here in front of that. Very important. Alright, I think my storage is on the way. Perfect. So this is now everything for farming, right? So we're going to, first of all, just flat out, I'm going to disable everything, sorry, here. And then we're going to say, take grain in, right? And yeah, fruits probably not, but pickled vegetables is also something that we can do. The same goes with this one here. This actually can take a bit more. So here I would say take any kind of raw food. So this is kind of like my corn storage here that we have. And since there's going to be quite a bit of grain harvests, we do need the space for it. So that's the area then for it. And I'm also going to say, do we have it here? Do not take grain here anymore, and also not take grain here anymore, and some storage for anything else that we have. Don't want to clog it up there too much. Same goes with this one. And the pickled vegetables I can actually keep in the freezer. Very good. Quinn is gaming again and researching, of course, sometimes, and he's researching the heat pump for us. Next up on the list, sensor device, battery optimization is super nice, and the brick building, right? With that we can upgrade our wooden structure to brick structures, which is way better for thermal insulation, both in winter and summer. So this is something I like, plus it's also looking just much nicer. And there's the orbital radio. It's time for space to know about us. We could build an orbital radio desk and connect it to one or more orbital antennas. This one actually costs lots of electricity. Material wise we would be fine. Let's go ahead and get it. And also there it is, my very first automated turret in all its glory. This is going to be juicy. Oh yes. This is going to be nice for any kind of attack coming in. Another thing we definitely should look out for is stone. I would like to upgrade my walls soon to stone walls. For that, yeah, we do need to get us a bit more stone. I think over here we had, yep, quite a bit of rocks, right? So let's just mine all of them whenever we have the time for it. Also, Quinn reached the max cap, intellect level 7. I wanted to see Ember. She's also not that bad with it. Having a second researcher is probably also a good idea. Ken is, by the way, also coming into Ken level, crafting level 10. That's something to have as well. So let's just check it out, what else we could actually do here. So we have now the limit for synthetic vest. Let's actually get me some 2 more out there again. The same goes with the boots and definitely the leggings there. Alright, since we have the machine guns and we have the resources, I would really like to go ahead and also get me a laser turret out of the way, so we can build it then right next here. Oh, work area is blocked. Oh, no, I thought, okay, it's too small. This platform here is too small, so we do need to extend its range a bit. That we have then more room. And there it is, working now. And we can have the laser one as well. Heat pumping, there it is as well, a new tech that we have. And the cold snap finally is over. And with that we have some really beautiful 10 degrees. You can finally also enjoy the sun again outside. And yeah, of course, farming takes a lot of our time from now on again, right? So not only Rita is doing it, of course. We might need to have a look at the activities here, so that not only Rita actually does also the harvesting, because it's just too much at this point. Unfortunately, yeah, only Daniel is at level 1 with the harvesting. And he's also not interested in that, right? So he's still going to get a bit of a priority there, so that we have at least 2 people doing that. Oh, and also we got a mech core. And with that, the combat mechs that we have now as well. Only have 1 scavenge though so far. It's a nice new research that we unlock with that. But of course, just 1 mech core is not going to cut it. Yeah, that's the harvesting. The planting, however, that's something, yeah, that also Daniel can do on a higher priority there. Might be something, if it comes to that. Now, another thing, about the cooking. I think we're overloading Rita there a bit, right? And the ranching then as well. She's just really good at those things. So in the beginning she was not very useful. Now she's extremely useful to us. Actually, since she's so good at cooking and farming at the same time. But it might be a bit too much for 1 person. The others are helping a bit. Alright, the next research. The orbital radio is now on its way. And after that... there's the mechs that we have now. Hydroponic, that sounds good. I would also like to go for the carbon armor and the veggie armor at some point, but for that we need... Yeah, so let's have the battery optimization. Doubles the capacity for my batteries. That's just really nice. Also, the next laser turret in place. And I hope that we still have a positive balance then with all. Yeah. Right, these turrets really cost a lot of energy, so that's 40 each, so we do need more power there as well, power production. Probably with the wind turbines. Also very important, electronics crafting, we need to get started with that. And for this, we actually need to harvest some silicon first. And yeah, we do have these ore deposits here, this is ore. But we do need those silicon plants there. There it is, right? And we can actually go ahead and harvest just them, since they're growing again. Let's harvest the ones that are ready. So these here are ready. Very good. And Rita might actually do it, and she's already on it. Perfect. And this will be the first silicon. And with that also a new era begins, really. That of electricity, really of producing electronics. That's super important, right? We have it. So we should now be able to research it. There it is, electronics crafting. And you know what? I actually would like to put it into first in the queue, because we can start with that then right away. And this needs electronics and metal alloys. Right, so super important that we have now more metal alloys than in stock as ever. So we actually have a lot of metal scrap. There you go. Handling the furnaces is also a very important task. And having enough of that, plus the silicon, will allow me to, yeah, produce electronics. Great. Another day is over. Yeah, we're now in the middle of spring more or less, so it's supposedly warm really. Also inside it's 40 degrees. So in that case, we probably would not want to have it that warm. We can turn off the heaters, right? The stone fireplace is also cooking still. Let's actually keep this running for a while, but we don't need the heating stove. Let's extinguish that. It's warm enough just by the normal yeah, insulation that we have, right? And these are actually turned off already. No, they're on. I thought I was actually already turned them off. Of course, that's super important, otherwise we're getting a heat stroke in here. That's quite the opposite of what I wanted to achieve. A bit of rain. Decreases happiness, I don't know why. Rain is beautiful. Just listen to the sound and relax with a good book. Would someone please turn off the heaters? Daniel, handle the heaters now. There you go. And with that, temperatures should be dropping now. 36 degrees. 35, 34, perfect. This one's still though cooking. Back. Offline now to 28 degrees, perfect. Also in the living in the bedrooms, of course, because yeah, temperature gets transported to the other rooms. Alright, solar eclipse, 3 disabled devices, so my solar panels will not work now during that. What we can do actually is I can turn off my turrets, because they consume a lot of electricity, right? So we have a negative balance right now. As long as there's no attack, we don't need to activate them really. Very good, handling the turrets and also constructing one. And low food supplies, we are going to ignore this. Alright, there's the attack. So we'll see our turrets in action then as well soon. Now we have a balance again. We need at least some positive balance there to, yeah, recharge the battery. And also my solar panels are not working right now. This is super bad for us, obviously. This is turned off, this is turned off, this is being constructed right now. And we're going to immediately turn it off then as well. My second laser turret that we have. We don't need them for now. I don't think really that my guys will need to defend themselves anymore. I think... Oh, Ken, crafting 10, perfect, another skill maximized. I think we overdid it there a bit, right? We certainly don't need 4 turrets for a while. We'll just see how they handle themselves. But a combination of my guys plus the turrets should be fine. Oh, they're already attacking. That was quick. So let's turn on 2 of them. The lasers and the machine. Right, there it is. Both of them are turned on. Plus Jack is in action. Ember, where are you? You're also going up here. Real quick. They're already coming in. Plus the flamethrowers. It might be a bit much though. Get Ken over there too. It's a lot of them. Did not expect so many. Yeah, the integrity of the platform still holds. There you go. I think all of them are down. Yes, all of them are down. On draft. And please also turn off my turrets again. So that was the first test, right? Damage was a bit lower than expected, so we might actually need to activate all 4 of them in the future. Especially once the range damage animals come in. But for now, this is fine. Let's also butcher the ones, get me insect meat. That's great for synthetics. 20, it's 19 degrees outside right now, 26 degrees inside. Cozy, warm everything. And we're about to finish then also the electronics crafting. That's going to be great. How's my fields looking? I'm expecting some growth here now. Yes, I could fertilize them. So for that, we would need to find some manure. Oh, there's 900 OD manure ready for the harvesting here. That's a lot. And with that, we can actually fertilize this field here. And we're probably also fertilizing this field here. We need lots of grain, really. and I would like to push this. Not entirely sure that we need more cloth though, right? So I'm probably going to actually actually changing its crop. Yeah, we could actually get silicone out of this, or skin barks for the veggie. No, we already have skin barks. Smoke leaf. Let's go ahead with that. This is a luxury field, as we might call it. So this is really just for the fun. This is for food, and also for, yeah, veggie leather. This is something that we might change then depending on whatever we need the most. And perfect. Already fertilizing. Jack is getting some manure for the fuel, and Rita is getting it for the fields. Just how it's supposed to be. And this should lead to a nice boost in growth then for these fields here. Everybody's busy. Another day's coming to an end. Bugger who dropped manure on the ground or produced it himself? I have no idea. It's just lying around here. Please, anyone, could you? No, Jack, you are already crushingly unhappy again. Quinn, you can do this. Hold the manure. Hold it away from here. Please do this. For the love of everything that is holy in this world. Off it goes again on my beautiful wooden floor. I don't believe it one bit. Now we have just finished the electronics crafting. Hooray! That gives me something new now. First of all, we have the veggie leather as well, since we have the skin bark that we can turn into that. So let's start with that as well. Some whopping, yeah, let's actually go until we have a storage of 100 in stock. 100 of one. 100, there you go. So that we also have some of that. And then I would of course like to crack with the electronics production now. For this we need the smolder or the soldering bench, right? Used for crafting electronic components and advanced weapons. For now I'm lacking a bit of space here, to be honest. Yeah, we can squeeze it in here. It's not looking pretty, isn't it? I could move actually that window away there a bit to the side. Or we don't have a window here at all, right? Let's not have a window here at all. Then I can move the heating stove a bit to the back, and then I can have another workbench in here, because let's face it, I do need it. Ken, do it, please. Deconstruct it. Electronic, there we have it. We also scavenged lots of metal there again and fuel. That's also been nice. And then we can hold this one to the back. Ken, please, while you're here, do it. Speeding things up. There's still a heater, in fact. I can, come on, handle the heater. I think at this point he's getting angry with me there. And now we can actually have that smoldering. It's of course not a beautiful location for it, right? So having something like a second building for production would be nice at this point, honestly. So this is something we can think about soon. Alright, this is all coming in now, and yeah, we continue with the crafting. A wonder arrived. Edmund Grode. My ship crashed on this planet a long time ago. My crewmates died out one after another, sick with weird diseases or eaten by the horrible creatures that roam this planet. I started moving from place to place, trying to survive on my own. Finally, I saw smoke on the horizon and headed in its direction. It led me to you. We should join forces. Welcome, friend. We got Edmund. A new settler, and with that we have 7 of them now. What are you good at, Edmund? He's very bad with farming crap. We needed someone there. He's okay with he's not good with anything. He's also not interested in anything. What to do with you? Combat? Nah. Construction? Nah. He doesn't even know how to build a chair. We could get him a bit into cooking, and yeah, that's probably where Edmund is going to fall in. So he can also start with cooking, right? So we have a second cook. That would be great. And he could also start with seriously researching. We have Queen for this. Yeah, let's just have him a bit of cooking and then everything else. Problem with Edmund is now he actually disrupts my layout a bit, right? So I would need another bedroom now. Either I make my house long in this direction, or we get rid of the bench here now. The bench press, or move it somewhere else. I don't need that heater there, honestly. We can move the heater a bit. Yeah, over there. It's not in the way of anyone there, actually. So let's move the heater. This gives me a bit of room for that workbench. Or not. It's tight. This area really is tight, unfortunately. We can have this one here. Can do me the honors. Then I can move my chair. Yeah, probably to this chair here. So there you go. And with that, we have now a bit of room for the workbench. Probably. This is really not looking good, right? So I will definitely need a bit more space in the future now for all of this. So a second house will be needed soon. I did not expect to find a new survivor so quickly. So yeah, it's a nice surprise, of course, because it's another worker. We need that anyway, right? We got lots of jobs here right now. And Edmund, I mean, you might not be good at farming, but you can still help with the planting, I hope. Something. Alright. This bench has been moved, and with that, we actually have a bit of room now available. So I can build me another bedroom here, right? Because that would be obviously my goal. That we need once again a wall. It's tight. It's too tight. It's getting really cramped, everything here. I don't like this. Alright, for now, yeah, let's have the bed for Edmund here. In the open, right? But I'm thinking about new solutions for this problem, and one of them is actually we have this area here still available, and I would like to move now my wind turbines from here to the other side where we already have those wind turbines, right? And getting them a bit together there to create me a wind turbine farm, basically in this area. Get rid of those fences there. Right, and that's 3 of them. Yeah, I don't have more electronics right now. And let's also get rid of these bushes there, at least those there. I don't need all of them. And then we can also move our solar panels over, right? A bit further away from everything. Having their own location over there sounds like a nice deal to me. So we still have room here to grow, of course, with the wind turbine then. And then also those solar panels now coming together. Right, so with that we have this area available that I can use for my grain storage area. For this I would also like to get rid of this fence in here. Yep, could move the fence a bit further. Fence door further over here then as an exit point. Right, and then I have this area available for storages. It's also closer to the fields, makes a bit more sense to me. And then we can have a new house then here, which would be my goal, right? Yeah, well, all of this is happening. Once again, we got the toxic ash. We should be really fine on medicine. Yeah, we have lots of antibiotics and first aid kits, so this is okay. It's just pain that's going to be inflicted. That battery, I would like to keep it, though, still close here, right? Because it just makes sense to me to have the battery close to the house. Of course, it also makes sense to have it then close to electronics production. Alright, they're building this one. And here we actually have an opening now. Well, Rita, you still can't build fences? Daniel is also incapable of that. Ember is already doing that job. Holy cow. That's the one. And with that, we have now enough space, really, so I can get my shelters going here. Right? Whoa, big mentality collapse there. Culture clash. Yeah, Edmund, he's trying to eat raw food. Let's disable that right away. Otherwise, he would have eaten now my pickled vegetables. Dude, that's not okay. Pickled vegetables are holy. And there we have it. Yeah, we are really close now to that first harvest already, right? We're still in spring. That's great stuff. And we have now almost finished the whole relocation of this area here. Actually, I would like to cancel that one again. We have the fence exit point probably here then. I've actually rethought the whole thing a bit. We are having the house expansion just attached to our existing house, of course. Just makes more sense, right? Instead of building a second house, we can just expand the original one and add a wing to it. And in this wing, we're going to have then all those people having happy days, hopefully. Of course, yeah, defense-wise, it will be tricky. We still need to keep some area available here for defense. Or we just, you know what, we just expand that fence actually a bit further down. That makes sense. That makes more sense. To have a new area here, this one, that we can use then as a defensive structure in case. Or, yeah, well, also in a house expansion area, right? For now, let's just do this as well. so that we have this area. And here, actually, we can get rid of them. Cancel the construction sites, and we can deconstruct those. Actually, we can also deconstruct this. Go. That's the nice new expansion for my base. I hope there's no attack coming in right now. That wouldn't be so great. Now, I'm also getting rid of this storage area there, and we're actually going to have it then here, right? So it's already being relocated to some parts. That's going to be important. And why are we not cutting any more stone? Do I have a limit set for this? Hope not. So the construction materials is allowed here. I might need another one just for stone, if I'm being honest. Probably be also advisable. Now the veggie stuff is actually getting in here. Skin bark. I don't want this to have it in my freezer. Doesn't make sense. The construction material. A shooting star. A long trail blazed across the sky. Let's actually go ahead and get us this expedition going. Might be a survivor in there, right? Quinn, off you go. Lots of manure is rotting away, but that's understandable, right? Because the moment we clicked it, it's counting for that. There's always new manure coming in, right? So this is a bit misleading, right? So if we activate it all again, we have now way more manure again. It's rotting away, of course. And yeah, as long as animals are there, we always have manure. A bit more logs we need. So for this, we're cutting down the trees in the distance there. We do have our farm here, of course, with trees. That is still taking time, right? So yeah, probably will need quite a few of them. Oh, that expedition is completed already. I found a small smooth meteorite gleaming pleasantly. I think that I'll keep it as a good luck charm. Alright. It might also be radioactive, you know this, Quinn? You better throw it away. Or show if you believe in such a thing. Nah, you better throw it away. I'm not going to risk Quinn. Could be really radioactive. Oh, look at that. Edmund is cooking. People will definitely feel a lack of quality in the food for now. But of course, he's just starting out. The same with Rita. So at some point, he will just be great with it. I hope so. Grain, there we have it. First harvest. I'm super happy about this. We're already making some oil out of that again. You can make so many things out of grain. It's incredible. We're going to set the limit here up to 40 there as well for the wooden oil press. With that, we can finally also start making bread again. That's super nice, right? As a food variety. And some antibiotics. Do we need them again? We're still at 50, so I think we should still be fine. Yeah, let's not do antibiotics for now. Let's rather use what we have then for the bread, for the coffee now. Actually raise the limit here to 10. Coffee is quite durable anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And then hot drinks, coffee, there it is. Have we researched the beer? I think we did. Yeah, there it is, ale. We can also start with the ale production now. Let's actually have it on those, a bit further outside. Until we have, yeah, about 50. It requires a lot of grain though. Right, let's not make 50. Let's make 30 for now, right, on one barrel. We'll just see how long this actually lasts then. I have a feeling that we are going to need more grain. Especially if we want to keep all of them drunk during winter. Yeah, let's go ahead. We can do this now. It's easy. Let's get me another grain field. It's getting a bit tight there with the soil. This area I would like to keep just for ornaments, really. And this should still be popped there. Right. And I can still squeeze in another field here at some point if I want to, really, but I don't think. Okay, and then it's about time to start with the expansion of our house. So in this case here, of course, we wanted to make a wing. We can also, of course, then expand further down here, right? So this is all in the realms of possibility. For now, I would like to keep this area. There's a buffer area available. We shouldn't have everything so cramped to the fence there in case animals start to attack here too. We do want to have a bit of a buffer room there as well. Also, yeah, we might just need this for any other construction. For now, I would like to have, though, my expansion. We need to start once again with a foundation. So that's the stone foundation that we already had. And yeah, we're just going to attach it right here, move it a bit further out, and then we can make this go up like that, right? And with that, we would then have another room. Don't forget though that we also need to have some flooring around it again for the roof, for the ceiling. And I think this would also make the whole bunch here and just enlarge the house in general. But I think a wing would look not so bad. And it's really just for, yeah, probably move the sleeping quarters over, so that we have a bit more room for construction and whatnot. So let's go ahead and start with that. All right, so it's going to be a new expansion over there. We always have the ability then to also add it here, or to make the whole thing down here longer, right? But this is it. So once again, a house construction starts. As always, that's going to be quite tricky. This area that we have here, so the wooden floors, we're going to deconstruct them, and with that also the roof above them is getting deconstructed automatically, right? As you can see, that's fine, as we are going to make the connection. Alright, Ken has a meltdown. What happens when Ken has a meltdown? He's on a food binge. He's going to eat now any kind of fruits that he gets. Why does he have a meltdown though? Because he's hungry. I don't understand. You guys can eat something. We have stuff in stock. No, we don't. Rita, what's going on with you? I guess we're going to need to add more food to the recipe here now, right? So I'm going to stock it up on the bread up to 8, on the veggie stew up to 10, and on the veggie soup. Since we have oil and fats again, let's keep the veggies. Let's actually keep the priority on the veggie soup and 5 on the veggies. Really get your cooking done. People need to eat. The next harvest, very good. And with that, more grain coming in. We're still in spring, by the way, so food-wise, we'll really be able to stockpile as much as possible. On the next day, yeah, construction continues and or starts, and just as that, the rain kicks in. That was to be expected. It's a rather small foundation though, so we are able to finish this quickly. Actually, now that this one is gone, right, it will be looking a bit strange here, I guess. Yeah, that's okay. And we do need to, of course, still expand this area there, because obviously here we have it, and around that, right, we have then the normal wooden flooring that we have then here. That goes then, oops, all around here. Shouldn't look like that though. Just stop the construction of this strange thing. Yeah, here we have an elevation. That might be a problem. So here we probably will not even have them. So we can make it all the way here. And in this area, it needs to be elevated. A bit strange. I also cannot put it further down. So this just needs to be like that. So let's actually keep this one not used for now, right? Should be fine. Oh, a laser pistol. Perfect. A nice new weapon there as well for us. And of course, as a wall, we're going with the planks again. And we're basically going to just connect it with house and have it then all around here along the stone foundation, right? Then we can make that connect. Going to take a lot of wood once more. Daniel has a meltdown, food binge. Yeah, there is something wrong with the food that we have. Rita is way too loaded, right? So she's into farming, she needs to tend to fields, and I need to have someone else training on the job there. There's no way around that. But the problem is there's really no one that good. Daniel, he's good at it now, so he's going to focus on harvesting, really. Healing, of course. And planting. It's also going to be Daniel. Yep, the same with Rita already. So that's all we can do there. Edmund, he's totally useless, unfortunately, in those areas. Alright, battery optimization is going to be finished soon. This is going to be great because with that we actually double the storage of the battery. There it is. Battery optimization completed. And we have a music night. Alright. They're celebrating right now a bit. Nothing to research right now. I think we can keep it like that. The laser pikes and the laser pistol would be unlocked now. And the pulse rifle. That's actually pretty nice things. Also the veggie armor. Let's just go ahead and get us this one as well. It's a really nice one. And it leads then to our carbon armor as well. With the carbon nanotubes that we still need to find or produce. That's something later then. Yeah, lots of interesting things. Electric smelting. Speeds the whole thing up. And hydroponic racks. That's pretty cool for winter. To continue with the grain production, of course. CPU assembly. That's something we should probably research. And there's the nanotube printing then as well. That's a super high-tech stuff. Yeah, I think... Let's wait on that still. For now, let's have them celebrating. Lots of work still ahead of us. All of this. But for now, let's enjoy the music. Ah, shoot! Another solar flare. This is hurting us a bit. We haven't really constructed or produced that much or that many more electronics. Still awaiting materials here, but we should have everything, right? Yeah, we have the silicon in, metal alloys in, but everybody's just basically busy with all that construction going on all the time. But I need a bit more energy production. Yeah, the solar panels will not work again. That means it's up to my wind turbines, and they are actually having now a negative balance. So they're consuming now energy. Battery optimization, at least that's that, right? So we have now 2000 on the storage here. I will, however, need to most likely reduce my energy consumption. So we are already doing it for that. The floodlight is on, so let's actually turn it off. That's a bit of electricity coming in again. And then we're basically... I could actually get the advanced switch desk down. One of the few things that we actually need. Right. We don't need any. I wonder still why we have such a high electric consumption. Let's actually turn it off on the advanced research desk for now. And let's not research for a while. It's not a big deal. And with that we can actually save enough so that we have a slight positive energy balance. We need that. Because if there's an attack coming in now, we need our turrets ready. More metal. We still don't need to mine anything. As long as we find metal, that's fine. Yeah, we still have enough wood there as well. That is coming beautifully along right now. So soon we'll have our whole new construction area finished. The wall, the roof, of course, is another thing, right? So roof wise, and we're going with a... Where do we go with this one here? It was a wooden roof. Oh, and there's aggressive animals now. So this is a bit of a problem, of course. These are actually the ones that are attacking from afar, right? So this is a pretty heavy attack that we'll see here now. For this I will need everybody ready. I need to equip one more with the pistol. I think Ken was a good fighter there. He's got the pulse rifle though, that's already pretty powerful. Quinn has only the crossbow. Ember only has a crossbow. Let's give her the pistol. There it is. And yeah, we're going to need all the turrets. This is why we actually did a good job there now at saving that electricity. That's going to hurt us. Alright, also ale as a production. Some beer for celebration after we survive this. Seems aggressive. Yeah, it seems aggressive to me as well. Not attacking though those animals here. And we need to be super careful about the timing there. Once they're starting their attack, we need to get everything done here. No scavenging that far outside right now. We're starting with the electronics production now too. That's pretty important. And they can actually fire from afar, so they don't really rely on the traps. And they're already damaging now my turrets, as we can see. It's a bit too dark right now, so my turrets cannot always hit. And as you can see, this is probably going to be a lot of damage for us there. As also, my laser turrets can fire from afar, that's great. Probably should have turned on that floodlight there as well. Of course, they had to attack during night. That is the most logical choice for that. Still, they're going down quite quickly thanks to my turrets. And even if it's too dark, we can still do a lot of damage very quickly. And as we can see, I didn't lose them. Though I know what kind of things I will need to improve in the future. And with that, the attack is over. That was probably the most dangerous attack so far. And we also actually have some attack the sad wanderer. Injured colonists here. And that's Jack there as well. Also another spaceship debris crash site. That is always super important because there might be a survivor. It's gone though, as far as I can see. We only have those spaceship debris, but not the crash site anymore. Doesn't matter. Let's also turn off my turrets again. Right, both of them. Super important. Ember, you will do this. Yeah, she's already doing it. Perfect. To save the electricity again, as long as we have that solar flare still active. Now we have though finished some electronics crafting already, so I might dabble into wind turbines now, as my battery is discharging and is now going to be negative then. Let's actually give me another wind turbine that we can easily squeeze in here. Everybody's going back to sleep, and our construction is coming along nicely. So in this area, that's going to be my tiny crafting area. But now I'm going to keep my bedrooms as is, right? Probably should do this. So we are going to, we're going to keep it as is. And in that case here we can make a floor later on, right? That leads then to this new area. For now though, I'm going to keep it a bit separated, probably. Or we just move everything over. Alright, next day, we have an extreme heat wave. 40 degrees it is right now. Of course, with the carbon or the synthetic vests that we have, actually we do have a nice heat tolerance, right? But even that is coming to its limit with the 40 degrees that we have now. It's an extreme heat wave. It also is pretty warm than in the house itself. That's something I cannot really change right now. Except I could, and that is with my air conditioner that we have researched. The solar flare is gone, so we are producing electricity again. I hope it's positive. It's still not positive. Something is wrong here. Could someone please repair that battery? Missing resources. What do you need? Oh, electronics. Oh, we don't have any electronics anymore. This is bad. So someone with some good... I have 4 idle ones right now. That's... Why is no one actually... Oh, because we need electricity for this to work. So right now, we have a problem. We have a power shortage across the room. And why is it not being transported over? It should be transported right into the house. So as long as... I don't see a problem here, really. But we are off 32. That means as long as we're off, of course, we have a blackout. So I need to reduce further. The question is, we consume 10 here. With my cooking stove, this is not electric, so there's no reason here. What is actually consuming so much? The ceiling lamps are not consuming anything. Something is consuming more than we need. We have the freezer, that's 12. So that's 22 now only, really, as far as I can see. This one's turned off. The turrets are turned off. The heaters are turned off, obviously. I'm confused. What is consuming so much electricity right now that we are off? Because in theory, we should have enough. Is it the bad battery that is basically now destroying it? Let's just check it out. Perhaps it's the battery actually that is causing the power short. This is a bit strange right now. Why is it off? Alright, it was actually this laser turret here. I thought it was offline, but it was actually online and still consumed electricity, or I tried to consume electricity. Right, now it's working again. Now we have a positive power grid. Now I should be able to also turn on my smoldering bench again. Soldering, sorry. And yeah, as you can see also we have now light again, though it's barely enough, right? So we have now a balance of 6. That's because everything is turned off right now. Basically my lamps are working and this workbench here is working for electronics. That's and something changed once more. Consuming too much electricity. What is it? This is super strange. Ah, of course it's nighttime and the solar panels do not work right now, leading to an imbalance. So next day should be able to use some electronics, because this is all we need right now, electronics. Bit of cooking, at least that is still a normal stove, right, with sticks that it needs as fuel. So there is no shortage of food production. Except that Rita, she's not very motivated of cooking. So I usually have to force her to cook right now. Okay, finally next day we have the electronics coming. Looks super fun that he's whatever he's doing there, soldering electronics together. And let's hope that he finishes that. How many can he finish? Oh, only 1 per piece. This is the one that we are going to need right away for the battery, right? So that we can fix this. Actually transporting it over right away and repairing the battery. There you go. This is at least something, so we can have power going again a bit through the night, right? Because we're storing it during daytime now on a status of +6. Yeah, there's also a lot of logs coming in again. Basically my whole colony is doing this right now. Also Rita, she's not allowed to do it. And Jack and Amber all together during this heat wave. It's not really ideal, obviously. Right, Ken continues with the electronics, that's super important. And the logs, of course, are being used right away for the ceiling and roof construction of my wing that we have there. And once again, aggressive animals. So yeah, they are really aggressive. Fighting the Ulfan right now. But they're, pretty far away. So we should have a nice amount of time to react before they start with their attack. The next harvest of grain. Just on time really, as we're consuming a lot of grain at the moment. So I might actually need to put it down or tone it down on the ale production. Which is consuming 100 grain each, right? So I would probably like to stop with this for the moment. Just too much. There it's coming in. Another problem. The battery was still turned off. My mistake. Which definitely has the problem that there is not enough electricity right now to keep the turrets powered. Fortunately for us, it's just a few insects right now. So yeah, my flamethrowers can do most of it. I think there was one very aggressive animal. But that is still busy somewhere, it seems. Could still be one of them alive. Might be lucky for us, right? It's dead already, perfect. So these are also dying here right now quite quickly. And there's just one more coming in there with the laser destroy. Perfect. That was lucky, though we were pretty careless here with the energy especially. Let's turn off all the turrets again. And this actually takes priority over anything else, because we definitely want to keep this going there. Storing electricity again, right? Super important. Right, Rita continues with the cooking as she should be doing. And we have no electronics yet. But we are soon finishing that construction, and then we have more manpower available again, right? Because of course, constructing something like this takes a long time and also energy. And I think, yeah, the roof is already being built, which is the last step. Then we can actually move furniture over. And I would probably like to have a door for this one. Let's have the door in this area for now, until I move actually things over, right? A normal door should be fine. Next, electronics, very good. This will be a wind turbine for us. And also some more spaceship debris landed. This one here. Rita continues with the farming, the planting now, very good. The buttermelons. The next corn. I think the skin bark really, I mean, we don't really need it, right? Let's actually use something else. Let's change the crops while we can. Silicon leaf, also don't really need that. I would actually like to go for buttermelon to get more pickled vegetable out. Even though we need a lot of grain really. Having another grain field. Yeah, let's change it to grain as well. It's just so important to have grain. And it's so durable. Alright, that heat wave is really lasting a long time. And it's of course dropping morale quite a bit. We still have 42 degrees outside. It's also slowing down my growth for the farms. It's just not really good on a lot of levels. Ken has a heat stroke in the house. It's 50 degrees in the house. How's that even possible? I think we'll need to open the windows. All of them. They're still closed. And there it is. The next area is available. A wing that we have now. So we have two options now. Either we move the sleeping rooms over. I think that would be my preferred way of doing this, right? So we're going to open up this area here now. So this is going to get deleted, obviously. We can delete that window here and that window here. And we're also going to delete then that room here. We're going to move the bed though, right? So this is definitely going to be, of course, a cabin. And we can also move then this bed to that side here. And this is then a floor, right? So an area where we just move through to the next area. Going to take a while, as always. How can you actually train with this heat? Come on. The windows are open, so at least it's getting a bit colder now inside. Very good. This one is now open, and still need to delete those walls. And as you can see, now we have just a corridor going to the next room. And of course, in the next room, we can then go ahead and make us those walls again. Now, actually, there is also then something that we need to consider: more survivors, right? So we still might find more people. So I'm going to keep some area available as well, so that we don't get into this situation anymore of, yeah, having not enough room. And this is now basically going to be just another sleeping area, right? Like this. Actually, let's make it a bit longer because it gives me the bonus then of having a spacious bedroom, right? Like these here. So Rita should have it. I slept in a small bedroom. Thought it was spacious. It's fine. Small is also fine. We can live with that. There you go. Then we have this one, and then probably on the other side too, or just here once more. And here we just have then 2 bedrooms as well. And one of them will be available for someone new. Perfect. Once again unpowered. We have to do the electronics, so let's go ahead and build me another wind turbine. Holy cow! Can't be true. Another solar flare. We just had one. What's going on with that sun over there? It's very unstable. Solar panels are not a good option. Holy cow, once again we are going to be negative there on the balance. I have researched it already though, right, with the solar thing. So at least we don't get the full penalty anymore. Yeah, I'm still going to not have any researching right now. Yeah, Rita. No one's cooking right now because of the harvest, and Daniel is crying because he's hungry. We need to also change something about this area for sure. Let's move the sewing table there, because with that we get an additional cooking stove. The problem right now is that with so many settlers we always have someone that wants to eat. The problem with the cooking stove is it takes time to actually finish something while the person that is cooking cannot do anything, right? She starts cooking the bread and then she puts it into the oven and then she has to wait 2 or 3 hours, right? And during that time she cannot do anything here. So we do need to have a second one for the cooking. I'd actually consider adding now an electric stove. They're just way more powerful. There we have it. And with this one we can actually cook more, right? Let's have it for now here. We're going to enlarge in the kitchen soon, but I need to do this now because we need the food. So in this case here, let's just make this one a bit larger. Then Rita has reached level 9 on the cooking too. That's great. Doesn't help, right? So right now she cannot do anything here. She's waiting for the bread to be finished. Now it's finished. And only then can she continue. But she's doing something else in the meantime, like harvesting, for example. So in that case, we really need to make this a bit more efficient there. Yeah, harvest season, lots of harvesting going on. Stocking it up on that grain. We have lots of room left for it. All fine really, but we need more food. And Jack, please finish that electrical stove. There you go. Now we can actually just go ahead and mirror this one. Alright, so now it has all the recipes in there as well. And we can now cook in on 2 different platforms here. And this should hopefully lead to way more food coming. Oh, a wooden fence has been destroyed. Oh, by this insect that was kind of like flying in, right? Still have... No, the heat wave at least is gone, right? So it's warmer, it's colder again. No, Rita, you're not going to farm, you're going to cook bread, and after that you're going to cook a veggie stew, please. It's incredible. He really doesn't want to cook. Now she's cooking this and I'm fully expecting her, yes, very good, to also work on this. Look at that. Now we have the bread, and while the bread is being baked, she can actually cook on the other stove. So this should lead to way more food than available. And the next heat wave again. Holy cow, this is unreal. Yeah, we have enough electricity, so it's only a +10 though. We have 2 more electronics, that's great. So let's go ahead and actually build me 2 more wind turbines. I'm actually going to build them now a bit further away, probably. Could actually enlarge in this area. Oh, I'm having them over there. Yeah, it also works out. Have some wind turbines here. There you go. And connect it as well with the global, let's call it like that, the camp-wide electricity or power network that we have then as well. Very important. With that, we push it up a bit. And charge the battery. And yeah, 2 stoves actually did the trick, so we always have now some cooked meals in stock. We can turn on also the advanced desk again, research desk, so Queen can continue with the researching. Since the power problem has been solved. So far so good. Right now, we are in the process of stockpiling some serious food right now, which is exactly what we need to be doing, of course. Even though we have this severe heat wave once again upon us, we're still able to grow some grain here nicely. Also, the buttermelon is growing as well with a nice full temperature or growth rating right now. I would actually like to start also fertilizing this one here, but nope, it is not benefiting from any kind of fertilization. So not every plant, every crop that we have is actually profiting from this. Doesn't really matter to me right now. As you can see, with even all of that grain, we are still not really full on it. That's exactly what I would like to see. Plenty of grain here for the foreseeable future, and of course the goal would be to really make this one as full as possible. Now we have finally in the last episode finished the restructure of our house here, or not restructure, the expansion of it, right? We have now another wing available to us, and I would like to continue that right away, so we can actually get rid of the house of the door now. I think we're probably going to keep a door somewhere there, but I'm not entirely sure yet where we would like to have this, right? Instead, I would like to use then this area here to continue with some of my bedroom, right? So we can have another one here, 3 tiles, very good. And then I would like to have another 3 tile bedroom here. Or we have the door here and actually move in another bedroom here. It would be a bit smaller than the rest, but that's okay, right? Actually, it's not. Actually, it's full 3 tiles. Yeah, it's fine. They're all having the same exact length here, right? So with that, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bedrooms available. This is not enough yet, right? So I would actually need another one if I want to move everyone over here. So let's actually make this one a bedroom too. And with that, yeah, we're kind of like full in this area. The next expansion to this area here, we could probably do once we find another survivor or even 2. And then we might actually make this house here bigger once more. Now with the expansion, we can actually get rid of the bedrooms here now, which is my goal, so that we can have the crafting area now then as well in this room. Holy cow, in the middle of all of this, we're getting aggressive animals again, and boy, they're not looking any better. Aggressive bloated insects we have now as well. So these guys are evolving, it seems. It's also a lot of these ranged damaged creatures. Probably will have to observe some of their corpses after this attack. Let's just make sure that the fence is looking good. It is. The problem with them though is they're walking around here and they're actually going to attack stuff on site, right? So they might actually attack some of my structures here if I'm not being too careful. How's my energy balance looking? It's bad. It is still bad for us right now. That's because we have a lot of stuff that is consuming electricity, and of course, as always, we also just had a solar flare. So once again, not the best things that can happen there. These are outdoor, right? So that shouldn't be the problem. Problem is that a severe heat wave that we have all the time basically during the summer, and that makes it really hard to produce any electricity with normal wind turbines. So I will also need to go in and build me some more solar panels. Unfortunately, they do cost quite a bit, right? Let's build 2 more for now. They will need more electronics that we can produce, and they will also need metal. Unfortunately, we don't have that much metal anymore. We have scavenged those area there. There is some more spaceship debris here. And I think there was one here somewhere. There it is, over there. Right. Then we might be actually running out of spaceship debris as well. This could be tricky, because then we need to start with the mining. Alright, wood we have plenty of. And we researched the veggie armor there as well. Not strong enough to be used as armor. We just need time to tamper with it. But can we move a door? We can actually move a door if we want to, right? Because I would definitely like to move my beds over here once we finished those walls. Then Daniel is doing the job right now. Alright, we still have 260 electricity on that. This will be tough. We can construct the next solar panel, I think. Yeah, he's doing it. It's really not getting easy right now. Those severe heat waves, like the whole summer was one giant heat wave so far. Yeah, completely countering my wind turbines. I always thought it would be fine, right? Like, there would be some room to breathe. Unfortunately, there's not. There's always the next heat wave around the corner. Alright, the attack is upon us. Let's actually abandon everything we're doing right now. Get those colonists over. Edmund. Actually, let's activate our machine guns. I'm not going to activate all of them. This will probably be not possible. Jack, go up there. And Amber, you go up too. You have the laser pistol, right? Yes, we got 2 people with the laser pistol plus the laser turret. Now with that we're already really negative. Of course, just now, evening. This is also bad, like seriously, everything is coming together there. Let's turn on the... Oh, yeah. Handle the floodlight. Perhaps we can still do it before the main force arrives. They're a bit slow there, right? And so far they're not attacking my structure. One giant movement there. Oh my Edmund, you can risk your life. Perfect. So that at least we have some room here. Something to see, right? Not enough yet though. More. This is a serious attack there. The turrets will work for another hour, I think. 2 hours. And then we're completely on our own. Holy cow, what an attack. Especially those bloated insects, they really do a lot of damage. It's important that they don't enter, right? They stick outside there. Because they actually also damage their own. Last one. Yeah, that was hairy. The next attack, we need to have those turrets ready. Alright, let's actually also observe these guys here, the ones that can loot. And it probably also doesn't hurt to have at least one of them observed here, the aggressive bloated insects. Just so that we might know what actually is up on them there, because we can actually then also counter them more effectively. Of power we have again. Wind turbines basically produce no electricity right now, right? We're down to 4 out of 40 that they could. The power plants of course don't do anything. I hope that after this heat wave we do have a bit of a break there. A lot of damage stuff still here, the fences, especially the traps. We don't have metal, so repairing them will be tricky. There is another debris here and here. Might be cool. With my fields. We have a bit of more time. No, actually there the smoke. And we discovered the Shrieker hatchling. The noises that this thing made while it was alive were enough to send chills down my spine. I named it Shrieker. Nasty insect with sharp spikes that grow on the creature's tails. They also bite and tear flesh with its strong jaws. And yeah, we get the Shrieker stature out of that. Out of respect, we could build it. Very aggressive and... pushing, that's it, right? And a new day is dawning in my little colony. So much work that we need to do. I would really love to upgrade the whole fence system around us. We just don't have the resources for that right now. Too many other things. That heat wave. Metal. Alright, a bit of butchering again, so this will be lots of insect meat. And then we have the ore deposits, right? The ore that we can use then to make it metal. Into metal alloy right away. Interesting. Let's actually get this ore going. We have more. It's super nice to have more one ore deposit. There is 5 here. Mine them. Do this. Also, that's the glutch. Big bloated insect. Not particularly dangerous. It secretes a corrosive substance which accumulates on its skin and it's released as a toxic cloud. Yeah, we've seen that in action quite a bit already. Right, we can harvest this. Perfect. Doesn't take long, really. The very next day that we have the next attack coming in. Small starving mantis. And they're right in front of my field, so could be tricky, right, attacking this now, but in that case, that's just how it goes. And while we wait for those to attack, I would like to point something out. I've decided to actually do this differently, so I've just deleted those walls again, right, and we're not using this as a bad area. Nope, we're using this as the crafting area. It just makes more sense because this way we can have our own door, right, that goes to my storage area, and later down the road this gets even better because we can then actually have a storage area here for the kitchen and for the crafting area. And as we continue expanding the house down, we can actually move the beds then down, right, to the south here, and use everything else here then for living quarters. It makes more sense to use this corner than here for more crafting and cooking area for adjacent doors then, right, so we can reduce the traveling time. If I had the crafting area here, yeah, we would need to have a storage here. It doesn't make sense, right? The distance is just too long. There we have the door. And yeah, basically we have this whole area now available for crafting. I don't know why this bed is still here. Someone please move back. Come on, move wooden fabric. Can't reach it. Why? It's still there though, right? Someone build it? Can't reach the wooden fabric bed. Can we deconstruct it? Alright, we can deconstruct it. Very strange bug there. Doesn't matter, it's a super cheap thing. Let's have it here. Right, so we do have now then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 7 plus 1 bed as a reserve, just in case we do get another survivor. And the rest we can now use, yeah, for our crafting area. So I would like to move then my wooden workbench now. And this is really great, right? So with this, we actually can now move those things away from here. Also the soldering bench that we have. Let's have this one here then as well. Also the research desk, right? It should probably be quiet, so it's going to be in the corner over there. Everything far away. We also have the tailoring bench that we can move then down here to this area. So this is now a cozy little crafting area where people can talk with each other. We can also heat it then better, and we have more space in the living room than for a TV or something like that. Is there a TV? Oh god, I don't think so. What a shame. Let's move everything over. Of course, those guys will definitely need some light. Do we still have the heat wave? No, we don't. So we have an increased production again of electricity. This leads to a nice, comfortable surplus of 60. So we can even afford now having a turret online then permanently again. This will be. Now, though, what I still want to do is the light. So electric wall lamp, of course it is, for my floor here, right? And then we move into this area here. So those guys, light available to them. We have a new one here. Oh, yeah, new patches that we can use. And the radio, the antenna, and the landing spot we have as well. Or, yeah, those spaceships that we might find out there. This is going to be interesting for sure. Here, we don't have that much wood. I would love to have a wooden floor. However, this is a working area, right? So it makes sense to me to just have a stone flooring for now. That just provides it sturdier, right? Than having those. This is really just for the living, right? One more thing, probably. The heating is fine now too. Yeah, this flooring here seems off. Right, so we're just going to have wooden parquet going over there up to this point here, and then we probably just, or wait a second, actually all the way up to this point. Right, cat. that we have. And then we have the soft carpets in here. This guy, this room, for this room. That's it. Everybody has his own room now. Oh, we scavenged 7 electronics. Nice one. There. That's a nice hole coming in from the spaceships there. Very good. So working area, living area, sleeping area. And people can just go out here, right away, get the materials in. Much better and more efficient. Oh my, we have the power problem again. I'm not even consuming that much power. Yeah, since we can't rely on the wind that often, let's build more solar power panels. This is really the only way. I might actually think about a diesel generator at this point. We have a lot of fuel, so yeah, fuel wouldn't be the worst here, right? So let's build those as well. The problem with the wind is it's very random, right? As far as I know, placement doesn't matter. So yeah, they can be stacked together and yet they don't produce that much. Let's just hope that the solar panels will do something. We have lots of electronics now. Go. Going to be 2 more for tomorrow already. And for light I will probably need, there's the tilted. I think we have something better for this one now. Searchlight. Defense area. Nah, I haven't researched that yet, unfortunately. They're still waiting. Still not attacking. I wonder what they're doing. They attack. Don't think they are going to shoot. Yeah, no. At least 2 more power panels. Very good. And a shooting star. Shooting star expedition. This is something for Queen, of course. Where is it? Ready. It's expedition. Off he goes. Still no attack, that's okay. Here with the scavenging there too. Yeah, unfortunately also no one is building something. We don't have enough wood. Actually though, they should be finished, right? Big broadleaf trees. Let's cut them down. Right around the corner. That's very great. This one will be quick. Alright. Unexpected and chilling sight awaited me where the meteorite fell. There was a cocoon-shaped nest in the middle of a small crater. Around it scurried huge insectoids, busy at work clearing the area and dragging dead animals into the nest. I have no doubt in my mind that this nest and the creatures that occupy it will have fallen from space, but I did not think it a good idea to go anywhere near them. Alright. Interesting. There's more aliens coming from space, it's not just us. Very good. The flooring has been finished. Yeah, of course, obviously. We need a door. I didn't realize that. Doesn't really matter. Plank door, wooden door, it's really just for the looks. Let's go with a plank door. Here and right, so we'll have a door then. Still just looking around. No attacks incoming so far. We need more metal for sure. There's Quinn again. We have actually found. We not found this. Yeah, we have ore. Do this forever. Whenever we have some ore in, make alloys out of that. Great. Alright. And we can bad making. Yeah, the trees are being chopped down already and we can plant new ones. And we got, I think, 150 logs out of that. Easy peasy. Just beside me. There's the next one here. Chop down. Problem is it's right beside the aliens that are leaving now. I wonder why. They probably saw my turrets and off they go. problem. And with that, we can happily chop down all those. Very nice. Now all the beds have been finished. And we have so much more space here again. We can now remodel to our wishes, right? So we can get that workbench over there again so that it doesn't look so crazy. Still about the kitchen here that I don't like side of it. Could have the kitchen, yeah, something like that. Have the stove here. I like this one now. There is this area, this tiny block there that we can use for something else. Like, I don't know, perhaps we'll find some decoration. But for now, we have now both of them here that are also providing then the food for 2 cooks. Of course, a bit of a flooring. We want to have the ceramic tiles for this. So I can go ahead and make this one here finished so that we have the kitchen area sorted out, eating area, and then of course the leisure area that we have for now. There's also another attack coming in. Really, it's horrible this year. Year 2, it's horrible, really. Lots of attacks. We have now more energy, so that's great. We're charging the battery during daytime again. Very important, since my wind turbines are not really producing half of their power at the moment. That's only half okay. Me. Rita continues with the cooking. There's the attack coming in. That's actually pretty drastic this time. So let's actually turn on. Oh, this turret is actually on. Once again, a little mistake on my part there. And Ember, handle those. Back, up you go. Ember, up you go. Where's Edmund? Oh, he's outside. Right now, yeah, they're attacking during daytime. I don't expect a lot of damage. Is this one still offline? Online, right? Yeah, it's on. But they don't have a chance. We don't even need the turrets, really. Even then, they're going down rather quickly. It's just the big ones that are a bit of a damage to. There you go. That was all of them. And another attack successful. Repelled, and let's turn off the turrets again. Make sure that they're all really turned off. Right? We could have a power switch in the center somewhere, so I only would need to click it once. But seeing how low we are on metal and electronics right now, that's not going to work out. Let's charge those batteries again. Yeah, the wind turbines are down to 4 electricity core only. And I will need more metal. Having a real problem there right now with electricity. Who's turning them off, please? Come on. Rita, she's healing. They're all busy. Ember can do. Okay, unfortunately, since there's just no other way, we're also going to go in here and research the diesel generator now. This is actually really quickly done so, and I'm probably going to move it to the front of the queue there, so that we can build it easily. This will consume a bit of fuel once in a while, and it's perfect to fight those shortages that we have. The wind turbines, they're horrible, right? They're really not doing that much for me. The solar panels are great, but only during daytime and outside of any solar eclipse. So right now we're not really charging there as well, because the wind turbines are so horrible. So let's get the diesel generator on its way. Yeah, let's have this then somewhere here in my area. I mean, should we have everything so close together here? Not entirely sure. Right behind the battery there. And there we can then use it. It's not consuming that much fuel as one might think right now, so we're fine, especially with all the fuel fermentation that we have going all the time. This will not a big deal. Yeah, so far so good. We continue in the next episode with another full harvest that is coming in. And yeah, we are actually coming closer to the end of the second summer already. And boy, what a summer it was so far. It's been so far. In this case, we have solar flare number 5, 6. We had the meteorites, we had the heat waves. Yeah, so really everything not in our favor. Still, we are doing fine so far, I should say. The solar flares, I've been pointing this out rightfully so. Yes, we consume 50% more power during this disaster. The solar panels actually do produce energy though, right? So I was misspelling this in the last episode. Of course, they're not inactive during the solar flare, right? They continue to produce because we have this tag enabled already. The thing is, we consume way more power than before. So something like, for example, my advanced research desk just consumes more power than because it uses a CPU core. And in this case here, let's continue with the researching though, because we have a positive energy balance, so I can actually do this. I would like to do this because we have some important things that we still need to go for. The first one is the searchlights. So this is actually pretty important. It is something that once again consumes electricity, but it's going to be super important, especially to illuminate the dark, to illuminate any kind of movement that comes into my base, right? So this makes it way easier to actually see aliens that attack and also kill them in the process, of course. Also laser pistol and laser pikes, two very cool tags here for the weapons, though we do have them at the moment for all of my colonists, so that should be fine. Yeah, let's just go for that. Quinn is going to have a nice job with that anyway already. Rita continues with the cooking. She's doing this now quite a lot, like not like previously, but now with 2 stoves. She's quite busy most of the time, and with that we always have some fresh meals available. Some 8 bread right now and 2 veggie stews, and she continues with that as well. Metal is still my main problem there right now, so I'm still trying to salvage as much as possible. There's lots of debris still, and of course finding me iron. Right here we have it, right? So we have ore deposits, quite a lot of them too in this area, 14, and we're also trying to harvest them to get ore out of that, and with that I can make metal alloys once more that I'm going to need them. So there is a source of metal also coming in. Super important that is. With the next harvest, by the way, we're seeing a 3,200 grain. That's just lovely. And don't forget that all of this grain here is, especially when it's under a roof, it's actually lasting for full years. So definitely until next summer, definitely for the winter. But of course, it's getting frozen then also during winter. So yeah, it's going to last more than just 1 year because yeah, it's getting frozen then as well for quite some time. So I'm fine with how this works right now. And we can just use all that grain then to, yeah, make oil out of that, like in my oil presses. And the vegetables that we are actually harvesting right now, we're going to make pickled vegetables out of that. And I should also watch out that we are not consuming any pickled vegetables right now, because I do want to preserve that for winter as much as possible. Okay, the next one has a meltdown once more. It's Jack this time around. He's actually in a berserk mode, so he's destroying at least one item there. Happiness is, yeah, it's still a 35 for most of them. What I can do is actually I can switch the schedule there. So we already have the sleep. I would like to, so this is normal time, right? So anything really. And I would like to say actually have one relaxed time before you start with the work in the morning. These 2 hours there, right? So we are reducing the work hours with that a bit, 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening, and the rest is then work. So with that, hopefully we actually increase the amount of relaxation. And here I could actually say make anything. If you're too tired, then go to sleep, right? That's something on the schedule there, because we definitely need something in this area. Hungry was intimidated by Jack, and the rest is positive, so she is actually not that unhappy. Repairing the heater cost me a bit again. Alright, this one is almost fully harvested now, so before, yeah, we're going to fertilize this one here for sure. I want to get at least another harvest of a grain out before winter comes. For that we need more, yeah, more manure again, so we have plenty of that available there, 100. Oh, another power cell has been scavenged. These are very great because we can actually get electricity out of them. We have 4 of them right now. And constructing them is just way harder. Any expeditions? Spaceship debris. Let's send Quinn on that. Who knows what might come out of that. Still researching on the searchlights there, that's fine. And after that, yeah, really, it's getting a bit hard there. Carbon, of course, with the nanotube printing. That's one of my next goals here. The brick rooms, we're not going to be able to do this during this year. Upgrading to bricks, right? First of all, we would need to produce a lot of bricks. So we can actually do this during winter. We have a lot of time then. Yeah, other than that, I think we're good. We don't really need wine. So let's just be happy with the beer that we have. Alright, that was already quick, and he found scrap metal and power cells. Well done. The cell will come in handy. And average amount of scrap metal is based on the physical skill. He just scavenged one of that right now. The site of a recent crash started emitting an automated high-frequency security signal. The codes are characteristic to the military modules. The signal is either coming from a ship's defense system or from an onboard reconnaissance vessel. With that we get the security signal. Let's actually do this right away once Quinn returns. Fuel-wise, 205 fuel we have right now. I still have lots of raw insect meat, so we can push a bit more fuel production as well. The liquid fuel that we have out of the manure, Jack is already crafting that. And then also the liquid fuel out of oil. That is also something we can do quite a bit. And actually, let's change this, right? It's not just times, it's spear as well. We're actually going to say until we have a certain amount in storage, right? So 200 should be my go-to here, and as long as we have 200 it's fine, which we have right now. And also Rita maximized her cooking skill, so by now you get really, really delicious dishes out of her. And with that, he no longer needs training. Edmund might need some more training though. Yeah, and at least 100 scrap metal. Some of them are already being used. Let's use some of that as well to build me some more solar panels. Wait a second, how many electronics do we have? Yeah, 3 at this point. I can definitely afford 2 more. We need that really because we're still discharging here our battery with all that electricity consumption. Consuming 64 energy right now. During daytime we produce 120. Do we get more out of it? Yeah, the wind turbines are charging it nicely now. That's okay. Alright, next up is the brick rooms and probably also the fuel fermentation. So with that we can actually make fuel out of insect meat then. Another very important thing, and since we're constantly full of insect meat thanks to the constant attacks, this is actually something that will give me lots of fuel down the road. This time it's a solar eclipse. Alright, so this time solar panels don't work anymore. These disasters are really frequent. Holy cow. Yeah, we are still going to continue with the researching. Still, it's hard for me to imagine that we consume so much electricity. Those ceiling lamps are really not doing much. Of course, the freezer is 12. Yeah, it's just adding up, right? Everything. The turrets are offline though. Yeah, the next attack is coming in. Those guys here. Just perfect timing really, when my electricity is spoiled again. So in this case, we are not producing solar panels now. I will actually... Let's wait for this one to finish. That should be quick with the bricks. And I'm actually going to turn off this bench there. We need to conserve electricity there now. Save it. And this one here will also turn off once he's finished. There you go. The brick rooms have been researched. Let's turn it off. And I might send someone on an expedition again. Yeah, Quinn, you can go for it. Oh, there it is. The security signal. Security increases. Defense module. Quinn, off you go. One less person to worry about. Hopefully. Alright, not discharging that much now, but still discharging, that's the problem. Yeah, I really don't want to have a second diesel generator. That would be insane. The attack is upon us. Yeah, Quinn, actually, you go for the expedition. We have no turrets available, right? Once again, no electricity. I can't get electricity stable. Ember, Jack. We have at least some light over there that is working for now. And then those guys here. Edmund, do you have anything? Oh, Edmund does not have anything. You need a crossbow. Telling you that. There you go. Another shooter. Daniel, he's incapable of combat as far as I know. Yes, he can only stay there and yeah. Harvesting. No, you don't go in there. Yeah, that's a pretty nasty attack there. Yeah, the wooden tower holds out. Please help over there. Look at that. They're just focusing on Ember. Ember is getting there heavily damaged. There you go. Everybody's going back home again, and we can also, yeah, scavenge a lot of these objects and aliens. More insect meat again, of course. So we are doing quite fine even without the turrets, though really I would like to have those freaking turrets activated at least during one attack. Lots of injuries as we can see, and Ken is already doing it. Why is Edmund waiting treatment? You weren't even in the fighting. Come on, heal Ember. You can do this. An impressive sight greeted me as the balloon neared the crash site, the oval-shaped metal silhouette of an almost intact armory bay in the middle of a smashed debris and a ruined forest still burning violently. Panicked animals trapped between the flames are trying to flee, many more lie around already dead. I suspect that if left as it is, the inside of the armory bay will build up pressure from the heat and burst. Free barbecue? What is barbecue? Is that a dog or something? The chance for survivors is small, but go look. Put out the fire so we can visit and search the place later. Free barbecue. Let's go for it. For this. Perhaps we get an animal there. A pet. We don't have a pet yet. Right, the thing is Edmund is actually also waiting for treatment, right? Yeah, we have plenty of medicine though. Alright, both of them are recovering again. Ember too. I hope she has no lasting illnesses. Already getting back there on the health. What's Queen doing? He's taking his time there. Hopefully everything's going smoothly at the expedition. Oh, is there already a harvest again? Nah, right. It's fall, by the way, so yeah. For some of these it's going to be too late, of course. We'll just see. I mean, we have plenty of food, really. 3,500 grain right now. It's way more than what we need, right? And it's already refrigerated, right? So it's already lasting 2 years now. The grain that we have. Plenty of grain for all the oil that we need, and also all the I think actually we could do some beer. Let's go with some ale until we have 50 ale. Finally, the battery is charged, like fully charged almost. All the solar panels are working now, and it's fall, so the wind is increasing, so we also produce a lot of electricity now out of these wind turbines. So we are really full on electricity. That's great stuff, indeed. We could afford, yeah, CPU core, searchlight. This is actually really nice to have. And can I have it on one of those platforms? Unfortunately, I can't. We could have it a bit further here in the front. I don't think it's getting destroyed so easily. So with this one, we could search them. Yeah. And they cannot hide anymore then, right? This is really powerful. And we can actually also go back to researching. So let's turn it on. Let's also turn on my soldering bench. Produce more electronics again, which we always need. And for research, we are doing the fuel fermentation. We have, by the way, also finished the brick production. So we can now bake bricks. And this is going to be super important. So for this, I'm actually going to also add more furnaces now. Even though... Let's just add one more furnace for now. Because we don't need that many furnaces anymore anyway, right? We're not... It's not like we are constantly consuming ore now or something. We are really full on alloys anyway. So this one here is actually getting changed to bricks. Until we have, yeah, let's make it 3, let's make it 400, let's make it 300 bricks. Right, really want to save up on those for some decent upgrades next year. I think also we don't really need the fuel generator right now, the diesel generator, right? So with good winds and stuff like that and a fully charged battery, let's turn it off for now. And not consume any fuel. Where's Quinn? He's back? But where's Barbecue? Didn't we rescue someone? No, it seems like we did not. I also didn't get a message or anything like that. Alright, nothing came out of that, unfortunately. The next furnace is ready. Let's do the metal alloys and also let's do the bricks until we have those 300, right? We have lots of hay. So in this case, we will be able to produce lots of bricks. Alright, toxic ash and fuel fermentation, there we have it. I don't have enough buttermelons anyway, right? Nah. Let's actually switch those 3 here. So we're going to stop with the mirroring now. And we're actually going to say here, ferment me now liquid fuel out of the insect meat that we have, right? Till we have at least 200, 100 available. And those 2 here, we're just going to mirror this one. So that we can really start up some serious fuel production. Actually doing it on too many now, but yeah, not like I need it for anything else. Actually turn off the mirroring here. We are producing some ale still there, right? I don't want to overdo it though. Let's actually have one more ale production. And here I might actually switch it to some antibiotics. We're actually consuming some of them until we have 100 available, right? Toxic ash. Oh, we scavenged another power cell. So we got 6 of them available now. They're going to be really useful and super hard to craft. So it's not something I can do right now. Any other research that we would have for the moment? I'm actually tempted. Ooh, respirator masks. This would be really nice. Especially, it's not that difficult to produce and also 3 hours only to research. So super easy, and toxic ash should not be a problem then anymore. And then we might actually look at the laser pikes. Power cells. I'm not consuming power cells for now. It's just not worth it. We have enough. Pistol wise, the pulse rifle, they still last us for some time, so I'm fine with how this looks. I might actually go for nanotube printing then, right? This one would give me then the carbon nanotubes that I need for producing carbon armor, which is the best armor that we can have for a long time. I think forever. So this would really help us out there as well. Yep. And there's the mask. And yeah, let's produce until we have 4 in stock. And there's also the bricks. Bricks, unfortunately, as it seems, we don't have the storage for it. Nah, insufficient storage space there as well, so we don't need more storage. Bricks, as far as I know, don't need to be roofed. Anyway, I would like to have a storage area here anyway, so we could start with that already and having us a nice stockpile area for bricks. Or I'm just going to continue there with another stockpile here, right? Because we're going to have some shelter there anyway. Getting really cold again. It's beautiful autumn, but autumn comes with the coldness, and 0 degrees it is right now, which also leads to only 4 degrees inside. So I'm actually also going to turn on the heaters again. We'll just see how many we need for now. The fireplace never was out. Yeah, still working. Alright, let's just turn on the heaters again. We might also need another one over here then. That's going to be okay. And there we have that too. Bricks wall, right? Good thermal insulation. So this one just has the medium one, the planks, and the bricks have then a good one. And with that, we should then also be able to reduce the heating that we need during winter. So a very good one. But of course, for now, we need to, really ramp it up on the bricks there. There it is. Bricks we have. And yeah, basically they have no shelf life or anything like that. They're just durable forever. It all starts with a few bricks. Very good, and with the heaters on, we are actually increasing the room temperature already to 21 degrees indoor. Alright, shooting star, we have once again. There is always a chance that there is a life capsule over there, so we can find a new survivor. Let's send Quinn on that immediately. Oh, we scavenged 6? What? 6 electronics. Holy cow, that's a lot. 6 electronics. Let's actually not build that solar panel there right now. We have a huge surplus anyway. With that, we could actually build a second battery. I'm also inclined to use this for a delivery drone, right? We would only need 1 more CPU core that we could find. We could also craft it ourselves, by the way. So CPU core, there it is. Yeah, let's actually do this until we have at least 5 in stock. And then we can get us a delivery drone on the way. I know some of you have been waiting for this. It's going to really change the way that we scavenge resources out there, because it's just flying around all day, which is beautiful then. Still going to take a while though. I might actually still use what we have for now on that battery. So this one needs 4 electronics then, right? We have 7 at the moment, so 8 with the next crafting. And the battery requires, I think 4 it was, or 5? 5, oh that's a lot though. Still, we get the delivery drone out there as well, so I would actually like to go with a battery, honestly. Let's build a battery over there then as well, at the end of my solar panels. We'll also have it in front of it. To store more battery, more energy. Gives me more time in times of emergency. Super useful. Let's have Quinn also equip the mask and a helmet. Super useful. And with that also, the toxic ash is not going to hurt him, even on the expedition. Oh, 129 beetles. That's a huge amount of insect meat waiting for there. We'll just see. We have enough electricity this time around, so hopefully I will be able to use all my turrets then for some nice proper slaughtering. And also my searchlight is active. So even if they attack now during night, we should be golden. Very nice, that is. That toxic ash is really lasting a long time this time around. Well, Daniel is continuing with the crafting here. By the way, Daniel, how are you looking there now? So crafting, he's at 5. That's really good, right? Jack is at 10. And, oh, and we finished this one. Ore. Unfortunately, no survivors. We just got some ore out of it, which is also nice, of course, right? Who's also good at crafting? Crafting. Jack is the one, Ken and Daniel. Yeah, very good. We got 3 crafters, potentially then. I mean, not potentially, we have 3 crafters. Daniel also leveled up there already, very good. Handling the furnaces, 2,800 grain. I think there will be no more harvest, unfortunately, right? I mean, 99%. You're kidding me, right? On the smoke leaves, but okay, that's just how it goes sometimes. Let's harvest it for now. Let's harvest whatever we already have. So I wonder, is anyone harvesting it? Yeah, Daniel is harvesting that. That's going to be a bit of... Oh, yeah, and there's the attack. Get them over, and let's also activate all the birds there. That's going to be a lot of beetles, so I'm eager to see how my turrets are going to do. It's 14 o'clock, so it's the middle of the day. Ember is also coming in, just on time really. No Jack? There is Jack. My old warrior. There they're coming. Oh, some of them are exploding. Look at how many there are. Incredible. I think without the turrets, this would have been rather dramatic. Right, and yeah. All of them were killed before they could even get into the base. No, 2 of them got into the base there. Alright. That's okay. That was some attack there, and that's a lot of insect meat. Holy moly. That's going to be a lot of fuel there as well. Great stuff indeed. Also, let's not forget to harvest some of that smoke leaf while it's still active, right? I wanna get as much of that as possible. Some smoking during winter is not a bad thing at all. Do we also have some more over here? We still have lots of fruit bushes. They're still alive there too. So I might actually also go ahead and harvest some of them. Just to add some food variety, even though we don't really need it, right? We're totally stuffed on food. And for this, yeah, so far so good. A huge attack has been repelled with them. I have no idea so far. They're not aggressive, at least. Second CPU core is in with that. And yeah, that means basically that I could probably go ahead and build me now a delivery drone. And I would like to do this, a delivery drone station it's called. Let's have it outside here in my... Yeah, my electricity area that we have, right? So we could have it right beside the battery here, for example. I could also have it... Yeah, I don't know, where we can actually maintain it quite nicely. Also where it's not too close to my... Yeah, to my... people, to my defenses. So let's actually have it here, right? I think this is a nice spot close to my storages already. Let's place it and get the first delivery drone on its way. Holy cow! It's been a long time preparing for this. And it's going to be quite nice, I hope so. We are also in the process of getting us more stone in than ever. We're going to need that. It's actually winter now, right? So in this case, nicely stockpiled on the food there. 1,700 grain are in. Not that many pickled vegetables, unfortunately. Would have loved way more for this. Unfortunately, that was not possible because, yeah, my mistake. Okay, I actually admit it. I forgot to activate the planting of this, and we never really planted watermelons. Next year is going to be better again, though. We have plenty of grain, though. It should really push me through winter there. If it gets a bit too low there, we might slaughter some animals that we have in the surrounding area. Those Ulfen, they usually provide nice amounts of meat. Now, with that coming out of the way, no attack coming in right now. We could start by, yeah, building us a defense up and running, right? It's going to take a while anyway, and we can only do this in steps. So I can say, go ahead and, replace this area here now, this section with a stone wall. And let's also do it with this area there, right? So let's start with that. Let's start small. And it's going to take a while anyway, and we'll just see how much we actually consume. Oh! Another spaceship debris landing right there. Well, right in front of my camp. Very convenient, that is. Other than that, we're coming along smoothly. It's -3 outside, 21 degrees inside, so it's perfectly warm. Anyone actually observing this? No, not now. Not yet. And Daniel is now constructing it. And then going to sleep. Right now, we're not that efficient because, let's face it, we have a lot of downtime, leisure activity, right? They're using it mostly for just standing around. So I reckon we could actually reduce this. It's in the morning. Let's actually switch this around. Not have 2 hours of relaxation in the morning already, right? Let's actually start with the working them. So this is going into anything, and then we have the work here again as well. Let's just go like that. Could be fine. The pancoth, there it is. A parrot-like lizard feasts on animal carcasses. For lack of better name, I will call it pancoth. These birds seem to be fairly common. It's probably not worth spending the time and effort to hunt them. They don't seem very meaty and fly away when approached. Yeah, and that's it. It's also untamable. Nothing I can really do with them. They're still going to stick around a bit in here. And there it is. We have a delivery drone, and look at that. It's already on its way, transporting resources back and forth. That's actually something really cool as well. It's speeding up that because it's transporting all that stone over there so quickly. And look at that. Of course, in the middle of my defense restructure, we have an attack. As if this wasn't planned. And it's also on the right side. Are you kidding me? Sometimes this game is really driving me mad. Alright. I mean, they're already doing it, right? Already building up my stone fortress. Here I'm actually going to cancel it again. Let's just make sure that we have no gap. Still, I mean, come on. Sometimes this can't be coincidence, right? Oh yeah, Queen, don't get too close to that. I should have told you, I guess. These are aggressive animals. Get out there. Get away from there. They're going to mine and scavenge. This is not okay. I would rather have you inside the base, and let's actually close the... Can we close the fence door? Alright, I cannot close it. Something new I learned again. You cannot do this. They really want to go for mining though. That's something I don't like them to. Let's just wait it out here. They are going to attack anyway soon. Hopefully. A meteor rain, another one. Very good. Look at that drone. So powerful. I love it. Alright, let's turn off the scavenging here. Because they really want to go to their death with that. And let's also stop with the mining, please. No more mining. Don't do it. We should have enough metal anyway, right? Yeah, we're full on everything basically. Also, we have 200 ore still in stock, so fine. There's the attack. Let's get in here. Let's activate my turrets again. We should be actually quite full on energy anyway. There it is. Perfect. Daniel, let's go handle the turrets. Oh, they're coming in from that side now. Where are they going? Do we have a gap? I don't think so. No, we don't. Are they coming now? Alright. Super important that we kill those bloated insects before they get to the base, right? It's also important though that we don't kill them close to my wind turbines because they might actually destroy them or damage them partially. Also look at the searchlight, doing an amazing job illuminating any kind of threat because they really like to attack during nighttime mostly. And one more over there. Down it is. Perfect. Security signal, a new expedition that we have. Let's actually send someone, Quinn, I guess, on the security signal. There you go. I'm still hoping that we find an 8th survivor. That would be great, really, another workforce. That drone, already loving it, already thinking about a second one. The freezer has been malfunctioning. Oh no, we have to the resources in, so this is actually something that takes utmost priority. So Edmund, you can do this. Alright, we have the same thing again, free barbecue. Oh, now I know what it is. Oh my goodness. Sometimes I'm really stupid. This of course means free barbecue, so free of charge, right? Barbecue meat. I thought this was a name for a pet or something. Holy cow, sometimes. The chance for survivors is small, but good luck. Battling the intense heat of the fires, I circled the crash site and saw a massive protective shell pods, most of them smashed. I searched this horrid graveyard but was faced only with mangled bodies. I can't afford to spend more time searching. Alright, that was not successful, though we are going to get this event quite a few more times. And at some point there has to be someone in, right? Another thing I would like to do as well, queue it up on the research, and that is the power cell assembly. With that we can make power cells ourselves, and also we can unlock the planting of energy crystals. That's a new thing that we're going to need for, yeah, for the advanced weapons here as well, and also my force of field barriers that I would like to go with. So that's the one. And we have also unlocked the 3D printer. That's going to take a lot more electronics though, and some CPU cores. We are down on that right now, so let's hope that we salvage them, or also, yeah, produce enough. Shouldn't one of them actually be going for it? Ken, isn't crafting your priority? Yeah, and Jack as well. Do you too? Craft whenever you can, please. We do have everything in here, right? Alright, we can also continue now, once again, with the fence upgrade. There you go. This will cost quite a bit of stone. We have a lot of stone though, so that's okay. And then also, of course, the fence door I cannot do yet. And we upgrade the tower. We have the gate, but just a wooden gate so far, and the tower is also just only wooden for now. Nothing we can do there. 200 bricks. So the upgrading of my walls will also be another priority, but once winter is over, because I think we're losing the thermal insulation while upgrading. So that would be not so great. For the next year, we also need to watch out on my fields, so I want to do this a bit more efficient than last time, right? So we have those two outer fields here. We're going to change the crop now to the buttermelon for both of them. And I'm also going to say plant and harvest both of them at perfect, right? Basically forever. I want to get lots of pickled vegetables. Then we basically have 3 fields here now with the grain. So that's already, this one here already has it, right? Yes. This one has it, and this one here we change to grain as well. And this might be something that we fertilize as well, so that we speed it up. And then we got one area here where we have grain right now. I would like to change this though to the silicon leaf. We are going to need lots of electronics in the future anyway, and this makes sure that we have always silicon coming in as automatically. So I don't need to worry about that once more. I might actually go for some more farms though, right? So we can switch it, of course, anytime we want. Another grain crop field would be amazing. We have still the problem here that, yeah, not that much further area there is. We have those veggie plants there. Seriously, I don't need them. So let's just squeeze us in another field then here as well. Why do you have a meltdown? Actually not looking so bad. I think he's overworking again. And look at that. That fence is coming along beautifully. And yeah, almost out of stone again because of that. That was to be expected though. But we don't need to do this always, right? The one project. And it seems like, oh, let's just check it out. Silicon leaf? Why is she planting it now? Temperature tolerance is negative 30 to 50 degrees. Holy cow, we can actually have silicon leaf during winter? Can't be true. But it seems like it. Another cool thing about that delivery drone is the manure collecting, right? So if I collect now a lot of manure here, what we're doing right now, the drone will get them immediately. So I don't need to have my survivors running out all the way there to collect 400 manure. Instead, the drone is just picking up a lot of them at once. It's just speeding up this process so much that it's amazing, right? Beautiful. Really, we need a second drone. It's speeding up so many things. With that, we get the manure in that we're going to need for fuel, that we're going to need for, yeah, fertilizing here my silicon. Daniel is already coming in, so I wonder if this really grows. Hard to believe. Right, the minimum growth temperature is to 0 degrees, right? It has a tolerance though to negative 30. That means that as soon as we are above 0 degrees, it's growing a bit, and it does not really get destroyed like the other crops by frost. So that's something at least, right? It can actually grow during winter, but only if it's a warm winter. And as you can see, we have 0 degrees right now, and it's actually growing just ever so slightly. And there it is, power cell assembly, and with that we can actually farm energy crystals now. There they are. They have a temperature tolerance once more of negative 30, so just like the silicon leaf, they can actually grow during winter if the temperature is above 0 degrees and they're not getting destroyed or anything like that if it's below that. Yeah, we do have not an optimal soil there, so for the energy crystals, I might actually move them a bit further away, probably somewhere over here. I mean, this is already being used for my tree. So we could have the energy crystals on the other side of my base. For some reasons though, I like to have them close to the mountain. It just makes sense to me. So let's have them here. So this has still 100% growth rating, and here we can start with the energy crystal production. And this area here, let's continue with some trees, right? So that we keep this together. That we have one giant area for trees. Okay, the next attack. Lots of aggressive animals this time. 42 of the shrieker hatchlings, and 3 shriekers, so the adult ones. They're actually worse, so it's not that many of them for now. Let's actually handle the laser turrets with Rita there. Come on, we can do this. That's still something that we need to do manually there all the time, every single time the attack comes in. As long as I don't have enough energy really to keep them online all the time, I cannot do this any other way. Should be an easy attack though. Easy to defend. And there it is. Quick and easy. Let's butcher whatever we have. Really, we get so much insect meat in, I don't even need to make fuel out of that anymore because we're getting full on fuel. So this is really something I can pause for now. It's clogging up my whole storage. With the power cells coming in soon, we could actually go for a couple of other things now that I would like to work on. So the laser pikes, the laser pistols, the pulse rifle especially, that is super useful because it stuns a lot of enemies in one area. And the force field barrier is also super nice to have. Basically, we can have a force field here at the entrance that is pulverizing enemies that go through that at the cost of electricity. Why not? Another thing that we have is the power cell generator. This is actually super useful because it produces 100 energy. That's twice as much as a diesel generator. And with that energy, we could theoretically always have power at the cost of energy cells. It's not consuming its soul quickly. We only have 6 though and no production of that yet. So I would rather keep it as long as possible. We can, however, turn on this diesel generator here. We're full on fuel anyway, and we do need electricity in winter more so. Let's actually handle that and turn it on so that we can also charge even during daytime and not discharge my batteries so much there. It's really not good to do this. Not much wind, unfortunately. So that's why we really should work on that as well a bit. And as you can see, those weapons are quickly done. Wind can do this. Might actually, workbench wise, I still don't have an upgrade there really. Strange. Laser pikes, there it is. Super nice for melee damage. The pistols are though of course way nicer. So the goal would be to have everyone a pistol. Also there they are. We are growing crystals now, finally out here. Yeah, growing a bit right now, thanks to a balmy winter so far. And yeah, with those we can then make some power cells out of that. And once this is coming in, holy cow, we are going to be in for a treat with mechs, robots, and yeah, energy production out of those. And we're fertilizing them with, of course, manure. What I also have is electronics and CPU cores for my 3D printer. That's going to be great stuff, because with that we can make carbon. And with that we can make carbon armor. So let's go ahead and build us one of those printers right here. And the drone is already doing it, right? So someone just needs to get over there and instruct it. Lo and behold, there it is, also a dog. So we got a few dogs now on the map. I mean, come on, what is it? It's a dog. Let's observe it. They can really help us out in the base and of course provide company. Of course I'm doing this. Observing it. One of my fellas will do this immediately. A shooting star once again. Yeah, and once again we're going to do this expedition of course, because I still have hope that we do get the occasional survivor there. There it is, also a 3D printer, and it's already producing carbon nanotubes out of fuel and metal oil alloys. This is actually something we have quite a bit. Oh, look at that. Also, we scavenged a CPU core. Nice. Yeah, and with the carbon nanotube, we can then actually go in and make carbon armor. Let's produce it. Actually, let's make the recipe, produce it until we have 100 in stock. Why not? Do this plenty off. Going to take a while. But it is almost fully automated. And there it is. Carbon nanotubes. And with that, we can now go in and research something, and that is the carbon armor, and that's going to be really nice, right? The best armor. Let's go ahead. And there's also the carbon armor, the normal. Wait a second. Improved one and normal one. I have no idea what the difference is right now. I guess we need to get the carbon armor first and then the improved version. Let's just try it like this. Makes sense to me. As far as I can see, they both cost the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, we once again just got some ore out of the shooting star, unfortunately. Amber is doing the most important thing right now, observing this dog over there. And the dog seems to be rather friendly. There it is, Boxer. It's a famous dog breed, and it baffles me how it's kind of has gotten here. One thing is sure though, the dogs have adapted this planet well. They're somewhat wild and aggressive when provoked, but it shouldn't be too hard to reclaim the trust of the man's best friend. With this, yeah, we can actually tame it. However, we do need to get the food for the dog, and this is actually something we haven't discovered yet. And dogs like dry meat. So in this case here, we are going in, and we actually should have unlocked it first. First of all, actually we got some statues there. Alright. And then we do have the dry meat. There it is, the large drying rack, and out of meat we can make it. And I think we actually have 680 meat. Oh, that's the insect meat. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Then we need to hunt down some animals, unfortunately. That's okay though. And probably going to have the ranching anyway here at some point. Yep. So let's start with one of these. A drying rack. Actually, let's have this one here, right? Makes sense. Just need to hunt down some animals then that give meat, right? So it's these ones here, the Ulfen. Let's hunt it. Hunter without range weapon. What? Rita? She's not a hunter. You kidding me? Rita will hopefully never go for hunting. Nah. Let's deactivate that. Ken can do it, and Jack and Amber. Plenty of people who can actually hunt. Right? But it's certainly not going to be Rita, my best cook. We also, by the way, got the first, carbon nanotubes. There they are. Highly durable electricity conducting and heat insulating material used in production of advanced weapons and structures. Laser pistol is coming along. And after that, the force field. Actually, let's go ahead and make the carbon armor first. And then the force field. Alright, Amber, she's hunting now the Ulfen. That shouldn't be too hard, right? It's got the laser pistol. Dark. Why are you going out there in the dark, by the way? Yeah, she's definitely going to kill it, but it could be way faster during daytime. Amber. Let's just hope that she does not get lost. Yeah, she's going... What? She's going to drink now. Let's butcher it. Come on. While you're out there, you want to run back and forth all the time? And there it is then. We have it. The dried meat. And here we can actually now group it up. Raw red meat and raw smoke leaf. So we can dry it out then. And we're probably going to stop any kind of meat consumption. The meat stew we have active there still. So far so good. Some new clear goals. We have finished the fortifications with a stone wall. We have found dogs. And of course we're trying now to tame one of them. Also, I would like to work then on my carbon armor. And yeah, once winter is over, on a brick wall for my houses. I hope you enjoyed this one. And where's the 8? So say, we have really lots of fruit, right? And there's so much fruit out there. It's incredible. The berry bushes are everywhere and they're so easy to harvest. So in this case here, let's use it. We cannot use it for cooking really, at least not by itself for some strange reasons. We do actually need to mix it with something else, and that something else is alcohol. And then we do get some delicious dishes there. But for that, first we need to get the winemaking going. We have the carbon armor right now. Let's actually switch the winemaking in. We have the fermentation barrels that are sitting around idle right now. And we can just make, wine out of bushes then. And this is better than beer, honestly, right? Because it's way more alcoholic. It makes people happy. And it doesn't consume that much grain that we actually need for other things anyway. And berry bushes or fruits is something we don't really need other than for winemaking. So that's that. We're going to quickly research that. We have another solar flare. In this case here, energy consumption is quite high, even with that we are actually positive. So that should be fine for the moment. And yeah, also we got the meat in, right? There it is, raw meat that we are actually drying right now. And when they're trying it, let's go for it. And let's actually make meat out of, or well, dried meat out of that. Once this is full, we actually get it. I don't know if it does actually work during winter. It does. Perfect. Right? Perfect. More CPU cores, so we don't need to produce them ourselves all the time. That's also great because it saves me some time. And smoke leaf, hides, and then the raw meat. Winemaking, there it is. Let's go in, and I think once again, let's actually mirror that for wine. There it is, until we have, let's make 50. And those two are going to mirror it then. This should be fun. Yeah, Amber has a meltdown. No idea why. Common cold she's got. Clothes-wise, it's totally fine. I guess she's just sad. Another attack. Some strange creatures. Huge mantis that we have there. These are new, I think. And not particularly fast they are, but ooh, they're attacking my turrets there. They're attacking the walls. Yeah, they can actually breach the walls. That's a new kind of threat. Lucky us, we do have stone walls, so they're holding out for quite some time. Still, dangerous animals there. Holy cow, and they have a lot of hit points. Way more dangerous than I thought they would be. Alright, that was not so easy, honestly. Let's butcher them except for one. I would like to observe it. Perhaps we can find some weaknesses there. And they're called the scissor hands. Has razor sharp front legs. Its forelegs make it fast and agile, traits which get further enhanced by its remarkable senses. Alright. We could tame them actually. Interesting. Toxic Ash once again. I think Jack already has it equipped, the mask. Oh. Jack, please equip one of those. Ah, we had it on Quinn, right? Yep. So Jack is going to get one. The ones that are outside usually get some masks here, right? Amber, she's also out there quite often. There you go. There's still one more. I think Ken. He can also do this. I think that's it then, right? Do we not have more? Probably will need to craft me a few more. And there it is finally, carbon armor has been researched, and with that we can finally craft durable armor pieces from carbon nanotubes. We already have 90 of them, and as we can see in direct comparison, first of all we only need then those carbon nanotubes, and also they have way more protection against blunt deflection and piercing deflection, so basically direct hits on them and also ranged attack on them as well, the piercing deflection. So yeah, that's just overall more protection with the same temperature tolerance increases. Unfortunately not better. So let's just wait it out for the improved one, right? Perhaps this one has a better temperature distribution. That's that, then the pistol, yeah, and then we could go into gaming, right? Arcade machines. Looking forward to this as well. And there we have it, dried meat, also for the first time. Out of my drying rack, and let's just see if this actually does anything for the boxer now. And we can tame it now. Of course, it still is important to decide who actually does it. So we have this, I think, under the handling? No, it's under the wrenching, right? Yeah, there's the taming, and Rita, she's level 8, so she's probably going to do this as well. I love my Rita, honestly. She's great. Alright, it's actually Ken though that went out there. He's not that bad, and with that we have a dog. You can now order survivors to lead the animal to a selected location. There it is. Boxer, tamed, domesticated. And we can now train him for combat. Nah, we're not doing that though, right? So he's basically just someone for the camp. Do we have a second boxer there? I think there was a second one. Yes, let's also tame this one. Of course, they will always need food. Of course, the dog needs to sleep somewhere, so we do need a sleeping spot for the dog. Yeah, probably preferably somewhere where it's warm and he's also not in the way of anyone. So probably instead of that workbench there, we could have then a dog somewhere over there. Let's just see how we can do this. The heater we can probably move here to the floor, right? This area there. Jack, come on, you can do this. Doesn't take you long. Then we can move this one over a bit. Oh, wait a second. No, actually, it's not this. I have the spot here now, right? That I can use. What did it really? think we could move the music though. A bit to the center here. Makes more sense anyway to me. And the heater we can also move here. And with that we have the spot there actually. Silicon deposit! Oh! We can also mine silicon now. Very good. There was a shiny rock that we observed that actually did the trick. Daniel, you can do this. Thank you very much. With that we have the space available for a sleeping spot for the dog. Just here by the fireplace. That looks cozy. We'll also need an animal feeder then. For domesticated animals, the raw food we can actually then have. The question is, where should we have it, outside or inside? Let's have it out of stone for sure. Cleaner. And yeah, let's have it actually here at the front entrance, right? We can now assign Boxer to this. And he now sleeps here. Jack, why? Why, Jack? Why are you constantly unhappy? I know you have this pain thing going on. Still, you've got everything you need. Liver pain is still there. First wine harvest is in. Very good. This will make people super happy. My Boxer's starving. Yeah, what are you doing out there? Right. Yeah. He's not particularly happy. He can be led now to the camp, where already food is waiting for him. Ken and Rita both are sleeping. Someone is already doing it? Yeah, Ember. He's super far away, like it's not even a comparison. Alright. Also we got the improved carbon armor and the laser pistol. Let's have a look at the improved carbon armor right away. Carbon vest 2.0, version 2.0. And yeah, it has even more reflection, right? But that's it. It looks cooler too. It's red. That's something. And yeah, with that, we can actually officially say goodbye to my synthetic vests. We have been crafting them for a very long time now. And now we're actually going into the carbon vests. And let's start with 3 for each part. Consuming then all the carbon nanotubes that we have. No one is getting the dog over. Why? What's going on? Leading Boxer. There it is. Rita is doing it now. I hope he survives. He's starving. Also, it's time to stop producing crossbows. Right, the veggie leather we can also get rid of. Synthetic cloth we can keep. And the bow is also gone. And instead of that, we can now have then the laser weapons. I think here they are. Laser pistol out of the power cells that we have. Right. And we can also now... No, we actually cannot produce power cells yet. We need to wait for the first harvest of the crystals. And there is Boxer, finally fully fat as well. He's got lots of meat there, insect meat. And yeah, actually we don't need to have insect meat here. We could also make slop out of it. That is then some animal food. And that slop we can actually, or we actually already produce it. The limit is still 20, let's increase that to 50. And we're using some insect meat and anything else that we can find, basically put it together for some food there. But he should be fine for a long time now, since he eats meat, of course. Yeah, with that we have a dog. And he's now here. We can actually, in honor for him, make a statue out of the dog. So why not? Unfortunately, I cannot have it there right at the wall, but I would definitely like to have a nice statue there in the center to honor our dog. Alright, another thing, carbon fortifications. This will be the upgrade for my towers, basically. That we can, yeah, upgrade them, and then the force field as well. And after that, I might actually just go into the arcade machines. Another thing that Jack finally likes, and that is appreciating the dog stature. So he's actually really happy for Jack's standards, right? And yeah, many fun things to do, appreciates the decorations. He's actually got fun with the dog, and he also has delicious food, which makes him happy too. Now, it's a bit dark here. Oh, by the way, new apparel, the carbon leggings 2.0, we have finished as well. Our next step in the carbon, in the carbon sets that I'm actually doing right now. And what we do have next, also a bit of light, right? So two things actually. I'm still uncertain about the power cell. Yet I would actually like to start with a power cell generator. It doesn't cost that much actually to build. It is then expensive to maintain, right? Still, I would like to start with that, just basically because really, I want to get a bit more independent from solar panels and wind turbines. So this is something that we'll need to have here then. And let's also go ahead and make me then another pole here for this area then as well. That's one thing. And then I would also like to have a look at the light. So we have the floodlight, right? I definitely want to illuminate that a bit more. Don't we have any in between? Electrical wall lamp we have. The wall torches we have, but we don't have anything really a bit more neutral, perhaps, except the floodlight. I don't know. Yeah, we could have the tilted floodlight here, or no, let's actually have the floodlight here one, right, so that we have a bit of light around the house then as well. And here for sure. And we might also have then one here by the statue there close by the wall. Don't really cost that much. Another new year. Yeah, let's go ahead. We have survived another year. Year 2 is over. In a very good shape we are too. Grain at 800. Yeah, that's okay. I would love to have a bit more of grain next year. But the pickled vegetables will also do their job then at that, right? It should be fine. Actually, I don't think we are going to need that floodlight there, right? I think those two here will be fine already as it is. Right, 109 beetles out there. That's okay. I'm not really afraid of them. I would also like to have a few more of these statues, right? We have an Ulfin statue. Only costs me a bit of stone. And it really makes people happy. So, let's have one of these there too. Probably, here in the back? Or here? Nah, this is not. Looks too cramped then. We'll also have it up here. Yeah, I like that. At the end of this hill there. This makes sense to me, right? Have this statue up there overlooking it. So anyone who wants to appreciate that can take a quick hike up there and then enjoy the sight of that. The drone is then transporting that. That's pretty cool, right? No problem there. We are a bit down on stone there, so let's actually go ahead and cut us down some stone there again. And we have 400 bricks, by the way, so everything would be ready for this nice upgrade that I'm looking forward to of the house itself. And there's the power cell generator, and it's actually lasting for full 20 days. That's great, right? So this is actually a lot, and it's producing a lot of electricity with that. And yeah, with that, we're pretty much well off. 100 electricity. Every 20 days we need one. Oh. Why are they attacking now already? No idea. They should not attack yet. Animal attack there it is, but the machine gun is actually doing the job already, right? Both of them. No props. We don't even need my survivors doing anything for this. Alright, a second wave of attack is coming in over here now. We got 2 waves of enemies right now. This might actually be something we need to take care of then a bit more carefully. Let's also activate this laser turret there. particularly happy with how my energy is looking, despite all of this here working. Also the diesel generator is working, so we really consume that much electricity all the time. Hard to believe. I mean, yeah, that 3D printer is doing an amazing job at consuming it. And I think we could actually turn off the research for now. This should actually tip the balance in our favor. And we also don't need a soldering bench. Yeah, those beetles, they're not attacking in full force, right? They're coming in step by step in small clusters. And this makes it very easy for my turrets to just take care of them. Also, that statue looks fantastic. And I really don't stand a chance. This attack though is a bit more severe. So for that we'll need then to activate my settlers too. And also the carbon boots have been finished. Okay, now comes the big attack. All of them together there again. Birds are already online. We might also turn on the laser now. We'll have lots of energy there. They're coming. Nasty looking creatures there, for sure. It's a really warm winter, by the way. 8 degrees right now, so this is not a problem. Yeah, those guys here are coming in quick. There's no light over there. What a shame. They're casually just attacking now here my... Actually get my survivors over there so they can help out shooting. Need to take care of them quickly. I really don't want to lose a turret there. Alright. That's it, right? Yeah. Just the hungry pests again, the small ones. They're not a big threat there to me. Perfect, so at least that's that. Now you can go celebrate New Year. Was right at New Year's Eve, really. And tomorrow you can go back to work then. And yeah, with that we have survived another year. People are going to celebrate to the occasional shooting of my turrets. Also scaring away any kind of pets that are still coming in. Pests, hopefully. And we continue onwards in the next episode of Stranded Alien Dawn. Stay tuned. Sleep during this terrible noise, but at least my colonists have some fun there right now. Music night it is over already again, and yeah, they're going right off to work again. I don't know, it's 11 o'clock in the evening. And theoretically they have a leisure time right now, off time right now. The thing is, it's anything, right? So they can do anything, and if they really feel like it, they can also just work, and I'm super fine with that. Relaxation though, we're going to say here 19 and 20 o'clock now, so I'm going to at least force them to have some relaxation for 2 hours there in the evening. This should make things a bit smoother there for some of them, because some of them really just work out of obligation, I think. Now, oh, Daniel also is in a state of euphoria. He's reached 100% happiness. Right? It's dark, that's his major problem right now. Was annoyed by Edmund, and he's also in a little pain. Please don't have anything else. Irritable bowel. Alright, this is... Oh no, it's an untreatable chronic disease. At this point, everybody probably has an untreatable chronic disease, unfortunately. The rest is still pretty nice overall, right? So everything is smooth for these guys there. My drone, I love it. It can actually enter buildings. That's super cool. And it can even open the doors then as well. We're in the process of crafting, or continue crafting, carbon helm, and then we have crafted a full set, right? And we can actually equip then my people with that. Yeah, down on the carbon nanotubes, the production of that is rather slow. but steady. A shooting star. Once again, let's definitely get us one of my colonists on this one. And of course it's going to be Quinn once he wakes up. And this time around, no ore, but a military grade reinforced crate. It's quite damaged, but its contents should be okay. A nice find, even though I don't really know what he's found so far. Guess we'll find out. Since it's spring, I'm also in the works of finding some new plants. Flat-headed animal that we have there. Something to observe, right? The flat-headed animals, and then we also have some funny mushrooms that we might also go for. Also, we can harvest these silicon plants. And of course we want to do this, because with that we can make more electronics again in CPU cores. And there is the loot. It's some helmets there, carbon, or no, actually it's the fiber that we have, right? Synthetic, yep, and some metals, alright. Unfortunately no weapons or anything like that. By the way, another thing that is happening right now is a rather threat, or is a threat that's growing, and that's the number of insect nests that are growing around the colony. There we have one of these, for example. So at some point we'll unfortunately have to fight them. And already we get the first harvest in as well for grain. Very much needed. Also the buttermelons are growing nicely. I might actually also... we cannot fertilize them, right? There was something about that. I mean, we have plenty of manure, and I can always just gather more manure super quick thanks to my robot, to my drone, right? And with that, we should never really run out of it. There is 135. Someone can do the job. And also, my energy crystals are growing nicely. It's taking them quite some time though, so it's not a mass product, right? I might actually have a second one if I'm being honest. Smaller one perhaps, just beside this one, so that we have at least two of them, that we can use them. And there's the silicon that's only about 90 as well there, but it's growing nicely. There's also lots of silicon plants though on the planet, so I think we should be fine silicon wise, right? There is more, there's 4 and they're popping up from time to time somewhere. I think at least silicon wise we should be fine. And there it is, the first silicon harvest. Feels a bit strange, harvesting silicon, but this planet gives you interesting materials out of plants. And with that, we can continue with, yeah, some nice electronics production. I mean, we're quite full on electronics already. I'm going with 20 stock, then we have the CPU cores. They're actually super important. I would actually like to put them up there in the priority. And then we get the laser pistol and the laser pikes. No one is somehow working on that, right? Ken? He's, yeah, crafting, alright. But Jack, you should be able to. It's not being turned on. Yeah, my mistake. Also, the advanced research desk is not turned on. Of course, then no one is working on them. And what's my balance look there? It's fine, even though, yeah, the wind turbines are not working anymore fully. We're charging the batteries, but not with that much. It's a bit of a tricky one here. There is also the carbon tower now, but of course it needs lots of carbon that we're consuming right now for other things, so I'm not going to push that. Now the next big project then, yeah, it's spring into summer, is to upgrade my house, right? And I would like to do this, and that is by upgrading those walls that we have. So that's the wooden wall into a brick wall, right? So it's the outer area, so the wooden plank wall that we have, there it is too. Let's replace this with the brick wall also for this area there, and they will do this now. It's going to take a long time, of course. The drone is already helping us a lot because it's super fast getting the bricks now over, and in no time we should have then something. I think the roof will be fine though, right? Do we need anything here? Nah, I don't need a brick roof, honestly. I mean, it's nice. It's a stone roof that we could also do. Another solar flare. Yeah, more power consumption again. This probably leads to... yeah, it's tight. But my wind turbines will not produce that much forever. I really don't want to have another power cell here working. But I think I might be running out of options there. Or we just have more solar panels. Way more. course, also, we need to turn off the heaters again. We, by the way, never really needed the heating stove in the last winter. It was a very warm winter, for sure. That's something at least. This will save me some electricity there as well. And there it continues. The brick wall is coming in. And with that, a way more sturdy house. Oh, another animal attack. This was quick. They didn't even gather that long. It's a rather big attack from what I can see. Oh yes, they're actually breaching it quite a bit now. Oh, one of them actually get in. That is just super super bad, because it's really doing a lot of area of effect damage. This one is deflecting a lot, right? So 2 more, that's these guys here especially, so they're actually really nasty because they can fire from afar. And 1 more should be there. There it is, but it's bleeding. Alright, my colonists can actually go back to work. Jack got hit quite a bit, even though he was in the tower. And let's also turn off my birds there again. We might be running out of electricity if I keep this going. It's coming in, but it will probably never really breach it, right? Because, yeah, first of all, it's bleeding already. And I think it is now stunned or something like that. Unconscious, yes. Bleeding to death like this. Can't say that I pity it one bit. And there it's about to die. Another research has been finished, and that is the force field, finally. So with that we have this force field here now, an impenetrable barrier powered by electricity that consumes more energy with each successive attack, provides unrestricted access if kept open or when deactivated. People can pass through closed gates and lead animals through them. It doesn't really cost much, right? And it also really doesn't consume much as long as there is no attack coming in. And we can just, yeah, place it here, right, at the beginning of my death trap area, just like this. And then we have a force field here where those animals in the future will actually need to get in. We could actually also have a second one then here at the end of the death trap corridor. And that would then be probably an impenetrable well, defense, as long as we have also my turrets going, which is not always the case, unfortunately. My goal is to build me a second power cell generator. The thing with that is though that, yeah, it's expensive in maintenance, and I'm still not able to build power cells. We need to wait for these energy crystals here to actually fully grow for having a proper harvest. Otherwise I will not be able to produce more. That's the main problem right now. Fuel is still fine, that's okay. Arcade machines have been researched. That's actually pretty cool. With 10 carbon nanotubes and a CPU core, we can get an arcade game out there, and we can start the age of video games in this. And look at that, we could squeeze it in there. Of course they're playing Stranded. And we just need a proper location for it. That's the main thing. Yeah, probably here instead of that heater. The heater we can move over. And then we have our arcade machine here. And with that, we have a brick house finally, and this will lead to some nice insulation there as well. Now, of course, we're lacking a few windows here and there. that is another thing that I would like to do. So we're going to get, yeah, we can replace them actually with metal windows, right? This provides lighting while open and conserves heat while closed. And it has glass on it. At least I think so. So let's make it. We're going to make it out of scrap metal. I think, no, let's make it out of alloy, because we can always produce that. And by the way, we don't need to produce that many bricks anymore for now. Let's actually smelt some alloys, right? Do we have ore? We don't really have ore, but we have lots of scrap metal. So let's actually get us at least until we have 200 alloys there again, right? And this one we pause. And for that one, we are already doing it anyway. I'm also going to raise the limit to 300. And there's the window, and as we can see, it is glass, right? So finally we have them. We don't need to have it closed all the time anymore. But these ones here are actually closed. We can open the blinds, right? And then it's just letting in the sunshine as well. Of course, I also need to get air vents into all of the tiny rooms. That's something I forgot. Just so that we have also a nice circulation. Which brings me then, of course, to my air conditioner. 16 electricity we can afford. So I would like to go ahead with this. Do we have the turrets still active? No, they're not. They're not active anymore. So where's the searchlight? Yeah, the searchlight is active. It's okay. And with that, we can actually, yeah, control the temperature in it and maintains a room temperature to the desired level. It does cost me some CPU cores. We have, oh, another bigger attack. Those attacks are really nasty at this point. That harvest takes forever too. The soil is having a problem there, but we are fertilizing it, right? Yeah, do we have fertilizers? We still have that too. Toxic ash, alright, that's the one. Still, they take a long time. I would really like to get that air conditioner going. We can have it instead of the heaters there. We could have it instead of that heating stove, right? And with the brick, we actually have enough insulation that I think one or two of them would work out fine. We don't have enough storage, by the way, for my buttermelon harvest. Oh my goodness. Buttermelon harvest. Let's have it here too for now. Vegetables, that's the buttermelons. There you go. That we can actually make more pickled vegetables out of that. Until we have 1,000 pickled vegetables. Looks like there is a pretty nasty attack coming in again with lots of these brood mothers this time around. They're doing a lot of damage. So what I would like to do is, first of all, of course, we can now and should equip Jack here with the carbon armor that we have, right? So number 2 and the boots, and then I should have the leggings somewhere too. There it is, carbon leggings. Oh, they're attacking already. A bit too late on that, probably. Because that armor is super nice and durable. Let's just get everybody over there. I've actually, though, built me some more towers there, right? So Jack has the best armor there, so he's going to the forefront. Ember, you can stay. Ken, you're going to stick down here, because he can stun everyone that is in front of him. Edmund, you can go up here. Edmund? Aren't you incapable of fighting? No, he's actually a fighter. And Queen is over there, right? Daniel, yeah, and Rita are sticking a bit to the back of it. There they are. Let's just hope that we can get most of them cleaned up before the broodmothers come in. They're a bit slower. That's the advantage here. Yeah, looking not so bad right now. I mean, there's lots of aliens here. Holy cow. I will never be able to butcher all of them. We're already pretty full on insect meat. There they are. They're super nasty. Look at that with their attacks. Perhaps Ember, you can attack them there. No, don't go down. Jack, just also attack them. Because they actually damage my towers, right? Very good. It's just this one now that's being actually... You don't see this really, but it's actually being attacked by this laser tower there, right? All the way through. There's this line of sight and it's actually fully attacking it as well. Alright, that's it. Jack is bleeding a bit, Ember is bleeding a bit. For the next one, we definitely will need to have more equipment than equipped actually, right? So because it's just lying around here, so that's the carbon vests that we have. Jack already is equipped with that, Ember might be one, and then of course also Ken is my other fighter. So he's pretty good with that. He still has the synthetic vests, and we might actually give him then the carbon vest. Also, please equip a spear, and then a carbon helmet, carbon leggings, carbon boots, and do we have another vest? Yep, there it is, carbon vest. Oh, meteor rains, another disaster that we have right now. Unfortunately, there's no meteor shield or anything like that. That would be amazing. There he is, looking really nice there with all the armor. I think Jack has the full carbon armor. He's looking full red. Nice one. Red and black. That is friendly colors for friendly colonists. Getting treated right now. Getting the best treatment in the world with my first aid kits and antibiotics. I don't think there's anything better. So he's getting what he deserves. Only the best. My poor Jack. And also light mechs have been researched. We do have, yeah, a mech core. So we can actually build at least one of them. Right, and they can fight for us then too. Leather armor I'm doing, that's just doing something because it's quick and dirty and it's in the way here. And next up, all combat mechs, there they are, right? The thing is though, a mech core, I would need a second one. Incendiary traps, this is actually something that I would like to go for, right? It's a bit more powerful than the normal traps that we already have. And then the railgun, a sniper, that's also super nice. Unfortunately, the material is just out of my league right now. So that's not something I'm doing. I don't know why I still have the first aid kit here. Didn't I research that already? No idea. Let's just go ahead and do this as well because it's there. And we have lots of debris there, right? Also, I think a new one, yeah, fell down here. Let's salvage that. That we might get another mech core out of it. Alright, let's actually turn off my turrets again. What's going on here? This is taking forever. It's stuck at 55. The growth rating though is 115. It's just really taking this much time, right? Nearing the end of spring now. I hope we have it ready by summer? No, probably by autumn. Another thing, yeah, I would like to do this, and that is building me more solar panels. We actually have 9 electronics, so I can get at least 4 more out there. Let's build us 3 more into this area there. We really need more production there, unfortunately. Those wind turbines are barely producing in most of the time right now. The wind is picking up again. But it's not great in comparison to the solar panels that are really producing every day, except we have the eclipse, right? Then it's not working. But that's a really rare event. And there they are, incendiary traps, and those buggers are going to be pretty powerful, I think, right? And we can then have a whole bunch of them. And yeah, we could start here with those 3, and I'm probably going to get rid of this row here. Traps. We can actually dismantle them like this, and then get me some more of them in, right? So the outer ones are exploding. This is when the cluster is the biggest, I think, and then they're getting stunned on their way in. And we could also, by the way, have more stun traps here. In the center, so they're getting stunned in the middle of my flamethrowers, right? That would be pretty nice there too. We need to increase that defense there a bit. Right, what are we researching now? The first aid kits. I think after that we have nothing anymore. Hydroponic racks, yeah, it sounds nice, but we have so much food really, right?
and we're never going to run out of it anymore. So this is really nothing that I need. The stress signal, oh yes, this is something we definitely will need to follow along right away. And let's just check it out. Cargo pod debris and the stress signal. Quinn, off you go quickly. Stop everything here with the researching, and there he goes. Perfect. I'm too late. What? We got there as quickly as we could, and no one survived it. Yeah, there was a high chance that we found another survivor. Unfortunately, we were too late. Yes. All right. Thank you, Edmund. With that, we have now this row here available. Those 2 rows here, and we're going to have more of them. Yeah, getting a bit low there on the fuel now with all of these incendiary traps. Might need to push more then, but we're crafting it all the time anyway, out of what exactly right now? Out of the oil that we have. This is something we probably should stop now, because I actually need the oil for food as well. So I would only really like to consume this if we are running low on manure, which we're probably never, at least not during this time of the year anyway, right? The manure we have 230. That is okay. And then of course we can also get it out of fermenting. That is something I might consider. So we could have, yeah, why not? Let's get me some more fermentation barrels. Somewhere here. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, and no, actually not this one here. But here we can have another one. Most of them we're using right now for the pickled vegetables, because we have harvest season right now, right? Lots of buttermelon in. And of course we consume that right away to make pickled vegetables out of that. Super important for winter. Nicely cleaned up and also upgraded. This is how it's looking now. All the insects are gone, really. I'm really surprised how quickly this went now. A 600 insect meat we got out of that. And yeah, now a clear area with the latest state-of-the-art traps. And so the summer is upon us with that. Warm temperatures and happy gaming times, I hope, without too many thunderstorms and solar flares and whatever you can get during summer. And we continue onwards in the next episode. Yeah, specialized equipment. And what better way of doing this than to use one of my latest, innovations. And that is, of course, the mech. And there we have it. The mech, we are actually getting a combat mech on its way too. The problem with that is we do need a second combat or mech core. And these are super hard to get by, right? So I can only hope that we can salvage a few more out of the debris. But that's about it. There is no way for me right now to produce them. So I'm actually going with the lesser version here, the normal light mech that we have. But yeah, don't be disappointed by that. This one is even already pretty powerful. There it is, right? The first version, it is. We should see the first version before we actually go for the second version. So let's have it here. It's a pretty massive undertaking there too, so it's going to take a while to construct this, right? First we need the materials, 100 metal alloys, which is quite a bit, and the mech core. And then we need to construct it as well. And then we need someone that actually can navigate with it. So that's also something. Alright, Amber is already, it seems to me, doing it. So she's getting the core over there. Right, and now we just need the metal alloy. I hope that my drone, there it is already doing the job there too. And with that, we have everything ready, and Ember is starting with that. And as you can see, this is going to take a while, right? But it's going to be worth it for sure. Ken, in the meantime, is scavenging and salvaging those debris. We have lots of them around us right now. That is great. And we are also waiting for my first energy crystals harvest, because that is going to change a few things around then as well for us. But that's still going to take a while. Alright, how's it looking there? Combat mech at 94%. After that, I think we're actually done with researching for a while. There is the advanced furniture. That's something we can definitely get in, right? So some upgrades there to comfort levels. Distillation, let's also get this one in. And then we get some lesser attacks here, the signal flares, and also the camp management. Both of them we don't really need on a map like this. But let's just get it out of the way, because it's a quick and dirty, cheap attack that we can also get. Now we're in summer, beginning of summer really. So yeah, the juicy season is upon us. 20 degrees in the night outdoor right now, 26 degrees inside. Now why is that the case? Do we have a heater activated? All the heaters are deactivated. The fire pit is still working here, so the fireplace. Let's extinguish that and do not refuel it. We're going to turn it off completely. This stove there is offline anyway, and then here there's nothing anyway. So let's hope that we can get temperature down there. With the brick walls, it should be way easier now to control all of this, right? And then we also would have a look here with the increased solar panels. We're still discharging the battery there sometimes. I don't like this. So this is something we need to tackle as well. We need to get more electronics on the way. And this is something we have at the soldering bench. And let's move the electronics up in the priority. I want to get those from now on. CPU cores 3 we have. They're nice for the turrets, but other than that, we don't need so many. So let's actually focus on the electronics. And perhaps on a laser pistol or something, but that needs the power cells again. Quiet right now. Everybody's sleeping, really. Oh, Daniel is drinking. No, seriously, he's going for a drink in the middle of the night while no one is watching him, it seems. Getting a glass of wine. That's right, Daniel. Enjoy your life. Alright, didn't take long. We have a severe heat wave upon us, so that is going to raise the temperatures now quite a bit. Already 30 degrees in the morning. It will also, of course, increase the temperature and quite a bit in the house. But I think we should be fine in the house then as well. I might tackle my air condition now. Actually, you know what? Let's turn off the research desk. Let's finish that tag first and then actually do it. Something is wrong, even with everything here. Yeah, okay, the wind turbines are not producing in a heat wave. That's something. I might give me another solar panel over here. Or you know what, since we are getting that harvest in soon, and we still have 5 power cells, let's go ahead and build me a second power cell generator. That's just going to do it. That's another 100 electricity that we have a positive supply, even if the wind turbines do not work almost at all. That's something. Combat max has been researched. Let's actually turn off the research desk for now, right? I really don't need to needlessly produce there or consume energy. But I don't need it. And there it is. I think she's going to finish it now. My combat mech. Perfect. And there it is. Up and running for action, ready for action. It needs a combat skill of 3 minimum to navigate it. And it's going to do a lot of damage, honestly. So that's a nice addition to my defense. There it is also. Second powered cell generator in. The first one actually needs to be recharged in 5 days. That's okay. And with that, we should have a nice surplus now of energy. Something is not right though. We should have a positive supply now. We don't. We do have the connection though, right? Let's make sure that we have a complete connection with the power grid as well. I think something is wrong here. Has to be, right? Oh my goodness, all of them are also on the fields right now. Harvest season again. Reaching the 4,000 grain, that's great. Quinn, while you're here, please construct a wooden power pole. You can do this. Something is wrong here. Ah, there you go, right? So this one was not connected to the power grid, and now we have that power surplus there of 400 actually. These solar panels were not connected to the grid. I don't believe it. Should I cut this out? No, I'm not. You can watch this. Aggressive animals, 8 it is over here. And they're going to attack then. This is also a good way of showing off that mech over there. Let's activate my birds. I think now we don't even need to handle them anymore. Oh, already? Oh, Jack. Jack, you're out there. Not good. Yeah, Jack is under attack there right now. The rest will need to help immediately. Jack is taking a lot of damage now. And Jack is unconsciousness. Yeah. He faded. This is nasty right now. Rita is coming in too. Please carry Jack to safety. Daniel is doing this. And the rest can follow now as well. Some of them are bleeding to death now. That's okay. Super important that we rescue Jack. Medical emergency. Petting Boxer? What? Oh, Boxer's out here. He should probably move inside. Can we please lead him back? There you go. Another shooting star. This is a bad timing on that. I'm still going to do it now. Or how long do we actually have on this? Yeah, okay. 5 days. By then the attack should have been repelled. And yeah, with the second power cell generator now online, we even have a positive supply during nighttime, even when my wind turbines are basically producing nothing and my solar panels are out, of course, in the night. So really nice. That's a very stable energy supply that we have now. Jack, you can actually... Sorry, yeah, he will actually rest, right? The rest will have to fight. And Quinn, you will enter the mech. Can you go over here? Daniel, no, Edmund, you go up there. Where's Ember? He's healing Jack. No, sorry, you have to fight. You're a good fighter. And this seems like a pretty dangerous attack there, honestly. The turrets are ready. Yep, the mech is ready. That's a nice one. Let's actually not move it so close to the wall there. Alright, everybody's ready, and there the attack is coming in. Unfortunately, it's pretty dark, yeah. Up to this point here, right? Quite the attack, honestly. Lots and lots of these screechers. Shriekers. And they're all stunned here, more or less. I think that was the main force. There's still some bleeding out here. And I think, yeah, my guys can actually go back to their work, because the birds will do the rest, right? We still have that positive supply even during daytime. Oh, look at that! They're attacking what? My house? How so? Why would they do this? That is a new one. That is a new behavior that I haven't seen yet. There's still one more animal. Yeah, that's this one out there. That should be fine. Holy cow, that is actually pretty bad if this is the case now more often. We got, yeah, 4 sick. So they're being treated right now. That was a pretty severe attack there. Let's actually butcher everything that we have here too. They never have enough too much insect meat. And this one here will still actually, yeah, it's actually healing up right now, but that's no problem because it's just one alien and it will get then destroyed immediately. Alright, with that energy surplus, we really can now finally go for that air conditioner. Let's have the first one, yeah, probably somewhere here. And the second one, probably some over there. That both areas of the house are getting heated or cooled down at the same time. It needs a CPU core, so we can actually use the 2 CPU cores that we still have left. And we have lots of ore still, so we should be able to get lots of electronics done. There it is. In all its glory. Target temperature 24 degrees. Let's actually reduce this a bit to 22. And this should do its job now. And there's the second one then coming up as well. Right now, yeah, 36 degrees it was. Now it's 33, but it was night. Oh, Jack. Meltdown? Really? You're hungry? You're out there working? Go eat something. And the second one is online over here. Oh, wait a second. Looking into the wrong direction, isn't it? Alright, in what direction does it need to go? I think this is the inside. Yes, it's the inside for sure. So this is actually looking wrong, right? I think it doesn't really matter still for the looks. Let's actually change it. And with that, we continue to lower now the room temperature there. Perfect. Solar eclipse, there it is. They're rare, but yeah, sometimes they happen. And even with that, we're actually pretty good. I mean, it's a heat wave now and the solar eclipse at the same time. That means the solar panels and the wind turbines both don't work. Alright, even now we have a, yeah, obviously now we cannot hold the grid anymore. So we'll need to turn off something here, right? So those two turrets, that should do the trick already. That's a super rare event that both of them are actually coming together. Alright. There it is. Proper now. And with that, we should hopefully be able to lower the temperature. And we still have another slot over there for another one if we want that. But for that, we'll need... No, actually not. We have constructed another CPU core just now, so that's fine. Right, yeah, we're butchering a bit more. And I think we would be ready now for that attack, right? It's 40 degrees outside right now, 29 in the house. So that's really cool in comparison. Let's wait for the energy crystal farming, and then we can actually attack the insect meat. Or the insect nests over there. We shouldn't attack the meat. Oh, we scavenged 9 electronics. That's super nice. Super nice, really. So with that, we can actually focus a bit more on the cores again. And let's also do that shooting star expedition now with Quinn. Yeah, around 31 degrees outside and cozy 22 degrees inside. The air conditioners are now bringing everything on step. Also in the bedrooms we have the same temperature around. Expedition complete. Chunk of meteorite. No survivors. Could be a capsule coming down there, right? You never know that before starting the expedition. Of course, finding another survivor is super rare, so that's just something we need to wait on. The next harvest was in. We are sitting at 6,000 grain. Do we still have room? No, not really, right? So the grain is there. It's lasting now for, yeah, a full year under the roof, so there's no problem here. It's also, of course, getting then refrigerated in autumn. And yeah, we're totally crazy with that. So that's why I don't bother with, yeah, a refrigerator or something like that for the grain. Even though, of course, we could build a house, a smaller one, and then have an air conditioner attached to this to have one giant fridge. But for now, I don't think we need that really. What we need is those crystals, and they're finally growing now to the maximum here. So the average harvest growth is at 40 now. This is now going up to 100%, and then we can finally harvest them. There's actually already 180 ready to be harvested. And there it is, we're harvesting energy crystals. Very nice, very important for the production of power cells that we're going to need quite a bit of. And with that, we can finally also start crafting power cells. With electronics and energy crystals, we can produce 1. And yeah, let's actually have them all the way up to, where do we sit right now? 4, so let's say always until 5, so that at least 1 is actually now in the queue here. And I think we might need a second soldering bench, honestly. With the air conditioners, also what we don't need anymore are those heaters, so we can deconstruct all of them. The fireplace I would actually like to keep, just for the coziness. Another thing I would like to do is the landing spot. This actually doesn't cost me anything, and it's a landing spot where cargo pods, rescue stuff and anything like that actually can land, right, and supply crates. So it should be, yeah, probably in a bit of an elevated area. Probably also not here. Probably somewhere close to my balloon. Requires the very strong support floor. Oh, alright, we need a foundation for that first. And with very strong, we mean bricks or metal floors. Let's go ahead and have the metal floor. I think it makes more sense for this, in this case here. And let's have it, yeah, here, right? Where we have the balloon already. Whoa, that's expensive. How big is it actually? I mean, it's small, right? It's barely bigger than a balloon. So let's actually have it built not bigger than the balloon there. So I think that's too big already. And, well, it's 12 o'clock. We're going to interrupt this. The heat wave is gone. That means everything would be ready now for that attack. So let's take Amber, Jack, Ken, Edmund, and Quinn. One of them is going to go for the mech here. It's probably going to be, yeah, the one that we need the most. So that's probably Quinn. He's intelligent and he's not the best fighter out of them. Plus, they are pretty much protected then, right? So he's going in now. You go, ready for action. And let's take my jolly band of fighters. One is missing, I think. There is Ken. And let's move them, right? Let's move up there to that insect nest. Let's just see how we handle ourselves by destroying this. We have arrived. Let's actually send the combat mech first to the front. There we attack. That's it. Easy peasy. Let's destroy the nest itself. And with that, this nest has been destroyed. There's just these nest formations. They don't do anything though, right? And yeah, we need to immediately head back home. So that was easy, right? Because there is, holy cow, 100 aggressive animals. And they're of course right in the path to my base. Look at that. These are new. Flying insects. And they don't look too friendly. Very colorful though they are for sure. 100 of them. Let's activate, or let's make sure that all of my turrets are activated. Rita, you can do this. You're in the base. Definitely need to make sure that we have the mech there as well. Alright, also what's going on here? Battery charging? This battery is not charging really. Oh, it's malfunctioning. Alright. Let's get them back home. Well, hopefully they make it on time. Looks good though. Getting into the base there. Very important that my mech is also working. Problem is now they've been active all day, right? And it's night now, so hopefully they get some sleep. Oh no, Quinn, what are you doing there? Get in there again. Do not leave that mech out there, please. By the way, we can assign an owner to the mech, right? So whenever we actually draft the owner, he will automatically go for it. So let's have Quinn operating this mech. And with that, another day comes to an end. We're closing in on the end of summer. Food-wise, we're fine. Attack-wise, this is going to be interesting for sure. And yeah, we continue in the most likely last episode. Episode 20 then. In the next episode, with this attack, also with our landing pad, so hopefully we attract some spaceships from outside. Stay tuned. Need a lot of help. Alright, we might need to get Jack away from here, otherwise he's going to die. My turrets are working nicely, especially the lasers are doing a lot of damage. And the mech is super nice as well, because he can take down so many of them at once. Oh, Jack, where are you? He's hiding right now. And yeah, it's down to one already, and the last one, that's it. Looked super dramatic, of course, right? One is fleeing, no, collapsing now too. Super dramatic, but these flying insects, they really have a low amount of health, right? Let's actually observe one of them, and the rest we might then just slaughter. Yeah, all of them are awaiting treatment now. That's not going to cut it, of course. Now let's just see. Rita, you don't really have a lot of damage there. Come on, you're going to treat the other ones, especially Jack. That's super important. She's healing herself right now, and then she's doing the rest, hopefully. Yeah. That's the flying insects, a new type of attack that we see. However, yeah, with the right amount of defense, we should be fine. Now that we also have a nice energy surplus, I might consider adding some more turrets than here to make this even easier on us then as well. Alright, she's still busy with healing herself. Now she's healing the others. No, please heal, not Daniel first. Daniel is really someone that I don't need that much. Let's heal Jack first. That's super important to start with. And Daniel, he's barely sick there as well. Daniel, come on, heal Edmund. Edmund is actually pretty heavily damaged. And he likes this too, my doctor. Alright, something important. We need glitter caps. That's those mushrooms in the forest. Let's harvest them. And we do need them because Jack has an acid burn. And this can only be treated with a healing bomb. And the healing bomb needs glitter caps. Let's go out there. Poor Jack. He's not got an easy life there. Got the acid burn there. And in this case, he needs that. Definitely. Alright, also energy shortage. I think one of my batteries is malfunctioning. Yes, both of them are malfunctioning. And no one is there to, repair them, even though we have the resources. That attack really did pull us back there a bit, but it's fine. We are going to recover. Better than ever, hopefully. Alright, the burns are being treated. Actually, no, we don't need the healing bomb. Nope, antibiotics. Did the trick. That's fine. Let's still get the mushrooms. And Amber, please repair the battery 2 times. Super important that we do this. The resources are already there thanks to my drone, but we need the electricity, right? There it is. Back to power. Alright, we continue then also with that metal floor. Right, so I think the resources are in already. That's so great with the drone. So we only really need to build it. That's it then. Humming fly, so that's the one. Despite its somewhat menacing look, the big flying insect seems to be peaceful and easily scared. I decided to name it Humming Fly. It is... What? She's saying that after 101 of them attacked us? And it is worth noting, however, that in the rare cases when it gets enraged, it attacks from afar, can fly over obstacles. Yeah. Alright, thank you very much for this very detailed observation. Alright, yeah, we're full on storage now for the grain. I would need another grain storage, but come on, we have 7,000 grain in stock. This will be fine. I'm going to give them a day now to recover from that attack and get everything up to track again, right? Handling all the machines, repairing what is damaged, and then we're going to focus on that landing platform. A burning cruise vessels! Maybe someone survived out there. Ooh, Quinn, Quinn. Come on, quickly. Burning cruise vessel. Quinn, off you go. And, I mean, he's probably sleeping. Let's go right now. Can I do this? Nah. I cannot force him to go on that expedition quickly. Now he's going though. Perfect. Took some food with him. I just love how they are going to quickly eat some food there as well every time they go on an expedition, right? So he's entering now. Just as he leaves, let's eat something as well. Off he goes. By the way, since this is getting a more important area for us now, I would like to have that fence that we have there. So let's actually make it a gate. Right, a carbon gate. Oh, we can do this. Here. That's more, that's better, because we're going to have that landing platform here then as well. Alright. I'll make note of the location. Don't waste time, look for survivors. Poses some risk. I covered my nose and mouth as best as I could and kept going until my eyes watered to the point where I could barely see anymore, trying to find my way back. I fell a few times but finally reached a clearing. Right. Unfortunately, I mean he's a bit sick from that, but that's okay. Unfortunately, no survivors. Seriously, this is frustrating. We don't get the 8th survivor. And there it is ready, a beautiful big platform, and on this one now we can have the landing spot. Yes. I think this is being... No, it still needs to be constructed, but it doesn't require anything other than, yeah, person. There it is, Ken is already away. And Quinn has returned, going for treatment immediately. And there we have it, right. And here, someone might actually land. I don't know who, but at least for now, this is that. And we need at least one working radio and 2 working antennas for this one then. That's going to be a bit more tricky. So the antenna we can actually build. The radio we can also build. We need in total 5 CPU cores for this. Right, so let's just have a look at that. The power cell, then 5. Yeah, actually until we have 5. So I'm going to force one of them and craft me the CPU cores. Alright, while Ken is assembling the next power cell, we do have everything ready actually for the orbital antenna and for the orbital radio. So let's build the radio first. This actually consumes 100 electricity though, right? So this is super expensive. So we will need to, either we tackle once again the turrets all the time, or I'm building a 3rd power cell generator. That is risky though as well, making everything here depending on that. So let's actually continue with, yeah, turning them on and off all the time. I think that's the safer way, and it's just a lot of electricity we consume with that, though of course not always, so we don't need to keep this running all the time. Let's build this orbital radio then here in my crafting area. That's the control room. The control room basically, and then we have the orbital antennas, and we need 2 of them for one orbital radio, right? It doesn't really say where we need to build them. It makes sense of course to have them up here on the mountain. Let's have one up here. Right, first one and the second one we're probably going to build a bit further over. Jack is cutting down the trees here. Really, you don't need to, please. It's too late anyway. Noticed it too late. Thing is, we're full on logs, so there's no reason to do it. The drone is easily transporting everything up here, so there's just one person that needs to go up here then and also build it. It's a long hike up there. Not something you can easily do. Of course, what we still need to do is provide them with electricity, right? So this one here requires 50 electricity. So I think that might actually be a diesel generator. Yes, one diesel generator will be enough, so we can have this one right beside this one to produce electricity for it. I think that's a good one because the drone can always transport the fuel up there to refuel it. This is going to work for it. And then we just need a power pole. So I don't need to actually get the rest of my network up here as well. And one's running still? No, it's offline. Perfect. Fuel we have plenty of though, right? And we always get more fuel. Speaking about that, there's also 72 fuel coming in, and we should also get some more manure in again. This is something my drone excels at. There you go. That we have 360 manure potentially again. That continues with this one here. Actually, the last step already. I love it when they stop at the very last second. Yeah, that antenna is going to take a while though. And then we need a second one, of course. The second one we can have definitely closer though. We can have the second one attached with my network actually. So that's still tricky. It's a big one, right? Over here, just behind my... I like the bushes here though. I'm not going to have it here. I think that's a good spot. And this is then attached with my net. And I'm forcing Daniel to finish this. Even though he's tired already. There it is. Perfect. The first one is ready. And the second one we're about to finish then as well. And the orbital radio station is also finished. There it is. And with that, in contact spaceships that are in the surrounding area. Of course, we need one more working antenna. Already the resources in. Yeah, we are really down then on the power cells, so I'm going to force some of them to actually produce power cells. They're easy to produce at this point, and we have plenty of crystals. So this one is working now. The diesel generator is powered, and the antenna with that is working well. And the second one, I think, is about to be constructed. Alright, there it is. Queen is about to finish this. Another animal attack, though. Yeah, they're over there, so, and not so many, so we should be fine with them. Plus, it's no flying creatures. And there's the number 2 working. With that, both of them are working. And with that, we should now be able to use the orbital radio. So as soon as there is a spaceship around it, we can use it. We should get a message for it. Alright, next attack coming in. We're closing in on the end of summer. And there the animals are attacking. So let's activate all of my people. Quinn, you know what to do. In fact, you can go up here. Ember. That went down. Oh, those two are outside. It's always dark when they attack. I'm not expecting a lot of damage though, thanks to having quite the high-tech equipment now. Ooh, a lot of them are actually getting through though. That's a surprise. And that's it already. There's 3 more. Ah, there's one actually. So my mech could take care of them. They're attacking my Ulfen stature. I don't know why they're doing this all of a sudden. Shouldn't be the case really. Get this one back inside. So these attacks really pose no threat anymore. We could further optimize this a bit with more turrets, of course, but other than that, it's really fine. And there it is, spaceship detected. Let's contact. Quinn, you're the right person for this. Get rid of the manure there, please. Quinn, you're for much better. And this is the first time that we're actually communicating with the outside. That's super exciting. The passing by spaceship is a patrol that can't take any passengers on board. They are sympathetic enough to offer some equipment. And there's no need to send anything. Let's send synthetic armor. Thank you very much for this. There it is. Landing as well, and we can scavenge this. So this makes things really a bit easier now for us, right? Having those spaceships that we can contact, and some of them might actually have a survivor for us at some point. And yeah, that's a full set of synthetic armor, just like that. Who would need it? Most of my guys actually are fully equipped anyway. Some of them are losing their durability soon, right? We can replenish that easy. And another spaceship goes by. A rescue pod. So they could actually now take some of my people home. We're not doing this yet. I really want to get those that 8 survivor. But of course with that we can send my survivors now out to space. And yeah, they could actually leave this godforsaken place. However, it's quite cozy here, isn't it? And they're also free. And you never really know what's out there. Difficult decision. A group of typically peaceful animals are exhibiting highly hostile behavior. It is likely that the radio waves emitted by our orbital antenna are disturbing the local fauna, which is not used to them. I'm certain that they want to destroy the antennas. This is probably not an isolated incident, and more attacks will follow. Right? That's those here. Oh no, they're actually attracted by this orbital antenna. So realism aside, let's actually get the orbital antenna down into my base, right? I don't want this here to get destroyed constantly, or that we constantly need to actually get it. Yeah, they're coming in there right now. Quinn, you should be the right person. With the mech, I don't think they can actually destroy that, right? I mean, they're actually going to destroy this now, right? Yeah, that's going to be tough. I did not expect this, to be honest. And they're going to destroy it. There's no way for me. I cannot save it. And repairing it will be quite expensive. Look at that. That mech is amazing. Get it back down there again. And oh, it only needs stone, metal, alloys and wood, right? So it's not as expensive as building it again, because that would require CPU cores. Alright, it's been moved over there, so orbital communication is working again. And with that, we're online once more. And yeah, it's full now. It's getting a bit cold now. We are fully stacked with food. That's also not really a problem here. And in that case, all fine and all. And the next aliens, or the next actually normal animals, are crazy because of my antennas. Look at them, they can really charge quickly in. Unfortunately, that's the end of them. Lightless bird, let's just observe it while it's lying around there for science. And these are usually calm birds. Yeah, unfortunately, they get quite aggressive when exposed to radio waves. Another attack of the flying insects coming in right now. This time we're a bit more prepared. Everybody's ready at the station already. Birds are ready. And we can just happily put them down, hopefully. It's quite a lot. There's also some bigger ones there. I can see. And without any more serious injuries, actually, they're all down. There is this gate open. Who actually opened it? This is not good. I mean, okay, the mech is there, and the mech is quick with destroying them. But this is totally needless. Yeah, they can just enter there. Let's keep the mech. And as you can see, it's really quickly taking everything down. Space chunk comes down. Alright, let's actually get everybody back to his normal life. This should be it. There is one more coming in. No idea where it's going though. Oh, look at that. A wind turbine. Alright, Twin, board the mech please. He can take care of this all by himself before they're doing any more damage here. Oh, they're also attacking my air conditioner. How dare they? Alright, and with that, we finally started the rescue missions. In this case here, I've abandoned the idea that we get 8 survivors. We could do some more expeditions, but in that case, the ultimate goal, of course, is to escape this planet again. The attacks are getting more severe, so we can actually now send a rescue pod down here, and there it is. And one of my survivors can actually get in there, and we are starting with the least useful persons. And I think Daniel would be one of them. He's good with healing, but that's basically it, right? Edmund is also, yeah, rather in between. Those are the ones that we found way later, right? And they're also not that great with anything. So Edmund is good with cooking. He's good with everything, basically, on average. While Daniel, for example, can't even fight. So he's going to be the first one. Daniel Shanks. It's been a pleasure, more or less, working with you. And he's saying farewell to everyone. And he leaves the planet. What ends to where he goes? Probably home. And everybody else is just watching him go by. And with that, we start rescue missions. So one by one, they can leave the planet now. And this is the ultimate goal, of course, for crash landing scenario. And this also marks the end of this Let's Play, as we have officially reached all the goals. We can now escape from the planet. We have an automated defense working for us. We have year 3 survived. It's the end of it. We are stuffed with food. We have endless electricity. So in that case, everything has been achieved. and we successfully now leave the planet one by one. This will take a long time though, and I'm not going to record this. And with that, I hope you enjoyed this Let's Play of Stranded Alien Dawn. If you enjoyed it, we can also start on another planet if you wish to, and also go with the robots then at some point. I enjoyed it a lot. I would really recommend this game. It's great at this point, and there's more to see with the other scenarios as well. Thanks for watching. Cheers!